Time slowly passed, but nothing out of the ordinary appeared in the surrounding area. Finally, a burly red-haired man in the light formation ran out of patience, and transmitted his voice toward a portly elderly man. "Why isn't he here? Could it be that he changed his mind and decided not to follow our plan? We didn't deploy anyone to spy on them as we were worried that the culprit would notice. Rest assured, Brother Che-Chi, we wouldn't have set up this trap if we weren't fully confident in it. I don't know why the culprit pursued those two for such a long time, but the results of our investigation indicate that he's displayed no intention of giving up. As long as that six-winged frost centipede doesn't make it too obvious, he'll definitely be able to lure the culprit into this trap," the elderly man replied with a warm smile. "That's very reassuring to hear. Speaking of which, just how fearsome is the culprit behind the blood sacrifices? Not only have the 12 of us been assembled, even these heaven and earth extreme formations and the sacred treasure of the Bloodbone sect, the Yellow Wind Scroll, are being used. That treasure and these two formations alone should be enough to refine the culprit alive. Why are our services still required?" the red-haired man asked in a curious manner. "I'm not too sure about that, but there must be a reason why the fellow Taoists who assembled us are being so cautious. Setting everything else aside, that man has already killed 3 Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists and has sacrificed countless living beings without any inhibition, so he does deserve this grand treatment," the portly man replied. "I'm rather curious about where that man came from. Could it be that he's been cultivating in seclusion for countless years, or perhaps is a powerful being from another realm?" the red-haired man speculated. "There's no need to think about such things. Regardless of where he came from, his actions are inexcusable, and our Blood Tao sects definitely can't allow him to continue living in this world. Otherwise, our reputation would be swept to the ground," the portly man replied with a solemn expression. "That's true. I've heard that Bai Ying of the Helian Trade Guild, Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain, and fellow Taoist He of the Skyfall Valley have also been invited as spectators. With their participation, there's no way that man will be able to survive," the red-haired man said. There's no way those 3 would join forces to oppose the same enemy. Besides, with all of us here, there won't be any chance for them to get involved," the portly man replied, to which the red-haired man nodded with a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, 4 Grand Ascension Stage beings were standing together in the hall of a shimmering golden pagoda. The pagoda was situated in a giant city countless kilometers away from the desert, and the 4 of them were all appraising a white light screen between them. The screen was displaying everything taking place in every corner of the desert, and one of the 4 Grand Ascension Stage beings was none other than Bai Ying. The other 3 were comprised of a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, a middle-aged woman in a colorful dress, and a crimson-robed man with eyes that resembled those of a falcon. All 4 of them were appraising the scenes unfolding on the light screen with calm expressions, displaying no intention of conversing with one another. Half a day later, a streak of light suddenly appeared on the edge of the desert before flying deeper into the desert at an astonishing speed. The streak of light was being pursued by a rainbow cloud, from which an icy male voice rang out. "You've truly enraged me now, and I'm growing tired of this game of cat and mouse, so I'll end it here and now." As soon as the voice trailed off, the rainbow cloud transformed into a bolt of rainbow lightning that sped up drastically. Thus, the streak of light and rainbow lightning quickly sped through close to half of the desert and arrived at its center. The streak of light faded, and a snowy white 8-winged centipede was revealed alongside a beautiful woman in a silver palatial dress. As soon as the centipede landed on the ground, it transformed into a white-robed young man with golden and silver patterns on his face, who immediately turned to look back into the distance. A rumbling thunderclap rang out, and the bolt of rainbow lightning appeared before hurtling down toward the duo. The 6-winged frost centipede's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately transformed into his 8-winged centipede form before continuing to flee. Right at this moment, a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out, and the earth tremored violently as a burst of invisible suction force erupted forth from underground. The bolt of rainbow lightning was stopped cold in its tracks by this unexpected burst of suction force, revealing a sickly black-robed young man. It was none other than the true immortal Ma Liang. Countless pillars of light of different colors erupted out of the sand down below and extended straight up into the heavens. The earth continued to tremor as a superformation that stretched as far as the eyes could see slowly emerged, following which countless Blood Tao disciples appeared before arranging themselves into a profound formation, then began to activate the formation treasures that they were holding. Meanwhile, the sky lit up, and an invisible restriction fell away like a light veil, revealing a giant light formation that encompassed the entire sky. The light formation then began to slowly descend from above, and powerful energy fluctuations instantly filled the entire space. Standing between the two enormous formations, Ma Liang was made to look like an insignificant ant. Right at this moment, the 12 Blood Dao Grand Ascension stage being emerged from the light formation before surrounding Ma Liang in a flash, appraising him from afar. Even though he was immobilized in midair, Ma Liang remained completely unfazed to see this, and a burst of light erupted from his body, following which a sharp tearing sound rang out, and he instantly regained freedom. "You're all quite courageous to be ambushing me. With so many of you present, you must intend to kill me here." Ma Liang chuckled coldly at the sight of the 12 Grand Ascension stage beings around him. "Humph, you dared to sacrifice hundreds of millions of living beings on our continent. Surely you already predicted that this day would come?" A Grand Ascension stage enshrouded within a cloud of crimson chi harumphed coldly. "I did anticipate that this would happen, but I didn't expect you to join forces with these two. I've grown sick of this game of cat and mouse anyway, so I'll kill all of you then slay those two myself," Ma Liang said as he glanced at the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix, who had already backed away into the distance. "What insolence! Looks like he won't give up unless death is staring at him in the face. There's no need to waste more time with useless chatter. Let's take him down," a brocade-robed elderly man yelled. As soon as his voice trailed off, around a dozen crimson flying swords immediately flew out of his body. The other Grand Ascension stage beings also sprang into action upon seeing this, and treasures came flying out in a frenzy. At the same time, a burst of buzzing rang out from the two giant formations, and countless runes emerged on their surfaces as they began to slowly revolve. The light formation in the sky quickly transformed into a giant mirror that obscured the entire heavens. The surface of the mirror was entirely silver, and countless silver threads rained down from it amid a rumbling boom. Meanwhile, balls of white light emerged from the formation on the ground, instantly inundating all of the people in the formation before transforming into a massive seal character. As soon as the character took shape, bursts of law fluctuations immediately swept toward Ma Liang from all directions. However, Ma Liang merely smiled in response, and in the next instant, an extremely fearsome aura erupted out of his body. At the same time, a series of purplish-golden chains abruptly appeared over his body, all of which were releasing scintillating light. The entire center of the desert dimmed significantly, and all of the world's origin chi surged toward a certain point in a frenzy. At the edge of the desert, the masked Grand Elder of Bloodbone Sect, Xiaoming, had appeared in midair. His expression immediately changed as he sensed the devastating aura erupting from the extremely far distance, and he murmured to himself with a grim expression, "Even the heaven and earth extreme formations are unable to contain him. Looks like we have no choice but to use that treasure." As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release a yellow scroll, which slowly unfurled in front of him to reveal the map of a desert. The desert on the map was identical to the desert before Xiaoming, and he pointed a finger at the map, upon which the desert on the map suddenly began to writhe and squirm as if it had sprung to life. At the same time, the sand on the surface of the actual desert itself began to surge in a rhythmic manner, as if to resonate with the changes taking place on the map. "Let there be wind," Xiaoming yelled as he pointed a finger at the map again. The edge of the desert on the map immediately warped and blurred, and wisps of faint yellow mist emerged before slowly drifting upward. At the same time, clouds of yellow mist appeared in front of Xiaoming before instantly transforming into a series of tornadoes that were quickly increasing in number, forming one row after another. Thus, a yellow wall of wind that was taller than the eyes could see rapidly took shape, and the same scene was being replicated on the outskirts of the entire desert. "Go!" Xiaoming commanded as he swept a sleeve through the air, and the walls of wind converged toward the center of the desert from all directions, sweeping up ferocious sandstorms that were only increasing in ferocity. Looking down from above, one would discover that the walls of wind had already formed a yellow barrier that enshrouded the entire desert within it. Xiaoming sat down with his legs crossed in the distance, then closed his eyes as he began focusing on controlling the scroll before him. Within the golden pagoda, the scene being depicted on the light screen had also transitioned into a yellow sandstorm, making it impossible to see anything else. Mistress Ling Yun's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she said, "Brother Yu, the treasure fellow Taoist Xiaoming is using is the yellow wind scroll of the Bloodbone Sect, right? I've heard that this treasure is ranked quite highly even among the profound heavenly treasures of the spirit realm. The fact that it's concealed the view of even this sky-appraising mirror is a clear testament to its powers. However, isn't it a little too early to be using this treasure? Isn't fellow Taoist Xiaoming being too cautious? That is indeed the vastly renowned Yellow Wind Scroll. This scroll is normally worshipped in the Heritage Hall of the Bloodbone sect, and only when facing powerful enemies would the Grand Elders bring out this treasure before entrusting it to one of them to face the enemy. The treasure has actually already been set up in advance. This entire desert was actually manifested by this scroll, and it's only being officially activated now. As for whether fellow Taoist Xiao is being too cautious, I think it's a good idea that he's activated the treasure so decisively. After all, with that man's fearsome power, I think both the Heaven and Earth Extreme Formation and Yellow Wind Scroll are required to truly ensure that we've trapped him. What do you think, Brother Bai? You don't look so good, Brother Bai. Is there something on your mind? The crimson-robed man asked as he took in the expression on Bai Ying's face. At this moment, Bai Ying was staring intently at the light screen with an extremely grim expression, and only after hearing the crimson-robed man's words did he withdraw his gaze and force a smile onto his own face. I don't know why, but for some reason, I was struck by a bone-chilling sensation after witnessing that man's appearance. This is not something to be ignored. At our level, we're able to sense certain impending perils. Fellow Taoist Mistress Ling Yun, are you too getting the same premonition? The crimson-robed man hurriedly asked as he turned to the other two people present. I haven't. Me neither. Could it be that your premonition was incorrect, Brother Bai? The man in the scholar's robe asked with a faint smile. Regardless of whether my premonition is correct or not, I don't plan to stay here any longer. I'm going to return to the trade guild right away. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, just send a message to our trade guild, Brother Yu. Much to everyone's surprise, Bai Ying was suddenly taking his leave. Aren't you allowing yourself to be swayed by groundless fears, Brother Bai? Even if some kind of peril really were about to arise, what could possibly happen with the four of us here? Why don't you wait until the battle concludes before? Right at this moment, the crimson-robed man's words were abruptly cut off as the scene on the light screen suddenly began to glow with scintillating light, and countless streaks of golden light pierced through the wind barrier, illuminating the entire light screen into a bright golden color. The sky-appraising mirror is about to explode. The crimson-robed man exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Immediately thereafter, the light screen shuddered before exploding into a ball of golden light, sending shockwaves surging outward in all directions. The four Grand Ascension Stage beings immediately adopted defensive measures to nullify the oncoming shockwaves, but all of their expressions had darkened significantly as they cast their gaze toward the spot where the light screen had once been. Only a shattered mirror remained there now, and Mistress Ling Yun asked, "What happened? Why did the sky-appraising mirror suddenly explode? Brother Yu, you refined the treasure, so surely you know what happened." The fact that the sky-appraising mirror has exploded even when it's so far away from the battle indicates that something really has gone wrong, the crimson-robed man replied, but it wasn't a direct response to the question being raised. He had obtained this treasure at a very high price, and it could allow him to watch over an area from countless kilometers away, making it a very useful treasure. As such, he was naturally sorely lamenting its sudden destruction. Judging from the scenes that unfolded right before the sky-appraising mirror's destruction, it seems that a burst of power that was well beyond the Yellow Wind Scroll's tolerance limit had erupted within it to result in this. Could it be that fellow Taoist Bai Ying's premonition was correct? The man in the scholar's robes mused with tightly furrowed brows. The Yellow Wind Scroll is a profound heavenly treasure, and it's being assisted by the Heaven and Earth Extreme Formations and 12 Grand Ascension Stage beings. What kind of ability could that man have unleashed to overwhelm the scroll like this? Mistress Ling Yun murmured to herself. As for Bai Ying, he remained silent, but his expression had darkened even further. "It's all right, I'll send a message to ask fellow Taoist Xiaoming exactly what's happened," the crimson-robed man said as his expression eased slightly. Thus, he flipped a hand over to produce a pristine white formation plate, which he quickly cast a few incantation seals into, and a panel of silver runes appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. After that, the crimson-robed man stared intently at the formation plate, waiting for a response. However, a full 15 minutes passed by, and the formation plate still displayed no reaction. The crimson-robed man's expression had gradually darkened further and further, and he finally withdrew the object as he said, "It looks like something really has gone wrong. Fellow Taoist Xiaoming is on the edge of the desert, yet even he can't be contacted. In that case, we'll have to make some preparations. If all of our fellow Taoists have fallen, then there's a very good chance that that man will come after us next." After all, fellow Taoist Bai Ying was struck by a premonition at the sight of that man. The man in the scholar's robes sighed in a grim manner. Are you still planning to leave now, fellow Taoist Bai Ying? The crimson-robed man asked as he turned toward Bai Ying. No. If this man is destined to be my downfall, then I can't avoid him forever. Only by facing this tribulation head-on and transcending it will I have a chance at survival, Bai Ying replied as a decisive look flashed through his eyes. Good. Even though we're only 4 people, there are 100,000 disciples and powerful formations in this city that we can make use of, so we can still put up a fight. I'm sure that man wouldn't have been able to emerge from that battle unscathed, the crimson-robed man said. Patriarch He and Mistress Ling Yun were also aware that this wasn't the time to flee on their own. If they chose to do so, it was quite possible that their enemy could target them one by one, thereby placing them in even greater peril. Of course, the main reason behind their decision to stay was still their confidence in their own abilities. Even though they were also Grand Ascension Stage beings, they were far more powerful than the 12 Grand Ascension Stage beings assembled in the trap. With their powers combined, they would have also been able to kill those 12 Grand Ascension Stage beings with ease. Thus, the 4 of them quickly left the hall and began to issue a series of orders to their disciples. Meanwhile, the desert had completely transformed into a world of golden flames. A series of fiery golden mountains that were over 10,000 feet tall had emerged on the ground below, tearing the entire super formation apart and releasing fiery golden clouds up into the sky. At the foot of the fiery mountains were piles of charred corpses, and the light formation in the sky had been sealed within a layer of blue glacial ice, rendering it completely immobilized. At the center of the fiery golden mountains stood a golden giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. The giant had golden spirit patterns all over its body, and it was completely identical in appearance to Ma Liang, except one of its eyes was burning with scorching golden flames, while the other one was emanating blue glacial chi. The giant was holding a giant crimson toad in an outstretched hand. Half of the toad's body had already been torn apart, and its aura was extremely feeble, indicating that it was on the brink of death. The giant's other hand was pressed over what remained of the toad's head, from within which threads of golden light were flying out incessantly. It seemed that the golden giant was searching for something in the toad's memories. Moments later, the golden giant harumphed coldly to himself. It's rather impressive that he was able to seal away most of his soul and make it inaccessible to me, but the memories that I've managed to see are already enough. So all of the most powerful beings on the Blood Sky continent from the Blood Dao sects and the Helian Trade Guild are gathered together. That makes things very convenient for me. I won't have to go around picking them off one by one in the future. As soon as its voice trailed off, bolts of purplish-golden lightning erupted around the golden giant amid a rumbling thunderclap, then transformed into countless purplish-golden chains that vanished into the giant's body in a flash. The golden giant gave a muffled groan, and the crimson toad in its grasp was instantly incinerated into ashes by a burst of golden flames, following which the giant rapidly reverted back to its human form as the black-robed young man. Ma Liang then threw up a couple of mouthfuls of golden blood, and his face paled even further. At the same time, the fiery golden mountains down below vanished as if they had been nothing more than mere illusions. Ma Liang laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden talisman flew out before landing in his grasp in a flash. As expected, unleashing my full transformation and spirit domain has been quite taxing on me. Thankfully, I've benefited immensely from the blood sacrifices I performed, and I have this golden substitution immortal talisman bestowed upon me by Master. Otherwise, I would have been crushed by the power of this realm in the instant I underwent my transformation. This talisman will be able to support my transformation and spirit domain on 2 more occasions, and that'll definitely be enough for me to wipe out all these ants. With these fools setting an example, I'm sure no one else in this entire spirit realm would dare to oppose me. Having said that, those 2 ants were quite quick to react. They fled as soon as I underwent my transformation. However, with the true spirit seeds I planted on their bodies, there's no way they can truly get away from me, Ma Liang chuckled coldly. Half a day later, an epic battle that lasted close to a day and a night took place at the giant city where Bai Ying and the others were situated. Everything in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers of the battle was reduced to ashes, and several days later, a piece of astonishing news began to spread. All of the Grand Ascension Stage beings assembled to hunt down the culprit behind the blood sacrifices had been slain in battle, with the only exception being Mistress Ling Yun of the Myriad Curse Mountain. However, even she was severely wounded, to the extent that she had almost reverted back to the body integration stage. As soon as she returned to the Myriad Curse Mountain, she immediately activated all of the restrictions on the mountain and declared that the mountain would be closed to the entire continent for 10,000 years. As a result, the entire Blood Sky continent was in a state of panic, and the other major powers and the Grand Ascension stage beings within those powers were all at a loss for what to do. Shortly thereafter, a medium-sized nation and several nearby sects were slaughtered as part of another blood sacrifice. However, Han Li was oblivious to all of this. At this point, he had already teleported to an island that was quite far away from the Blood Sky continent, then departed from the island with Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark before traveling into the ocean. There were far more powerful beasts in the sea than on land, and some of them were quite formidable even in the eyes of Grand Ascension stage beings. However, the powerful puppets on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark were enough to take care of most sea beasts that dared to attack the Ark. Occasionally they would encounter a particularly powerful sea beast, but all of them promptly fled upon witnessing Han Li's displays of power. Half a year flew by, and at this point, the giant Ark had traveled an immeasurable distance through the ocean. On this day, just as the giant Ark was flying along at a low altitude, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up ahead, accompanied by a burst of violent energy fluctuations. Patriarch Hua Shi was standing at the front of the Ark, controlling the direction of its flight, and his expression immediately changed drastically upon sensing these powerful energy fluctuations. He hurriedly flew into the cabin of the Ark, and moments later Han Li emerged from the cabin in an unhurried manner with Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi trailing along behind him. "You're saying there are Grand Ascension stage beings battling up ahead?" Indeed, energy fluctuations of this level of power can only arise from battles between Grand Ascension stage beings. "Fly the Ark in that direction. I want to see what's happening over there," Han Li instructed as he cast his gaze into the distance through narrowed eyes. "Yes, Master Han." Patriarch Hua Shi immediately did as he was told, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark shuddered slightly before flying toward a different direction at several times its original speed. As the Ark flew onward, the energy fluctuations and explosions up ahead became more and more violent. Finally, a small island appeared up ahead, and balls of light were flashing incessantly above the island, releasing fearsome energy fluctuations that were crushing the nearby sea level down by over 100 feet. As for the island, it had been completely flattened, and every landmark on it had been razed to the ground, giving it an extremely flat and smooth appearance. Han Li peered into the distance through narrowed eyes and quickly ascertained the situation that was unfolding up ahead. Within the exploding balls of light were three massive sea beasts, which had surrounded and were attacking a silver worm. The sea beasts were comprised of a giant seahorse, a massive green turtle and a mountainous blue octopus. All of them were giving off violent auras and unleashing different types of ferocious attacks, all of which were directed toward the silver worm that they had surrounded. The three sea beasts were all close to the average Grand Ascension stage being in power, but they were riddled with wounds. Several parts of the green turtle's shell had been cracked, and green blood was flowing out of those cracks, while the giant octopus had large sections of its body charred black, and several of its tentacles had gone missing. In contrast, the seahorse appeared to be completely unscathed, but there was a shimmering golden ring locked around half of its body, making it noticeably slower than the other two sea beasts. The silver worm that was being attacked by the three beasts was in an even sorrier state. Not only had its tail and one of its front claws gone missing, most of its silver scales had been stripped away, and for some reason, it was bleeding profusely out of its eyes. Even so, it was still able to just barely keep the three sea beasts at bay as silver lightning flashing incessantly around it. Han Li's gaze immediately fell upon the silver worm's stomach, where there was a small purple beast curled up into a ball. It was gripping tightly onto one of the silver worm's scales with its little claws, but it was completely motionless, and it was unclear whether it was dead or alive. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly in the instant he caught sight of the small purple beast, which struck him with a sense of familiarity. The Ink Spirit Holy Ark was enormous, and Han Li was making no effort to conceal it, so it had naturally attracted the attention of the three sea beasts and the silver worm. However, the four of them were currently at a crucial juncture in their battle of life and death, so even though there was an outsider approaching, they simply couldn't stop. Instead, their battle suddenly became even more perilous and ferocious. In the face of its three opponents, the silver worm was well and truly on the back foot, and it was in extreme danger. Right as the giant Ark was about to reach the four beasts, Han Li suddenly called out, "Stop!" His voice wasn't very loud, but it was like an explosive thunderclap in the ears of the four beasts, and they shuddered before involuntarily stumbling backward, thereby putting the battle on pause. The three sea beasts were naturally furious at Han Li's intervention, and they turned toward Han Li in unison with vicious expressions, then combined their three fearsome auras before sending it hurtling toward the giant ark like three immovable mountains. Han Li gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which the massive Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes, and Han Li released an aura that was several times more formidable than the combined auras of the 3 sea beasts. The 4 auras clashed amid a rumbling boom, and the 3 sea beasts were immediately sent flying without being able to pose any resistance. Only after flying back for over 1,000 feet did they manage to steady themselves with alarmed expressions, and the giant seahorse asked, "Who are you and why are you meddling in our business? We are all elders of the Sea Guardian Palace. Even with your powers, your time in the sea will be made extremely unpleasant if you make an enemy out of our palace." In response to this threat, Han Li remained expressionless and replied in a cold voice, "I've never heard of this Sea Guardian Palace. Piss off or I'll kill all 3 of you and refine your carcasses into tool refinement materials." The 3 sea beasts were even more enraged to hear this, but in the face of the overwhelming spiritual pressure being released by Han Li, they could only exchange a resigned glance before diving back into the depths of the sea. The silver WRM transformed into a silver-robed man, who was looking quite pale and had bloodstains all over his robes. He was holding the hand of a purple-robed little girl, and he extended a slight bow toward Han Li from afar. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist." The silver WRM was extremely proud, but after witnessing the power that Han Li had just displayed, he didn't dare to show any sign of disrespect. "If I'm not mistaken, you're fellow Taoist Tu Yao, right? How did you know? Come to think of it, you seem rather familiar. Have we met before, fellow Taoist?" The silver-robed man was initially rather taken aback to hear this, but he then began to appraise Han Li with a hint of recognition in his eyes. There was no way that he would have forgotten someone as powerful as Han Li, so he was slightly perplexed by his own murky recollection. "Father, he's the man that we met during the auction when I was taken away by those bad people. The big brother with mother's aura," the little girl suddenly said as she began to tug on her father's sleeve in an urgent manner. Indeed, this man was none other than the Grand Ascension Stage human-faced WRM who had barged into the Cloud City auction many years ago, and this little girl was his direct lineal descendant, who had been captured and was almost sold as an auction item. "What? It's you?" The silver-robed man was astonished to hear this, and he was struggling to equate this unfathomably powerful man with the spatial tempering cultivator that he had once encountered all those years ago. "I didn't expect to meet you here either, fellow Taoist Tuesday. We've only ever met once, but I think we qualify as acquaintances. How did you end up in such a sorry state? Those 3 sea beasts were quite powerful, but they haven't reached the Grand Ascension Stage yet. Surely they shouldn't have been able to pose such a threat to you?" Han Li asked. "If I had been in prime condition, those 3 elders of the Sea Guardian Palace naturally would have been no match for me. However, I fell into a trap laid by a powerful enemy of mine earlier, and as a result, my powers plummeted to below the Grand Ascension Stage, and I could only use my physical body and bonded ability to fight those 3 elders," the silver-robed man sighed with a wry smile. "I see. If you don't mind, would you be willing to let me examine your current condition?" Han Li asked. The silver-robed man was rather hesitant upon hearing this. "Perhaps I'm being too blunt here, but even if you have a way to slowly recover over time, I don't think your daughter will be able to hold on for much longer," Han Li said as he cast his gaze toward the purple-robed little girl. 1. This auction took place when Han Li was in the 13 heavenly cloud races, right before he entered the Golden Devil Mountain ranges and vast glacial realm. The silver WRM appears in. "You can identify the ailment that my daughter is suffering from? During my escape, I was struck by a secret technique unleashed by that enemy of mine, and even though I bore the brunt of the attack, a small portion of its power had fallen upon my daughter. Would you be able to cure her, fellow Taoist?" The silver-robed man asked in an urgent manner. "Have you not tried to cure her yourself?" Han Li asked. "That secret technique used by my enemy conflicts with my abilities, so if I were to attempt to cure her, her condition would only get worse. If you agree to help me, I'll be indebted to you for the rest of my life," Tu Yao replied with a wry smile. "Your daughter's condition isn't too difficult for me to cure, and I can even allow you to recover your Grand Ascension Stage powers. However, I have a condition," Han Li said in a calm voice. The silver-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately prompted, "Go ahead and state your condition, Brother Han. As long as it's within my power, I'll be sure to satisfy you." "There's no need to be so serious, Brother Tuesday. My condition is not very difficult to satisfy, All I want is for you to find a certain place on the nearby seabed for me, Hanli replied with a faint smile. That's it. Tu Yao's expression immediately eased slightly upon hearing this. Hee, what kind of condition did you think I was going to raise? Hanli chuckled. It looks like I was overthinking things. With the power you just displayed, I would be no match for you even at my peak, so there would be no need for you to try and deceive me. If that's the only condition, then I'd be more than happy to accept it, the silver-robed man said. In that case, please come onto my ark and I'll administer treatment to you and your daughter, Hanli replied with a nod. The silver-robed man took a glance at the massive black ark and didn't hesitate as he drifted onto it with her daughter. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark returned to its original trajectory at Hanli's behest and continued to fly through the air. The next day, the silver-robed man was conversing with Hanli in the cabin of the ark with a grateful expression, while his daughter was standing behind him, looking much better than she had the previous day. Patriarch Huasher and Zhu Guer were also standing off to the side in a respectful manner. Your powers are truly unfathomable, fellow Taoist. I had thought that it would take at least several months to cure me and my daughter. I never imagined that it would only take a single night for you. If the Sea Guardian place dares to send anyone else after me, I'll be able to make sure they never return, the silver-robed man said in an elated manner. Don't mention it, fellow Taoist. By the way, what is this Sea Guardian palace? Those 3 elders of the palace aren't anything special in our eyes, but they're definitely more powerful than most body integration stage beings, Hanli said as he stroked his own chin. The silver-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he still replied truthfully, the Sea Guardian Palace is a power founded by that enemy of mine. He is the main palace master, and aside from him, there are also 2 other Grand Ascension Stage palace masters, as well as over 100 elders comparable in power to the 3 you encountered the day before. As for other sea beasts under the palace's command, there's simply too many to count. This Sea Guardian Palace sounds like quite a formidable power. Why weren't any of its Grand Ascension Stage beings sent to hunt you down in your weakened state? Hanli asked. The Sea Guardian place is an enemy of mine, but I'm on good terms with another major power in this region of the sea, the Azure WRM Hall. After unleashing a secret technique to escape from my enemy, I sent out an SOS message, and my good friends at the Azure WRM Hall organized a large-scale attack on the Sea Guardian Palace, thereby preventing the other 2 Grand Ascension Stage Palace Masters from being able to come after me. However, the route to the Azure WRM Hall has been completely sealed off by the sea beasts of the Sea Guardian Palace, which is why I had to flee all the way here, the silver-robed man replied. I see. Judging by the Azure WRM Hall's name, I'm assuming its leaders are powerful beings of the Azure WRM race, Hanli said. That's right, the 2 Hall Masters of the Azure WRM Hall are both Grand Ascension Stage beings of the Azure WRM race, and they are close friends whom I'm willing to entrust my life to. Even though the Azure WRM Hall only has 2 Grand Ascension Stage beings, they're far more powerful than the 3 Palace Masters of the Sea Guardian Palace, so the 2 powers are evenly matched in terms of overall power. By the way, I recall you were only at the spatial tempering stage when I last met you in Cloud City. How have you progressed to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time? Even throughout all of history, I'm not sure if there's anyone who can match your astonishing aptitude, Tu Yao said, clearly still stunned by Hanli's drastic transformation. It was all thanks to several miraculous opportunities that I encountered that I was able to reach my current cultivation base, but in terms of the stability of my foundation, there's no way I can compare with a veteran Grand Ascension stage being like yourself, Hanli replied in a humble manner. You're far too modest, fellow Taoist. Also, what is this place that you want me to help you look for? I can't say that I know every inch of this region like the back of my hand, but I've visited all of the special areas in this region, Tu Yao said. I'm searching for a set of underwater coordinates. As for the exact location, Huasher, come over here and tell fellow Taoist Tu what we're looking for. Huasher is a sea beast himself, so I'm sure he'll be able to deliver a better report than me, Hanli said. Huasher immediately did as he was told, making his way over to Tu Yao before providing a detailed explanation. Senior Tu, the coordinates we're searching for were provided to us by an ancient altar, and the location's characteristics are. Even though they had learned the approximate coordinates of the small spirit sky's entrance through the ancient altar, the sea was unfathomably massive, so even a slight margin of error could equate to countless kilometers. Patriarch Huasher was adept in water attribute abilities, but even with his help, it wouldn't be a simple task to find the entrance. As such, Hanli was requesting the help of Tu Yao, who was both a Grand Ascension stage being and very familiar with this region. With his assistance, tracking down the correct location shouldn't be too difficult. As for 3 Grand Ascension Stage beings of the Sea Guardian Palace, even if they were slightly more powerful than the average Grand Ascension Stage being, they would still pose no match to the current Han Li, so he wasn't concerned about them at all. After some discussion, Tu Yao and Patriarch Hua Shi quickly ascertained an area of the seabed that fit the description of the small spirit sky's entrance, and the Ink Spirit Holy Ark immediately flew toward that direction at several times its original speed. 2 months later, the giant black ark was situated in the air above an area of the sea that was filled with rocks and coral. Thousands of high-grade puppets were patrolling this area of the sea, while even more devil crystal puppets were scouring the seabed in search for something. Patriarch Hua Shi and Tu Yao had also joined the puppets, searching the seabed with their spiritual sense. Meanwhile, Han Li sat on the deck of the ark, meditating with his eyes closed. Zhu Guer seemed to be standing patiently by his side, but the occasional glances she was aiming at the sea outside the ark naturally hadn't escaped Han Li's notice. "Why are you so agitated?" "This is the place that the two of them have determined to be the likeliest location of the entrance, so a verdict will definitely be delivered to us soon," Han Li said while his eyes remained closed. "I'm just worried that this would be another fruitless trip." The 2 seniors said the same thing about the previous 2 locations we visited, but neither of them turned out to be the place we're looking for, Zhu Guer said. "The sea is enormous and the underwater world is extremely complex, so it's no surprise that mistakes will be made. However, I have a premonition that this is the place we're searching for," Han Li replied with a smile. Zhu Guer was very elated to hear this. "With your powers, I'm sure your premonition is correct." All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. "It looks like I have to take care of some unwelcome guests." Meanwhile, a group of sea beasts had appeared on the surface of the ocean hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. These sea beasts varied drastically in size and appearance, and there were so many of them that they covered virtually every single inch of area within a radius of 100 kilometers. At the very front of the group was a long-haired man wearing a jade crown seated atop a giant green turtle, and he was leading the army of sea beasts toward the direction where the Ink Spirit Holy Ark was situated. Directly behind the giant green turtle was a massive seahorse and a mountainous blue octopus. "I can sense that that man is just up ahead. How dare he foil our palace's plans? He must have a death wish. Prepare the myriad beast formation. I'm going to trap him here and wear him down until he's dead," the long-haired man suddenly commanded in a cold voice. A horn was immediately blown within the army of sea beasts, and all of the beasts sprang into action, quickly arranging themselves into a profound formation even as they continued to march onward. Such a massive army of sea beasts naturally quickly attracted the attention of a group of armored puppets patrolling the nearby area, and they immediately flew over to the sea beast army. This was a group of around a dozen puppets, and they were led by a silver puppet, which declared in a cold voice, "Stop! Our master is doing something up ahead. All outsiders must stop here or face death." The long-haired man's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. What insolence! As soon as his voice trailed off, around a dozen powerful sea beasts behind him opened their mouths in unison, releasing a string of powerful attacks that almost instantly blew the puppets into countless pieces. The long-haired man then waved a hand, and the sea beast army immediately continued onward. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a translucent thread shot out of thin air without any warning, then instantly reached the long-haired man as if through teleportation before transforming into a streak of translucent sword chi. The long-haired man was rather surprised by this attack, but remained calm and opened his mouth to release a ball of purple light, which instantly transformed into a giant shield that was riddled with purple patterns. At the same time he made a hand seal, conjuring up a blue water barrier that instantly inundated his entire body. In the next instant, the translucent sword chi tore through the giant shield and water barrier like a hot knife through butter, then revolved around the long-haired man's body like lightning, slicing him in half right before his astonished gaze. The two halves of the long-haired man's body instantly exploded into countless bubbles, and these semi-transparent bubbles shot forth in all directions. Right at this moment, the translucent sword chi faded, and a miniature purplish-golden figure appeared before sweeping a finger toward a certain direction, releasing a streak of invisible sword chi that instantly swept up one of the fleeing bubbles. The bubble immediately transformed into a miniature humanoid figure that was identical to the long-haired man in appearance. Even though it had several powerful protective treasures to defend itself with, all of them were quickly destroyed by the streak of sword chi, and the miniature figure was also destroyed amid an anguished howl. From the instant that the translucent thread appeared to the moment the long-haired man was slain, everything had taken place in the blink of an eye. The army of sea beasts didn't even get a chance to react, and once they realized what had happened, all of them were naturally extremely enraged. The dozen or so most powerful sea beasts among them let loose thunderous roars, unleashing all types of attacks that shot forth directly toward Jin Tong in a frenzy. A cold light flashed through Jin Tong's eyes upon seeing this, and it released countless streaks of invisible sword chi that rained down from the heavens, destroying all of the oncoming attacks with ease before plunging into the army of sea beasts down below. Even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't dare to oppose this sword chi head-on, so these sea beasts were naturally completely powerless. Hordes of sea beasts were instantly torn apart by the streaks of sword chi, and countless severed limbs floated onto the surface of the ocean, which had been stained red by blood. The sea beasts were finally becoming horrified upon seeing this, and one of them let loose a shrill cry, upon which all of the remaining sea beasts scattered and fled for the lives in all directions. Meanwhile, Jin Tong looked on from above with a cold expression, then made a grabbing motion toward the ocean down below. The long-haired man's storage bracelet immediately flew out before landing in Jin Tong's grasp, and it took a brief glance at the storage bracelet before vanishing on the spot. At the same time, blue light within Han Li's eyes faded as he stood at the front of the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, and he murmured to himself, "All right, now that those unwelcome guests have been taken care of, we can wait in peace." Zhu Guer was standing behind Han Li, and judging from her expression, it was clear that she had no idea what had happened. After that, Han Li closed his eyes to meditate again. Half a day later, just as the sky was beginning to dim, a talisman suddenly flew out of the sea. Han Li immediately opened his eyes and made a grabbing motion to draw the talisman into his own grasp. The talisman then immediately exploded into a crimson fireball, and a stream of information was transmitted into Han Li's spiritual sense, upon which an elated look appeared on his face. "What is it, Senior Han?" Zhu Guer asked in an eager manner. "They've finally found a place that they suspect to be the entrance. Let's go there right now," Han Li said as he rose to his feet. Zhu Guer was naturally also ecstatic to hear this. Thus, a black light barrier emerged around the ark at Han Li's behest, and the giant ark slowly descended into the sea. In a secluded area of the seabed where countless colorful marine plants were growing, there were hundreds of puppets gathered in front of a giant crimson rock. Patriarch Hua Shi and Tu Yao were standing in front of the puppets, and they were in the process of appraising the crimson rock when the Ink Spirit Holy Ark rumbled toward them from the distance like a fiend celestial. The ark quickly arrived above the crimson rock, following which Han Li made a hand seal, and the black light barrier around the ark swelled drastically to encompass an area with a radius of several kilometers, forcing back all of the nearby seawater. "Master Han. Fellow Taoist Han." Patriarch Hua Shi and Tu Yao immediately approached Han Li following his arrival. Han Li abruptly vanished from the giant ark before appearing right in front of the giant crimson rock. "This is the place you were referring to in the talisman?" "That's right. Senior Tu and I have verified our verdict repeatedly, so there should be no mistake. On top of that, we can sense some spatial fluctuations seeping out of this area," Patriarch Hua Shi replied in a respectful manner. "Fellow Taoist Hua Shi is correct. I'm 80% sure that this is the entrance you're searching for, Brother Han," Tu Yao chimed in a confident manner. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Tuesday Guer. Come over here," Han Li said as he waved a hand toward Zhu Guer, who was still on the ark. Zhu Guer hurriedly flew over to Han Li, who instructed, "Come with me and we'll examine to see if this is indeed the entrance to the small spirit sky. If it is, then Hua Shi will also enter with the ark and the puppets." "Yes, Senior Han." "As you wish, Master Han." Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi both gave affirmative responses. Tu Yao was of the opinion that what Han Li was doing was rather risky, but he then thought back to the astonishing power that Han Li had displayed and decided against trying to dissuade him. Immediately thereafter, Han Li released a burst of spiritual light that swept up Zhu Guer before flying toward the giant rock. The seemingly ordinary surface of the massive rock warped slightly, and Han Li's duo flew directly into it, leaving Patriarch Hua Shi, Tu Yao, and the puppets waiting for them on the outside. As soon as Han Li flew into the giant rock with Zhu Guer, he immediately decelerated, and his body became very sluggish, as if he had flown into some type of restriction. At the same time, the spatial fluctuations that had been very faint outside became extremely pronounced here, and there was a ball of rainbow light up ahead that was slowly revolving on the spot. Han Li directed his spiritual sense into the ball of rainbow light, and his eyes immediately lit up as he transformed into a golden ape that was over 100 feet tall. Following his transformation, his sluggishness was immediately alleviated, and he grabbed onto Zhu Guer before striding toward the ball of rainbow light. Han Li then plunged headfirst into the ball of rainbow light and vanished on the spot. In another realm, an earth-shattering boom rang out within a certain forest, and countless beams of golden light suddenly erupted out of a giant lush pine tree. The tree then shuddered before exploding into countless scraps of wood, leaving a giant crater that was several tens of feet deep on the ground. Over 100 feet above the crater was a ball of rainbow light that was revolving incessantly, and two people flew out of it amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. They were none other than Han Li and Zhu Guer. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings, and his brows furrowed slightly as he said, "The spiritual chi here really is less abundant than that of the spirit realm. Guer, is this the small spirit sky? Please give me a moment, Senior Han. The density of the spiritual chi here is very much like that of the small spirit sky, but let me check just to make sure," Zhu Guer replied in an excited manner as she also inspected her surroundings. Immediately thereafter, she flipped a hand over to summon a handkerchief, which she tossed forward before quickly casting several incantation seals into. A burst of white light flashed over the handkerchief, and an extremely clear map immediately appeared. Zhu Guer was ecstatic to see this and she said, "My secret technique worked, so this is definitely the small spirit sky. Let me check our current location. We're in the green sea of the small spirit sky. It doesn't matter where we are right now as long as this is indeed the small spirit sky. You stay here for now, I'll bring Hua Shi and the others here." The passageway was more difficult than expected to pass through, so Hua Shi won't be able to go through it alone, Han Li instructed. Zhu Guer naturally gave an affirmative response to this. Thus, Han Li flew back into the ball of rainbow light again, and around 15 minutes later, another burst of spatial fluctuations erupted as the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, now shrunk down significantly, flew out of the ball of light. As soon as the ark emerged, it immediately returned to its original mountainous size, and Han Li and Patriarch Hua Shi were revealed at the front of the ark. As for Tu Yao and his daughter, they had already departed on the other side of the passageway after extending their gratitude toward Han Li once again. Zhu Guer immediately flew onto the ark with an excited smile, upon which Han Li turned to her and said, "All right, tell me about this green sea as well as where you were living in the small spirit sky in the past. I want to have a good chat with your mother." The green sea is the territory of the green spirit race, which is the most powerful race in the small spirit sky, and also the sworn enemy of our human race. As for the place where I lived in the small spirit sky, that would be the human territory which is on the other side of the small spirit sky, so it's extremely far away, Zhu Guer replied in a slightly dejected manner. Chapter 2395, Green Spirit Race. The Green Spirit Race? Are these green-skinned beings with semi-transparent wings? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Guer's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "How did you know, Senior Han? It seems that the entrance of our Ink Spirit Holy Ark into this realm has caused too much of a disturbance, and there are many green spirit beings converging toward us as we speak," Han Li replied. "I see. Be careful, Senior Han. No Grand Ascension stage beings exist in the small spirit sky due to insufficient spiritual chi, but the green spirit race is still the most powerful race in this entire realm. They can communicate with true spirit-like beings known as ancient ancestral tree spirits through possession, and their power is not inferior to that of the average Grand Ascension stage being," Zhu Guer hurriedly cautioned. "Ancient ancestral tree spirits? That sounds interesting. However, this isn't the time to be getting involved in pointless conflicts. If those green spirit beings know what's good for them, then they'll stay out of my way, then I'll leave them be. However, if they dare to try and get in my way, then I wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. No one can know about the entrance to this passageway, so I'll set up a restriction to conceal it," Han Li said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Immediately thereafter he raised a sleeve to release a series of formation flags, which transformed into balls of light of different colors before vanishing into the surrounding space in a flash. Han Li then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the ball of rainbow light, releasing a burst of 5 colored runes that transformed into a light barrier to conceal the entire ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the ball of rainbow light and the light barrier had both disappeared, and the faint spatial fluctuations emanating from the ball of light were also cut off. After that, Han Li chanted an incantation before switching to a different hand seal, then swept his sleeve through the air again, releasing a burst of green light that transformed into a huge rune before exploding amid a dull thump. Countless green threads dispersed through the surrounding area, and the giant pine tree, which had already been reduced to scraps of wood, began to rapidly reform itself at a rate discernible to the naked eye, as if by some kind of miracle. Even the crater on the ground was beginning to become filled again, and within the span of just a few breaths, both the tree and the ground had returned to normal. After sweeping his spiritual sense through the area to ensure that he hadn't missed anything, a pleased look appeared on Han Li's face. He then thrust a palm toward the distance, and a small mountain close to 10 kilometers away was instantly razed to the ground amid an earth-shattering boom. A giant handprint had appeared on the ground within a radius of half a kilometer around the spot where the mountain had once stood, and the handprint was over 100 feet deep. Even all of the fingerprints on the hand were clearly visible. "Let's go," Han Li instructed with a faint smile, following which the giant ark quickly flew away into the distance. A short while later, several streaks of light arrived on the scene from another direction, then stopped above the giant handprint that had been left behind by Han Li, revealing 3 humanoid figures with semi-transparent cicad-like wings on their backs. The 3 of them were comprised of a woman and 2 men, all of whom had green skin and were tall and gangly. The 3 of them looked down at the giant handprint with grim expressions, and the slightly more well-built man asked, "What do you think of this, Xiyuing?" The woman's brows were tightly furrowed as she replied, "Whoever did this must be extremely powerful. At the very least, the 3 of us wouldn't be able to do this." "Humph, that's a massive understatement. Whoever did this is most definitely far more powerful than the 3 of us," the other man harumphed coldly. Judging from the shape of this handprint, it was clearly left behind by a human. "Is there someone this powerful among the human race?" Xiyuing asked with a hint of befuddlement in her eyes. In the past, the most powerful being in the human race was Layman Taijun of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, and he's only slightly more powerful than us. Could this have been left behind by a new powerful being of the human race? The first man speculated. The small spirit sky isn't exactly a massive place. How could we not have heard anything if such a powerful being had appeared in the human race? Also, why did this person appear right at the center of our green sea? The second man mused. That is indeed rather strange. It looks like we'll have to ask the culprit for an answer, the woman said as a cold look flashed through her eyes. What do you 2 think could be the meaning of this? The first man asked as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. What else could it mean? This handprint was obviously left here to intimidate us, but whoever did this is sorely mistaken if they think they can just get away with this. Even if they're a grand ascension stage being of the human race, they have to provide an explanation for this, the second man said with a cold smile. Of course. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, the other races would all think that they could enter and exit our green sea as they pleased. By the way, what were those spatial fluctuations that appeared at the beginning? Could it be that human unleashed some type of spatial secret technique that allowed them to ignore the restrictions we set up and teleport into the green sea? The woman speculated. I also sensed those spatial fluctuations, but I couldn't find anything nearby giving off residual spatial fluctuations, so it looks like that human must have erased it, the second man replied. Regardless of what their objective is, we'll just have to catch them and interrogate them. This might be a good thing for our green spirit race. After all, we might not be able to successfully summon the ancient ancestral tree spirits outside of the green sea, the first man said with a smile. Indeed. What are we waiting for then? Let's give chase right away. With that human's powers, our brethren won't be able to stall him for long even with the power of the green sea to aid them, the woman said. The 2 men naturally had no objections to this, and thus they set off once again as streaks of light, flying toward the same direction as the giant ark. Meanwhile, the ink spirit holy ark was still flying through the air, but thousands of green spirit beings had appeared nearby, and they were wielding different types of treasures to attack the ark from afar. Countless devil crystal puppets had also emerged on the ark, releasing pillars of light and bolts of lightning to oppose the green spirit beings in a fierce battle. However, even the most powerful of these green spirit beings were only at the spatial tempering stage, so their attacks were kept at bay with ease by the black light barrier around the giant ark. As for the attacks being unleashed by the puppets, they were all being kept at bay by a series of leaf projections being summoned by the green spirit beings. The battle seemed to be extremely fierce, but there weren't actually many casualties, and the giant ark wasn't slowed down in the slightest either. All of a sudden, close to half of the green spirit beings arranged themselves into a strange formation before making hand seals and chanting incantations. Green light flashed within the countless giant trees down below, and each of them released a leaf projection, which quickly converged to form a giant leaf projection that was several acres in size. The projection then instantly appeared above the black ark before descending from the heavens, as if it were attempting to sweep up the entire ark. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted above the giant ark, and a huge azure hand appeared before swooping upward like lightning. The azure hand immediately grabbed onto the giant leaf projection, which began to struggle with all its might as if it were a living creature, but the massive hand's grip was far too firm for the leaf projection to escape. The green spirit beings in the formation were stunned to see this, and they hurriedly poured their magic power into the projection above the ark in a frenzy. The giant leaf projection was originally slightly blurry and indistinct, but with that influx of energy, it became a lot clearer and more substantial, and it also began to release a powerful aura as its struggle intensified. A cold harumph suddenly rang out from the giant ark, following which the massive azure hand tightened its grip, and exerted a burst of tremendous force upon the leaf projection that instantly tore the projection apart. As a result, all of the green spirit beings in the formation were struck by backlash, and their faces paled significantly as they began to throw up mouthfuls of blood. Some of the weaker individuals even plummeted straight out of the sky. Right at this moment, Hanli emerged at the front of the ark, then cast a cold gaze toward the surrounding green spirit beings. "I had intended to spare all of you, but seeing as you insist on irking me, I'll send you all on your way." As soon as his voice trailed off, Hanli rubbed his hands together, conjuring up a ball of golden lightning that swelled drastically in size while rising up higher into the air. Scintillating golden light radiated in all directions, while rumbling thunderclaps shook the entire heavens. In the blink of an eye, the ball of lightning had swelled to the size of a pavilion with countless arcs of golden lightning flashing over its surface, releasing a devastatingly destructive aura. The nearby green spirit beings were all extremely alarmed to see this, and one of their leaders immediately issued an order to retreat, upon which all of them fled into the distance. However, Hanli wasn't going to let them get away so easily. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he flicked an incantation seal into the giant ball of lightning, and it instantly exploded, sending countless arcs of golden lightning shooting in all directions. Countless green spirit beings were quickly reduced to ashes by the eruption of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, only several tens of green spirit beings remained. All of them were naturally horrified to see this, and only then did they realize that the enemy on the giant ark was far beyond what they could deal with. Thus, they immediately fled for their lives, and Hanli displayed no intention of continuing to pursue them. Right as he was about to return to the ark's cabin, 3 streaks of light suddenly shot forth from the distance. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped in his tracks, and moments later, the 3 streaks of light faded to reveal the trio of green spirit beings from earlier, who were extremely enraged to see so many of their elite brethren lying dead around them. They had predicted that their brethren wouldn't have been able to prevent the enemy from advancing, but such a high number of casualties was beyond their expectations. After all, it had only taken them around 15 minutes to catch up to the giant ark. The 3 green spirit beings immediately cast their eyes toward Hanli, upon which astonishment appeared on all of their faces. That really is a grand ascension stage human being. Hanli was also looking back at the trio, and he had identified them to be mere mid-body integration and late-body integration stage beings, so he wasn't concerned in the slightest. So a grand ascension cultivator really has arisen among the human race. May I ask your name? Also, don't you think it's unbecoming of someone like you to kill so many juniors of our green spirit race? One of the 3 green spirit beings asked in a furious voice. They dared to get in my way. If I didn't teach them a lesson, I would become the laughing stock of my fellow Taoists. As for my name, that's not something that you need to know, Hanli replied in a cold voice. A thought suddenly occurred to the burly man, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Did you come from another realm?" "So what if I did?" Hanli asked. "If you really are from another realm, then for the sake of all of the races in the small spirit sky, we're going to have to make sure that you never leave this green sea," the thinner of the 2 men said with a cold light in his eyes. "What gives 3-body integration stage beings like you the confidence to say this? Are you pinning your hopes on those ancient ancestral tree spirits?" Hanli asked with a hint of a smile on his face. The burly man's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. "You know about the ancient ancestral tree spirits? Looks like you didn't enter this realm by accident." Hanli merely smiled and offered no response. "It looks like we'll have to summon the ancient ancestral tree spirits, fellow Taoists. For the sake of the small spirit sky, we have to capture this man no matter what. There are 3 of us and only 1 of him, so we definitely have an advantage," the woman in the trio said as a fierce light flashed through her eyes. The 2 men immediately nodded in agreement. Over the years they had developed a near-blind sense of worship toward the ancient ancestral tree spirits, and even in the face of a grand ascension stage being who had never appeared in the small spirit sky before, they were very confident. Thus, the three of them raised their left arms in unison, and their sleeves were immediately torn apart, revealing an extremely vivid ancient tree image on each of their arms. The three ancient tree images were different from one another. One of them was extremely lush with countless leaves and branches, another one was tall and ramrod straight with a shimmering silver hue, and leaves and branches that resembled swords, and the final one was extremely colorful with flowers of different sizes covering all of its branches. "Reveal yourselves, ancestral spirits," the three green spirit beings yelled in unison as they each made a hand seal. Azure light immediately swept over their left arms, and three small tree projections emerged. The world's origin chi within the forest down below abruptly stirred, and countless green threads surged out of all of the trees before flooding into the three tree projections in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the projections had swelled drastically in size, transforming into massive trees that were over 1,000 feet tall and flashing with green light. As for the three green spirit beings, they had all vanished on the spot. The trunks of the three giant trees blurred slightly, and a face appeared on each of them. Those faces were identical to those of the trio of green spirit beings who had just disappeared. So these are ancient ancestral tree spirits? The purity of the wood attribute spiritual chi they contain is truly remarkable. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he sensed the powerful auras being released by the three massive trees. At this moment, the three giant trees warped and blurred before transforming into a trio of giants. One of the giants had long green hair and was wearing a suit of azure wooden armor. Another giant was more slender with a pair of resplendent wings on its back and a giant green sword in its hand, and the final giant was the most imposing of the three, wearing a suit of silver armor that was riddled with hooked spikes, and it was wielding a huge silver hammer in each hand. As soon as the three giants appeared, the one with long green hair immediately declared, "It's still not too late to surrender. All you have to do is tell us the location of the entrance into this realm, then return to your own realm. Otherwise, once the ancestral spirits spring into action, even we won't be able to control their actions, and it would be too late to regret your decision once you perish by their hands." What insolence! Even if you were true Grand Ascension stage beings, you would still be nothing in my eyes. However, this possession secret technique that you're using is quite interesting. It would be worth studying this secret technique once I capture you. Let's not waste any more time with useless chatter. The human race has always been our sworn enemy. He's looking down on us just because he's a Grand Ascension stage being, so let's show him the power of the ancient ancestral tree spirits. The slender giant said in a furious voice. As soon as its voice trailed off, the three giants immediately began to charge toward the ink spirit Holy Arkansas. Han Li stood at the front of the ark, and a faint smile appeared on his face at the sight of the approaching giants. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a bolt of silver lightning that transformed into the expressionless Taoist Xie. Brother Xie, your cultivation arts are perfect to counter these ancient ancestral tree spirits, so I'll leave them to you. If possible, please capture one of them alive, Han Li instructed. Leave them to me, Taoist Xie replied as he cast his gaze toward the three giants in the distance. He then stomped a foot onto the ark and shot forth toward the trio of giants amid countless arcs of silver lightning, transforming into a giant golden crab that was several acres in size mid-flight. After that, the gigantic crab extended its pair of pincers forward, then opened its mouth to release a pillar of silver lightning, which reached the slender giant in a flash. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted above the other two giants, and a pair of massive pincer projections came crashing down toward them alongside a vast expanse of silver lightning. The three giants were naturally very alarmed to see this. Never did they think that their opponent would be able to summon such a fearsome being who just so happened to possess lightning attribute abilities, which directly countered their own wood attribute powers. The burly giant raised its hammers and unleashed countless hammer projections toward the descending pincer projection, while the long-haired giant made a hand seal, and countless massive vines emerged from its suit of azure wooden armor amid a flash of spiritual light. The vines intertwined with one another as they rose up into the air, forming a giant net to oppose the other pincer projection. As for the slender giant, it wore a grim expression and was preparing to oppose the oncoming bolt of silver lightning with its green sword. The surface of the giant sword warped slightly, and it suddenly transformed into a huge green shield with countless spirit patterns etched on its surface. Immediately thereafter, a string of earth-shattering booms rang out as a series of devastating clashes took place, and a vast expanse of silver lightning erupted forth in all directions. Right at this moment, the giant golden crab let loose a low roar, and countless silver lightning runes suddenly appeared on its back, then converged to form a massive lightning formation. The lightning formation quickly vanished into thin air amid a rumbling boom, and in the next instant, it appeared above the three giants amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. The giant golden crab also appeared above the trio of giants before fusing as one with the lightning formation, which began to slowly descend from above. The three giants immediately let loose enraged roars, and they released bursts of violent auras, only for them to be torn apart by the massive lightning formation on contact. In the next instant, the lightning formation transformed into a lightning cloud that completely inundated the three giants. Rumbling thunderclaps rang out incessantly alongside cries of pain from the three giants, and balls of lightning were exploding violently within the cloud. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he strode back into the Ark's cabin without any hesitation. Even the three patriarchs of the Elder Devil realm had been quite wary of Dao Xie's powers. There was no way that these three counterfeit Grand Ascension stage beings would be able to last very long against him. Furthermore, Dao Xie even had an advantage in terms of the attribute of his cultivation arts, so the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Around 15 minutes later, the sound of footsteps rang out outside the cabin, and Dao Xie strode in with a calm expression. Han Li was seated on a chair, studying a cultivation art, and he immediately raised his head before asking with a smile, "Did you kill them all?" "Of course not. You asked me to capture one alive, didn't you?" Dao Xie replied as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a small silver vial. Han Li drew the small vial into his own grasp, then injected his spiritual sense into it to discover a nascent soul that was several inches tall and identical in appearance to the thin man among the trio of green spirit beings. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression and didn't ask about what had become of the other two green spirit beings. Spiritual light flashed from his hand as he stowed the small vial away into his storage bracelet, following which the giant ark set off again, and on this occasion no more green spirit beings dared to get in its way. Not long after this, news of the three most powerful beings of the green spirit race being killed by a Grand Ascension stage human being began to spread. The foreign races neighboring the green spirit race were extremely alarmed to hear this, and they immediately sent out scouts to verify the authenticity of this news. Soon the entire small spirit sky was completely stirred up into a frenzy. At this point, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark had already left the territory of the green spirit race and was heading toward human territory on the other side of the small spirit sky. Several days later, a group of powerful human beings were seated around a stone table in an antiquated stone hall situated on a tall mountain, discussing something with one another with grim looks on their faces. These humans were comprised of 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the body integration stage. Can we confirm the news to be accurate? Was it really a Grand Ascension stage human being who killed those 3 green spirit beings and ancient ancestral tree spirits? A middle-aged man with a dark complexion asked. Our scouts were unable to enter the Green Sea, but judging from the reactions of all of the races, the information is most likely accurate. Otherwise, the Green Spirit race wouldn't have withdrawn all of its members into the Green Sea in an emergency retreat during the past few days, a white-haired elderly man replied as he stroked his own beard. But we all know that no Grand Ascension stage being has ever arisen from our human race in the small spirit sky, and it'll most likely never happen in the future either, a green-robed woman said with furrowed brows. Perhaps I would agree with you in the past, but have you forgotten about Fairy Moon? In such a short time, she was able to progress from the spatial tempering stage to the pinnacle of the body integration stage. Perhaps she can become the first Grand Ascension stage human being of our small spirit sky, a white-robed man said. The blue-robed woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she still shook her head as she said, Fellow Taoist Moon's aptitude doesn't require further elaboration. In just 2,000 years, she's become the most powerful being of our human race and can even match an ancient ancestral tree spirit in battle. However, I don't think it's plausible to expect fellow Taoist Moon to reach the Grand Ascension stage with the lack of spiritual chi in our small spirit sky. It's indeed implausible, but with Fairy Moon's aptitude there's still a chance, the white-robed man countered. If Fairy Moon really can progress to the Grand Ascension stage, that would be extremely fortunate for our human race. However, in her current state, it would require at least several more centuries of cultivation before she can begin attempting a breakthrough. By the way, Fairy Moon is currently cultivating an extremely important secret technique, so I'm not sure if she can attend this meeting, the white-haired elderly man said in a calm manner. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Tai, Fairy Moon is currently unable to come out of seclusion, but I've already sent her a report of the situation, and I'm sure she'll give us a response soon, the white-robed man replied. That's good to hear. I feel rather uneasy not having Fairy Moon present to discuss such an important matter with us. Now then, let's think about where this grand ascension stage human being could have come from, the white-haired elderly man said. It's most likely a grand ascension cultivator from another realm, the blue-robed woman speculated. That is indeed the likeliest scenario. However, seeing as this grand ascension stage being is human, he must have come from the spirit realm. Also, he was able to enter our small spirit sky, so he must have a way of returning to the spirit realm. This is an unmissable opportunity for us to go to the spirit realm, the man with the dark complexion said. Only in the spirit realm will we have a chance at reaching the grand ascension stage. Even though beings from other races have discovered exits that can allow them to leave this realm, none of them have been able to withstand the fearsome spatial power within the passageways, so they could only give up. If that grand ascension stage human being really did force his way into the small spirit sky from another realm, then this would be a massive opportunity for our entire human race, the white-robed man said as a fervent look appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the spirit realm, and we still don't know whether this grand ascension stage being came from the spirit realm. We can't even be sure if he's a human cultivator. However, one thing is for sure, that man will most likely visit our human territory, so we have to prepare some precautionary measures. We have to be prepared just in case this man develops some sinister intentions toward our human race, the white-haired elderly man said in a cautious manner. You're right, but considering that man was able to kill the 3 ancient ancestral tree spirits, his powers are clearly far beyond ours. Only Fairy Moon will stand a chance against him. After all, fellow Taoist Moon is the only one among us with powers close to the grand ascension stage, the white-robed man said. It most likely won't be possible for Fairy Moon to come out of seclusion anytime soon. After all, she's currently... The white-haired elderly man's voice was suddenly cut off here when a streak of silver light approached the hall before flying into it in a flash. It then transformed into a small silver sword that descended toward the stone table that everyone was gathered around. Attached to the small sword was a white jade slip, and the white-haired elderly man immediately detached the jade slip from the sword. Immediately thereafter, the silver sword shuddered slightly before flying out of the hall as a streak of silver light. Thus, everyone turned their attention toward the jade slip that the elderly man was holding. The elderly man pressed the jade slip against his own forehead, then closed his eyes and injected his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, he reopened his eyes with an elated expression and said, "It's a message from Fairy Moon. She's agreed to go and meet that grand ascension stage being with us when he arrives in our human territory." That's great news. Having fellow Taoist Moon accompany us would be greatly reassuring, the white-robed man said with an elated expression, and everyone else's expressions also eased slightly. After that, a short discussion ensued before everyone departed from the stone hall to make the required preparations. Elsewhere, within a secluded valley, there was a secret chamber, the entrance to which was sealed by a layer of glacial ice. There was a white-robed woman seated on a pristine silver disc in silent meditation. The woman was as still as a statue, and even though her facial features were concealed by a faint silver light barrier, it was apparent that she was an exceptional beauty. Close to a month later, a mountainous black arc suddenly appeared above a mountain range out the outskirts of human territory. After just a few flashes, the arc flew over the mountain range and traveled deeper into human territory, leaving behind countless stunned onlookers in the mountain range. The humans of the small spirit sky had never seen such a massive flying treasure before, and some of them had the presence of mind to send out messages announcing the ark's arrival into human territory using some special treasures. Even though the Inspirit Holy Ark was extremely eye-catching, no one tried to stop it as it continued deeper into human territory. 2 days later, the Ark passed over a large lake before stopping above a set of small mountains. That's where my mother's cave abode is, Senior Han. Aside from my mother and myself, there are some sisters and uncles of mine who are also living on these mountains, Zhu Guer said in an ecstatic voice, then immediately flew directly toward one of the mountains as a streak of silver light. It looks like she really is homesick. Otherwise, she wouldn't be rushing out without even taking her leave, Han Li chuckled. Guer has never left her home for this long before, so it's only natural that she's extremely eager to be reunited with her family, Patriarch Huasher said in a respectful voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li and Patriarch Huasher appeared in front of the ark amid a flash of azure light, and both of them began to inspect the small mountains down below. Right at this moment, Zhu Guer disappeared into a certain spot halfway up the mountain. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he waited patiently up above. He could sense that there were some people on the mountains using treasures to spy on him and the giant ark in secret, but they didn't dare to appear before him. A short while later, a young woman in a set of simple attire suddenly emerged from the mountain that Zhu Guer had disappeared into. The woman bore a strong resemblance to Zhu Guer, and she was holding tightly onto Zhu Guer's hand as both of them emerged with teary eyes. Junior Shi Xianyun pays her respects to Senior Han. Guer has told me that you are her savior. I am truly indebted to you, the woman said as she and Zhu Guer knelt down toward Han Li from down below. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he sensed the woman's spatial tempering stage cultivation base, and he said, "You must be Zhu Guer's mother. As expected, you possess a decent cultivation base. There's no need for formalities. I came here to bring Guer back home, but also to ask you some questions." "Of course. Please come in, Senior Han. I don't have any spirit tea or spirit wine to welcome you with, but I do have some spirit fruits that are very uncommon in other realms, and I hope they'll be to your liking," Shi Xianyun said in a respectful manner as she rose to her feet. "Please pardon my intrusion then. Hua Shi, you can stay out here for now," Han Li instructed. Patriarch Hua Shi gave an affirmative response, then immediately flew back onto the ark. Meanwhile, Han Li stepped forward and immediately vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Shi Xianyun amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Shi Xianyun was rather surprised by this, but she immediately made an inviting hand gesture as she said, "Please follow me, Senior Han." Thus, the three of them vanished into the mountain again. At the same time, several human cultivators were gathered in a hall in the belly of a neighboring mountain, appraising everything that was happening outside through a mirror treasure. "It really is Guer? She just came down from that black ark, so that man must be the Grand Ascension stage being we've been hearing about," a middle-aged scholarly man said as he withdrew his gaze from the mirror. "Sister Guer has been missing for a long time. Who would have thought that she would somehow become related to that Grand Ascension stage being? What do we do now? Should we inform our seniors of this?" a young man asked in a hesitant manner. Given how eye-catching that ark is, do you think our seniors wouldn't have already heard about his arrival? It's a massive opportunity for us that Guer has established ties with a Grand Ascension stage senior, so let's just observe for now, the scholarly man said. Everyone else nodded in agreement to this proposed course of action. Similar scenes were being repeated in all of the other nearby mountains as well. At this point, Shi Xianyun had already led Han Li through a bluestone corridor and arrived in a stone hall with elegant decor. A stone cauldron was situated in each corner of the hall, and within each cauldron was a stick of burning fragrant incense that was blackish yellow in color. Once Han Li took a seat on a stone chair beside a wooden table, Shi Xianyun clapped her hands together, and a white light flashed from a side entrance of the hall, upon which a snowy white squirrel that was around a foot tall appeared, carrying a huge fruit platter with its front limbs. The squirrel had a pair of intelligent black eyes, and even though it was walking in a rather wobbly manner, it was making no sound at all and was very agile. It quickly made its way over to the stone table, then set down the fruit platter in a well-rehearsed manner. After that, it turned toward Han Li and made a string of pleasant squeaking sounds while wagging its bushy tail from side to side. "Don't be rude, Shuer. Go away for now, I'll give you a spiritual attainment pill later," Shi Xianyun scolded. "Hee, this is a snow squirrel beast, right? How interesting, these beasts are quite rare even in the spirit realm. Looks like it's only a step away from attaining full intelligence. In that case I'll give it a hand," Han Li said with a faint smile, then flicked a thumb-sized pill out of his sleeve. The snow squirrel beast's eyes immediately lit up upon catching a whiff of the pill's aroma, and it instantly sprang up to swallow the pill before landing beside the stone table. It then let loose a low snarl, and all of its snowy white fur turned a bright red color while standing up on end. A string of cracks and pops rang out within its body, and it rolled onto the ground, much to Shi Xianyun's alarm. "Senior Han, what is?" "Rest assured, mother, Senior Han wouldn't hurt Shuer. On the contrary, Shuer is currently in a very fortunate situation," Zhu Guer said with a wide smile. All of a sudden, the snow squirrel beast's aura was noticeably elevated, and after letting loose another low snarl, it stood up again in a shaky manner, then cast its gaze toward Han Li as it said, "Thank you for granting me that medicine, Senior. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least over 1,000 more years to reach this point." You were almost there anyway. Otherwise, even with that pill, you wouldn't have been able to reach this stage," Han Li replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand. At this point, Shi Xianyun had returned to her senses, and she also offered her gratitude toward Han Li in the snow squirrel beast's stead before dismissing the beast. The snow squirrel beast bent its front limbs and kowtowed toward Han Li, then left the hall in a rather reluctant manner. Guer has given me a brief recount of her time with you. She was truly fortunate to have encountered you even after falling into the Elder Devil realm. If you haven't saved her, this reunion would have never happened. Also, you mentioned that you had some questions to ask me. I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my abilities, Shi Xianyun said in a respectful manner. Even though it was a coincidence that I encountered Guer in the Elder Devil realm, there was something about her that attracted my attention. By the way, I heard from Guer that you were only at the nascent soul stage, yet you've already reached the spatial tempering stage. You must have encountered some type of miraculous opportunity to facilitate such rapid progression, right? Han Li said in an unhurried manner. Prior to Guer's disappearance, I was only at the late nascent soul stage, and I did indeed encounter a massive opportunity that allowed me to reach the spatial tempering stage in such a short time. Senior Han, would you be able to elaborate on what it is about Guer that caught your notice? Shi Xianyun asked. It looks like Guer hasn't had a chance to tell you about this yet. In that case, I'd be happy to explain, Han Li said with a smile. Please go ahead, Senior, Shi Xianyun prompted. Do you know how Guer came into contact with the greater incarnation arts? Han Li asked. Shi Xianyun faltered slightly upon hearing this, and she took a glance at Guer before replying, Of course I do, I was the one who taught her the cultivation art. I see, but according to Guer, the main cultivation art you're using isn't the greater incarnation arts. Instead, it's the very common clear chi arts. What I want to know is from whom did you obtain the greater incarnation arts from, Han Li said in a calm manner. So this is the question you have. I'm afraid this places me in a slight predicament. I obtained the greater incarnation arts from another senior, but I swore a vow not to reveal their identity to anyone without their agreement and before Guer attains a certain level of mastery over this cultivation art, Shi Xianyun said with a hesitant look in her eyes. I see. Let me ask you another question. Is this senior a man or a woman? Surely you can tell me at least that much. Rest assured, if that person really is the one I'm looking for, then we share an extremely close relationship, and I would love to meet them, Han Li said with a calm smile. After hesitating for a long while, Shi Xianyun finally gritted her teeth and replied, The person who bestowed the greater incarnation arts upon me is a woman. If she really is an acquaintance of yours, then I can make an exception and inform her of your arrival to see if she would be willing to meet you. You're a Grand Ascension Stage Senior and you saved Guer's life, so I'm sure that Senior wouldn't blame me for this. However, if she refuses to see you, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. Just inform her of my name and regardless of the outcome, I'll be indebted to you for this, Han Li said with a smile. I wouldn't dare, Senior. What I'm doing for you completely pales in comparison to the fact that you saved Guer's life. I'll send a message to that Senior right away. Please give me a moment, Senior Han, Shi Xianyun said in a respectful manner, then pulled a jade pendant treasure out of her sleeve. She quickly inscribed some text upon the jade pendant with her finger, then crushed it into powder, which immediately dissipated as specks of white light. At the same time, the white-robed woman seated on the silver disc in that mysterious secret chamber suddenly opened her eyes, and she raised a hand, upon which several lines of glowing white text appeared before her amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. After only a brief examination of the message, the woman began to tremble slightly, and she swept a sleeve through the air to erase the text, then conjured up a string of glowing white text herself before that message also vanished into thin air. At the same time, several streaks of light were hurriedly flying toward the valley outside the secret chamber. Meanwhile, a faint buzzing sound rang out within Shi Xianyun's sleeve, and she immediately pulled another jade slip out of that sleeve. There was a message inscribed upon the jade slip, and after reading the message she turned to Han Li with an ecstatic expression. Senior Han, that Senior has agreed to come and meet you tomorrow morning. A hint of barely detectable excitement flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he offered Shi Xianyun her gratitude before asking her some questions about the small spirit sky. He had already learned some things about the small spirit sky through Zhu Guer, but Shi Xianyun was naturally more knowledgeable about this realm. Close to an hour later, their conversation concluded, and Han Li euphemistically refused Shi Xianyun's offer to stay before departing from the hall and flying back onto the Ink Spirit Holy Arkansas. The Ark was hovering in mid-air between several mountains, and at this point, a series of high-grade human cultivators had already gathered on the nearby mountains. However, none of them dared to approach Han Li, and were lingering extremely far away in a cautious manner, appraising the giant ark from afar. Some of the more opportunistic individuals among them had sent out disciples to visit Shi Xianyun or visited her themselves right after Han Li left her cave abode, hoping to find out some information about Han Li from her. Chapter 2399, Reunion 2. Shi Xianyun didn't dare to disrespect these high-grade cultivators, and there wasn't anything to hide anyway, so she willingly revealed Han Li's identity to everyone. Thus, it quickly became common knowledge in the nearby area that Han Li really was a Grand Ascension stage human being from the spirit realm. Everyone was extremely excited to hear this, and they were itching to visit Han Li in person on his ark. However, as soon as they reached within half a kilometer of the ark, they were kept out by an invisible restriction, and they didn't dare to try and break through the restriction by force, so they could only depart again. The next morning, several streaks of light shot forth from the distance. Han Li was meditating in the ark's cabin when he opened his eyes and made a hand seal to withdraw the invisible restriction, then emerged from the cabin before arriving at the front of the ark. The streaks of light arrived above the giant ark in a flash, then faded to reveal several human cultivators. These cultivators all stopped over 1,000 feet above the ark, with the exception of a white-robed woman who resembled a celestial maiden, who drifted down directly toward Han Li with an elated smile. As soon as Han Li caught sight of this woman, the entire world around him faded from his field of view. The woman quickly arrived in front of Han Li, then said, "You've finally found your way here. I never doubted that this day would come, but I really have missed you during our time apart." "Wanner," Han Li called out in the gentlest of voices, then reached out to carefully caress the woman's silky smooth cheek, as if he were stroking a priceless treasure. Indeed, this white-robed woman was none other than Nangong Wan, whom Han Li had been searching for many years, and she was also the vastly renowned fairy moon of the small spirit sky's human race. A stir immediately ran through the onlooking human cultivators upon seeing this. Nangong Wan was currently the undisputed most powerful being in the human race, and that, in conjunction with her stunning beauty, made her a goddess in the eyes of countless young male cultivators. As such, everyone was stunned that she was being so intimate with a male cultivator from another realm, and there was no lack of envy and jealousy either. Only the group of cultivators who had accompanied Nangong Wan to the ark were unsurprised to see this, but they also had complex looks in their eyes. In the next instant, Nangong Wan dove forward into Han Li's embrace. Half a day later, Nangong Wan was nestled up in Han Li's arms with a captivating blush on her face. The two of them were lying on a pristine white stone bed in an elegantly decorated bedroom on the ark, and Nangong Wan was giving Han Li a recount of her past experiences. 1. It turned out that after Han Li ascended to the spirit realm, Nangong Wan also reached a bottleneck after many years of arduous cultivation. Thus, she had no choice but to follow in Han Li's footsteps and enter a certain spatial node to ascend to the spirit realm. At this point in her story, Nangong Wan paused and heaved a faint sigh. "What happened? Did you encounter a spatial storm as well?" Han Li asked in a gentle voice as he inhaled her familiar scent. Nangong Wan hesitated momentarily before replying, "I didn't encounter a spatial storm, but I did encounter two almighty beings battling inside the spatial node. Their battle had disrupted the spatial power within the spatial node, and that was how I fell into the small spirit sky." Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. Who would dare to battle in a spatial node? Were they Grand Ascension stage beings? No, they were the true spirit Rahu that you had once encountered, and another ancient true spirit being the 100-head insect. At the time, the two of them were already on the brink of death, and the final blows that they dealt upon one another completely shattered the spatial node. Thus, both of their bodies and I fell into the small spirit sky. Somehow, I remained largely unscathed and was granted a miraculous opportunity, Nangong Wan explained. "I see. Could it be that the opportunity you were referring to were those two true spirit bodies?" Han Li asked. "That's right. Both the Rahu and the 100-head insect are ranked quite high even among true spirits. Setting everything else aside, their cores contain an enormous amount of energy, making them invaluable assets to cultivators. This was how I was able to reach my current cultivation base in no more than 2,000 years, even though the spiritual chi in the small spirit sky is far less abundant than in the spirit realm. In comparison, it's far more impressive that you were able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage in the same period of time, even if you were in the spirit realm. The more I progress in my cultivation, the more I come to understand how difficult it is to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Even with those true spirit cores at my disposal, I'm still not very confident in successfully making that breakthrough, Nangongwan said as she turned to Han Li with a hint of undisguised intrigue in her eyes. I was very lucky to have progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, and I only completed the breakthrough after making extensive preparations. Back when I emerged from the spatial node at the deity transformation stage, it wasn't all smooth sailing for me. I was severely wounded in a spatial storm, and I even completely lost my magic power at one point. Thus, Han Li also began to deliver a recount of his own. Of course, there were some things that he had to keep secret, and he glossed over those matters through ambiguous wording. Even so, an amused smile still appeared on Nangongwan's face upon hearing about Han Li's encounters with Yuan Yao in the Infernal River and Violet Spirit in the Elder Devil realm. Who would have thought that Yuan Yao and Violet Spirit would also encounter significant opportunities of their own? Perhaps they'll follow you even after you ascend to the true immortal realm someday. Surely you jest, Wanner. I only encountered the two of them through sheer coincidence. As for ascending to the true immortal realm, that's going to be extremely difficult, and I have no confidence that I'll be able to achieve such a monumental feat. By the way, why did you bestow the greater incarnation arts upon Guar? Her mother's rapid progression also had something to do with you, right? Han Li asked. Nangongwan was very familiar with Han Li's past with Violet Spirit and Yuan Yao, so she naturally wasn't jealous of them. Instead, she was more amused than anything else. Guer is someone I discovered to have great aptitude for cultivating the greater incarnation arts, so I took her as my disciple. However, I was guarding the secret of the two true spirit cores in my possession, so it would have been quite risky for me to take a disciple on an official basis. Thus, I indirectly passed on the cultivation art to Guer through her mother. Guer certainly didn't disappoint me. She made very fast progress in the greater incarnation arts, but due to an accident she fell into the Elder Devil realm. As such, I had no choice but to accept her mother as an in-name disciple. She's not as suited to cultivating the greater incarnation arts as Guer, but she possesses outstanding cultivation aptitude. I was planning to attempt to break through to the Grand Ascension stage in several centuries, and I needed someone I could trust to protect me during the breakthrough, so I used the true spirit cores to elevate her cultivation base to the spatial tempering stage in a short time. Barring any mishaps, I had intended to elevate her cultivation base all the way up to the early body integration stage before stopping, Nangongwan revealed. I see. Now that I'm here, you don't need to worry about these things. With my protection, no one will be able to disrupt your tribulation transcendence. Also, once we return to the spirit realm, I have some ways to increase your chances of making a successful breakthrough, Han Li said. What? Can you really do that? Nangongwan was very surprised to hear this. Hehe, do you really think I'm only a normal Grand Ascension stage being? I don't mean to boast, but even if I were to come up against an ancient true spirit, the outcome of that battle would be very unclear, Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. That's incredible. If I didn't know that you weren't the type to exaggerate such matters, I would be struggling to believe you. By the way, you mentioned taking me back to the spirit realm. Could it be that the passageway between the two realms still hasn't disappeared? What if someone else has already discovered its location? Nangongwan hurriedly asked. That passageway isn't going to disappear in a short time, and I concealed it with a formation so no one would be able to detect its exact location. Is there something on your mind, Wanner? Han Li could sense that there was something that Nangongwan wanted to say. During my time in the small spirit sky, I've made some very good friends. They've all reached bottlenecks in their cultivation, and if they want to progress further, their only chance would be to go to the spirit realm. Also, there are some juniors in our human race with exceptional aptitude. If you can return to the spirit realm, then you may as well take them with you, Nangongwan replied. That wouldn't be an issue, but those people are the pillars of human race here in the small spirit sky. If I take them all away, our human race is going to be oppressed by the other races. Unfortunately, the passageway isn't stable enough for me to take the entire human race with me, Han Li said with furrowed brows. I'm aware of that as well, but now that an opportunity to go to the spirit realm has been presented, I don't think any of them would be willing to give up on it, Nangongwan sighed. Alright, here's what we'll do. Get them to send several representatives to come and see me in 3 days, and I'll take care of everything, Han Li suddenly said with a smile as he stroked his own chin. 1. https://imager.com/a/GUSTZNP 3 days later, Han Li met the 4-body integration stage human cultivators in the hall of his ark, while Nangongwan sat beside him. The four cultivators extended respectful bows toward Han Li as soon as they entered the room. We pay our respects to Senior Han. No need for formalities. I'm sure all of you already know about my relationship with Wanner, and similarly, I know why you've come to visit me, Han Li said. Among the four human cultivators, a white-haired elderly man lowered his head in a respectful manner and replied, "The four of us possess aptitude that isn't inferior to anyone, but we're limited by the fact that we're in the small spirit sky. If you can take us back with you to the spirit realm, we'll be forever indebted to you, Senior Han. I must thank you all for looking after Wanner for all these years, so it's no issue for me to take you back to the spirit realm. However, before we go, we have to take care of some matters in the small spirit sky first. The last thing I would want to see is for our human race to be enslaved by other races as soon as we leave," Han Li said. The four cultivators' hearts stirred slightly upon hearing this, and a blue-robed woman stepped forward as she said, "We'll do everything you say, Senior Han." Her three companions also nodded in agreement. "In that case, I'll take the lead here. When you go back, select the top 100 or so most outstanding juniors of the human race, and I'll take them along with the four of you back to the spirit realm. At the same time, make an announcement that I'll be returning to the small spirit sky at random points in time to take the next batch of most outstanding human juniors with me," Han Li instructed in an implacable manner. "Rest assured, Senior, we'll be sure to carry out your instructions to the best of our abilities," the white-haired elderly man hurriedly replied. "Good. Prior to returning to the spirit race, I'll be making a visit to all of the other areas of the small spirit sky to teach the other races a lesson so they wouldn't dare to target our human race. I'll also leave a few powerful treasures behind so that our human race will be able to ward off potential invasions from other races even without any body integration stage beings among its ranks. With these measures in place, we won't have to worry about our brethren even after I take you all away," Han Li said. The four cultivators were naturally ecstatic to hear this, and they immediately gave affirmative responses. Indeed, with these measures implemented, the humans of the small spirit sky would have nothing to worry about. Thus, the four cultivators asked Han Li a few more questions about the specific details of their plan, then departed from the ark. Throughout this entire meeting, Nangong remained silent, but once the four cultivators left, she turned to Han Li with a smile and said, "It'll most likely take them quite some time to select the group of juniors for us to take back to the spirit realm. During this time, how about I accompany you to the other races? I spent most of my time in seclusion, but I'm still far more familiar with the small spirit sky than you are." "That would be great. I was also hoping that you would come with me," Han Li replied with a smile. 2 days later, Han Li instructed Patriarch Hua Shi to depart from the Ink Spirit Holy Ark with a group of puppets. After scouring the small spirit sky for some special materials, he and Nangong also departed from the ark, while Zhu Guer was left behind to look after the ark, having been officially accepted by Nangong to become her disciple. Half a month later, a strange being with the upper body of a human and a near-transparent lower body was fleeing for its life, traversing through several volcanoes that was littered with all types of round black stones. A burst of loud rumbling rang out up above, and a massive golden hand that covered virtually the entire sky appeared before descending from above, sending a burst of enormous force crashing downward. The peculiar being was extremely alarmed to see this, and it instantly accelerated by over twofold, covering a distance of several thousand feet in a flash. However, even though the giant golden hand seemed to be descending very slowly, it appeared above the peculiar being's head in a flash before thrusting down like lightning. Despite the semi-transparent being's special constitution and protective treasures, it was completely powerless against the giant golden hand and was crushed like a fly amid an anguished howl. The golden hand then also disappeared, following which Han Li and Nangong appeared in the sky above amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Nangong currently wore an astonished expression as she said, "That was the most powerful being of the wind spirit race, and he was on the cusp of reaching the grand ascension stage, yet he couldn't even withstand a single attack from you. I fully believe what you said about not being an ordinary grand ascension stage being now." "Oh, were you skeptical about my claims before this?" Han Li asked as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "I believed you from the start, but how was I supposed to know that you'd be this powerful? With your powers, surely you stand at the pinnacle of even the spirit realm," Nangong said. "Hehe, you'll find out the answer to that once we return to the spirit realm. Let's go, our next target is the most powerful being of the giant mantis race, Gang Jin," Han Li chuckled. Nangong merely rolled her eyes in response and raised no objections. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up both of them before flying away. A month later, tens of thousands of giant gray praying mantises were rushing toward a gray light barrier in a relentless wave. There was a small black mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall hovering within the gray light barrier, and atop the small mountain stood Han Li and Nangong Wan. Behind this wave of giant praying mantises was a massive human-faced insect that was 5 times larger than its brethren, and it was appraising Han Li's duo from afar with a grim expression. The giant insect had black patterns that were flashing all over its body, and under the influence of those black patterns, the bodies of the other insects were enshrouded within layers of faint crimson light. It's quite remarkable that you're able to control so many of your brethren and temporarily enhance their powers to such a significant degree, but unfortunately this won't work against me, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. Immediately thereafter, a ball of golden lightning the size of a house emerged amid a rumbling thunderclap, then swelled drastically in size, releasing countless arcs of golden lighting that intertwined to form a massive net that descended to encompass virtually the entire insect swarm. All of the praying mantises within the net of golden lightning were instantly reduced to ashes, but the human-faced insect suddenly opened its mouth to release a ball of dark green liquid, tearing a large hole into the lightning net overhead, through which it was able to escape. A pair of azure wings appeared on its back, and it flapped its wings vigorously, preparing to unleash a secret technique to flee the scene, but right at this moment, Han Li swept a hand through the air within the gray light barrier. Spatial fluctuations erupted beside the human-faced insect, and a streak of azure sword chi emerged before slicing the insect's body apart at an incredible speed. Immediately thereafter, the streak of sword chi transformed into an azure sword barrier that swept up the 2 halves of the insect's body. Once the sword chi dissipated, the insect's body and its nascent soul had already been reduced to nothingness. 1.5 months later, the 3 grand elders of the most populous race in the entire small spirit sky, the Crescent Moon race, were leading over 100,000 of their brethren in battle against Han Li and Nangong Wan. All of the Crescent Moon beings had arranged themselves into a formation that took advantage of the terrain, but a short while later, thousands of Crescent Moon beings were slain by Han Li, and the formation was destroyed. The 3 grand elders were also slain from afar by a few punches from Han Li. 2 months later, within a swamp that was filled with rotting vegetation and poisonous mist, the grand elder of the most mysterious race in the small spirit sky, the Night Slumber race, voluntarily pledged subordination to Han Li. At the same time, he swore a vow that so long as he lived, his race wouldn't take a single step out of the swamp. Within the short span of just a few months, Han Li and Nangong Wan visited all of the foreign races in the small spirit sky, killing or taming all of the most powerful beings of those races, and it was as if doomsday had descended upon the small spirit sky. The human race was naturally ecstatic to hear this, and Han Li quickly became such a household name that even children who barely knew how to speak were already aware of his name. At this point, the human race had also selected over 100 of its most exceptional juniors after a series of fierce competitions. 3 months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark returned to the Green Sea, and not only was it carrying Han Li and Nangong Wan, they were accompanied by the 4 body integration stage human cultivators and the juniors that had been selected. As for the green spirit beings in the Green Sea, they had already fled far away, staying thousands of kilometers away from the giant ark. Finally, the ark drew to a halt above a massive tree. Han Li cast his gaze downward before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward the tree, upon which the tree abruptly vanished to reveal a ball of rainbow light. "Let's go. I wonder when we'll return to this realm next," Han Li murmured to himself, following which the giant black ark sped forward at his behest, shrinking down rapidly mid-flight before vanishing into the ball of light. In the air above a certain region of the sea in the spirit realm, 2 groups of whale-like low-grade sea beasts were engaged in a fierce battle for some unknown reason. Sections of beast carcasses were occasionally rising up out of the seawater, and the nearby area of the sea had been completely stained red. All of a sudden, an extremely fearsome aura erupted from the seabed, and the 2 groups of sea beasts immediately ceased their battle before fleeing in different directions in an alarmed manner. In the blink of an eye, peace and quiet returned. Right at this moment, the seawater parted, and a giant black ark emerged on the surface of the ocean. The ark was over 10,000 feet in length, resembling a massive black beast. The deck of the ark was packed with human cultivators, most of whom appeared to be quite young, and they were all extremely excited as they took in their surroundings. There were also some cultivators who had closed their eyes and seemed to be sensing something in silence. The Ink Spirit Holy Ark had returned from the small spirit sky, and in the instant that it did so, the passageway in the form of the ball of rainbow light finally crumbled. Thus, if Hanli wanted to return to the small spirit sky in the future, then he would have to seek out another corresponding ancient altar for a chance to do so. At this moment, Han Li and Nan Gongwan were standing side by side at the front of the ark, and everyone else gave them a wide berth out of respect. So this is the spirit realm. As expected, the purity of the spiritual chi here really is far superior to that of the small spirit sky. Only in a place like this will cultivators like us have a chance at making further progress and strive toward ascension to the true immortal realm, Nan Gongwan murmured to herself. The spirit realm is indeed a superior place for cultivation than the small spirit sky, but there still aren't that many grand ascension stage beings in this realm. 4 weaker races like our human race, having 1 or 2 grand ascension stage beings would be enough to claim a spot in the spirit realm. However, there are some super races that possess numbers of grand ascension stage beings in the double digits. Of course, there are disparities in power even among grand ascension stage beings, and the most powerful grand ascension stage beings can match true spirits in battle and easily slay several ordinary grand ascension stage beings at once, Han Li said with a smile. During his time in the small spirit sky, he had already given everyone a rough description of the spirit realm and the human race here, so they weren't completely oblivious to this realm. Judging from the confidence you're exuding, you must be one of those anomalies among grand ascension stage beings. I didn't think that our human race would be in such a bad situation in the spirit realm, but surely the situation is going to improve with your efforts, Nan Gongwan sighed. I'm confident in my ability to match any grand ascension stage being in battle, but I've only recently progressed to the grand ascension stage myself, so it'll take some time for me to lead the human race on a resurgence, Han Li said. Of course. I trust that you'll definitely be able to accomplish this someday, Nan Gongwan said as she turned to Han Li with a gentle look in her eyes. I certainly hope so, Han Li replied. How are we going to return to the Tianyuan continent? Are we going to cross the sea? Nan Gongwan asked. That won't be necessary. I'm familiar with the manager of the Helian Trade Guild on the nearby Blood Sky continent. He should be able to arrange for a teleportation formation to send us back to the Tianyuan continent, Han Li replied. That would be best. I really want to see the habitat of our human race in this spirit realm, Nan Gongwan said with a smile. Han Li merely smiled and offered no response, then directed the Ink Spirit Holy Ark toward the Blood Sky continent. Several months later, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark arrived above a certain major seaside city on the Blood Sky continent, and it was hovering in midair above a triangular building. Han Li and Nan Gongwan were situated in the hall of the building, speaking to an uneasy middle-aged man who was sweating profusely. What? You're telling me that fellow Taoist Bai Ying has already perished and your trade guild has withdrawn most of its forces? Are you sure you're not playing a prank on me? How could this have happened in such a short time? Han Li interrogated with a cold expression. I wouldn't dare lie to you, especially not about something like this, Senior Han. Almost everyone on the Blood Sky continent is already aware of this. If you don't believe me, you can go ask anyone else, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a wry smile. How was that man able to kill so many Grand Ascension stage beings at once? It's downright unimaginable no matter how I look at it. Has your trade guild managed to ascertain that man's identity yet? Han Li asked. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that. Perhaps our headquarters will have more accurate information, but I'm only responsible for this branch, so I don't know much at all, the middle-aged man replied after a brief moment of hesitation. You don't know much? That means you know something, so go ahead and tell us what you know. Surely my Dao companion is qualified to hear this information, Nan Gongwan said with a smile. Han Li had naturally already told her about the man who had performed several large-scale blood sacrifices on the Blood Sky continent, and she had been given a massive fright upon hearing about such a fearsome figure. Of course. If Senior Han wishes to hear the information I have, then I'll tell you everything I know, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response. Nan Gongwan also put on a serious expression as she prepared to listen to what the man had to say. The middle-aged man reflexively lowered his voice as he revealed, the circumstances surrounding that man are very peculiar. He seems to have initially appeared on the Blood Sky continent, but it can be ascertained through his cultivation arts and abilities that he's definitely not actually from this continent, or even this realm for that matter. Thus, there are circulating theories stating that he could be a powerful being from another realm, or a true immortal who descended from a higher realm. According to the information I've received, I think the latter is most likely to be true. Nangong Wan's expression immediately changed slightly upon hearing this, and even Han Li was quite stunned by this revelation. How can you be so sure that this man is a true immortal? Apparently, there was a witness who saw that man in battle from afar, and he seemed to have incurred backlash from the power of the realm in the form of chains of laws, which had bound his physical body and sealed away most of his powers. If this man isn't a true immortal, then how could that have happened? There are some extremely fearsome beings that exist in more powerful realms, but none of them are capable of killing so many Grand Ascension stage beings at once, especially when there are beings of Master Bai Ying's caliber among them. Even the ancient true spirits, heavenly phoenixes and true dragons, shouldn't be capable of this, the middle-aged man analyzed. If those really were chains of laws, then your analysis is most likely correct. However, I'm still rather skeptical that a true immortal would descend into our spirit realm. I'll pay the headquarters of your trade guild a visit to make sense of the situation. By the way, now that fellow Taoist Bai Ying has passed away, who's managing the trade guild? And where is that man now? Is he still performing blood sacrifices? Han Li asked. Our trade guild is currently being joint managed by several elders, and a new manager will be selected in the future. As for that man, he's continuing to perform blood sacrifices, and almost all of the living beings in the eastern region of the Blood Sky continent have been wiped out. However, around 2 months ago he forced his way into the Blood Mark sect and slew 2 of the sect's Grand Ascension stage seniors along with thousands of disciples, then departed using the sect's intercontinental teleportation formation, the middle-aged man replied. Han Li and Nangong Wan's expressions both changed slightly upon hearing this, and the former asked, Intercontinental teleportation formation? Do you know which continent he went to? According to our investigation, he seemed to have traveled to the Thunder continent, the middle-aged man replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, but the concern in his eyes lingered as he asked the middle-aged man a few more questions before departing from the hall with Nangong Wan, flying back to the giant black arc in the sky. In the air above a boundless green lake on the Thunder continent, a translucent thread was flying through the air at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a distance of tens of thousands of feet, and it continued onward without pause. All of a sudden, an island with sparse greenery appeared up ahead, and the translucent thread abruptly descended toward it. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the summit of the only mountain on the island, and a white-robed young man appeared alongside a silver-robed woman, the former of which was half knelt on the ground. We'll rest for 4 hours then continue, the white-robed young man said after throwing up a mouthful of blood, then rising to his feet in the crater in an unsteady manner. Is 4 hours going to be enough? You're already severely depleted. There's no way you can continue to frequently unleash that secret technique like this, the silver-robed woman said. Do you have a better plan? I don't know what's going on with that bastard, but he's suddenly entirely fixated on hunting us down rather than performing more blood sacrifices. If he hadn't suddenly arrived at the Blood Mark sect before I even had a chance to correctly calibrate the teleportation formation, we wouldn't have ended up here on the Thunder continent, the white-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. These two were none other than the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix, who had been pursued all the way onto the Thunder continent by Ma Liang. We've most likely truly enraged him by luring him into that trap set by the Blood Dao sects on the Blood Sky continent. In any case, there's no point in talking about that now. Do you have any other ways to shake off that man? It won't be long before he catches up to us again, the ice phoenix replied. If I did, do you think I would have persisted with this method for so long? He looks like we're a pair of tragic lovebirds, the 6-winged frost centipede chuckled. Tui? Who wants to be lovebirds with you? Sit down, I'll use a secret technique to assist you, the ice phoenix instructed. The 6-winged frost centipede faltered slightly upon hearing this. What could you possibly do to help me? My cultivation base may be far inferior to yours, but I'm still a descendant of the 5-colored heavenly phoenix, and I possess some innate secret techniques that are beyond your imagination, the ice phoenix replied in a proud manner. The 6-winged frost centipede's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said, In that case, I guess it couldn't hurt to try. After that, he sat down in the crater with his legs crossed and closed his eyes without any hesitation. The ice phoenix heaved a faint sigh before appearing behind him and also taking a seat. She then opened her mouth to expel a cloud of white glacial chi that was flashing incessantly, and there was a thumb-sized 5-colored bead within the cloud. Immediately thereafter, she made a hand seal, and a massive ice phoenix projection emerged behind her. The projection let loose a clear cry, then spread its wings to release countless threads of translucent light, all of which vanished into the bead in a flash. All of a sudden, layers of extremely rich energy began to appear around the bead, and the energy was so dense that it had attained a virtually viscous liquid state. The ice phoenix gritted her teeth as she pointed a finger at the bead, and it immediately vanished into the six-winged frost centipede's back in a flash. After that, the ice phoenix began to chant an incantation while making a rapid string of hand seals, and a layer of translucent light began to emanate from her body. At the same time, her face gradually took on a translucent quality, presenting a very peculiar sight to behold. The six-winged frost centipede currently felt as if there were countless wisps of glacial energy flowing from a certain point on his back into all of his meridians, then converged toward his dantian. At the center of his dantian was a very exhausted nascent soul, but it was immediately reinvigorated and burst into celebration upon receiving this influx of energy. This is your essential power. You're able to inject your essence directly into me. The six-winged frost centipede's eyes immediately sprang open with surprise and elation. It's all thanks to the fact that we're both glacial beings and our essential abilities are quite similar. Otherwise, even if I were willing to offer you my essential power, I wouldn't be able to do so, the ice phoenix replied in an expressionless manner. With the injection of your essential power, I'll be able to unleash my secret technique to continue in our escape. However, your cultivation base is quite lackluster, so you won't be able to do this many more times. We have to think of another way to shake off that bastard, the six-winged frost centipede said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. The ice phoenix's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Have you thought of something? I had devised a plan to divert the enemy, but he was pursuing us too closely, so I never had a chance to implement it. However, now that you've bought me some time with this influx of essential power, there's a chance we'll be able to do it, the six-winged frost centipede revealed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and recover your energy so we can implement the plan, the ice phoenix urged. That's precisely what I was planning to do. Once I recover somewhat, we'll travel to the nearest city with a teleportation formation, then get to the territory of the Jiaoqi race as soon as possible. I've heard that the Jiaoqi race is one of the premier superpowers on the Thunder Continent with many Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks. They should have a decent chance of stalling that madman, the six-winged frost centipede replied. A month later, one of the main cities of the Jiaoqi race, Spirit Cap City, was completely inundated by a boundless river of blood. Countless Jiaoqi beings were struggling and wailing desperately, but all to no avail, and they could only look on helplessly as their blood and flesh slowly disintegrated to fuse as one with the river of blood. In the air above the river hovered a black-robed young man, and the bodies of hundreds of high-grade Jiaoqi beings were hovering beside him. One of the bodies had had the top of its head opened up, and its cranial cavity was completely empty. All of a sudden, a rumbling thunderclap rang out in the distant sky, and a green cloud appeared before rushing over as a sea of mist. The black-robed young man's expression remained completely unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the sea of mist. In the blink of an eye, the sea of green mist reached the river of blood, then transformed into a giant green devil that was over 10,000 feet tall with a single straight horn on its head, green devilish eyes all over its body, and a shimmering golden pagoda in its hand. How dare you perform a blood sacrifice in Spirit Cap City? Do you not fear the dire consequences of your actions? And where is fellow Taoist Tianxiang? Why is he allowing you to do this? The green devil roared with an enraged look in its thousands of devilish eyes. Tianxiang? Are you talking about this piece of trash here who detonated his own nascent soul? The young man asked as he pointed at the body with the empty cranial cavity. That's impossible. Fellow Taoist Tianxiang's powers are second to none, and he has the formation of Spirit Cap City to assist him. How could he have suffered such a gruesome fate? The green devil roared in an alarmed and enraged voice. There's no need to be so surprised. If you don't hand over the two people I'm looking for, you'll also end up like him, the young man said, and his expression suggested that the green devil was already as good as dead in his eyes. The green devil's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Which two people are you looking for? These two, have you seen them? The young man swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, releasing a scroll that slowly unfurled itself, revealing a pair of extremely lifelike portraits of the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix. They don't look like beings of our Jiaoqi race. How could I have possibly seen them before? How are they related to you and why are you searching for them in our race? The green devil asked. I'm not very happy with that answer. Also, I'm the one asking questions here, not you. I'll give you 3 days to find these 2 people. If you can't do that, then I'll sacrifice your entire Jiaoqi race city by city, the young man said in an unhurried manner as he pointed a finger at the scroll to withdraw it up his own sleeve again. The Green Devil was enraged to the point of bursting into laughter upon hearing this. You want to sacrifice our entire race? Ah, never have I heard something so insolent before. I can tell you now that not only do I not know these 2 people, even if I did, there's no way I would hand them over to you. In that case, you can stay here and become a part of my blood sacrifice, the young man said. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. As soon as his voice trailed off, a rumbling boom rang out within the river of blood down below, and around a dozen crimson chains shot out before hurtling directly toward the Green Devil. In retaliation, the Green Devil let loose a thunderous roar and hurled his golden pagoda through the air. The pagoda swelled to countless times its original size mid-flight before crashing down toward the young man, and at the same time, countless threads of green light erupted out of the devilish eyes all over its body to oppose the oncoming crimson chains. Thus, a ferocious battle ensued above the river of blood, but it didn't last very long. An earth-shattering boom rang out as all of the green mist was scattered by some type of invisible power. The Green Devil was already nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a pile of countless shattered green crystals. As for the young man, a ball of green light had appeared in his hand, and within the ball of light was a nascent soul that was struggling frantically in a horrified manner, but was unable to escape. A cold smile appeared on the young man's face as he appraised the nascent soul, and he thrust a finger into the ball of light, striking the nascent soul's head with unerring accuracy. The nascent soul immediately let loose an anguished howl and fell completely still. Only after a full 15 minutes had passed by did the young man withdraw his finger from the ball of light, then tossed it down into the river of blood below. In the next instant, a buzzing sound rang out from the river of blood, and it began to surge toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, a pair of ordinary-looking Jiaoqi beings were situated countless kilometers away, fleeing as quickly as they could toward another major city of the Jiaoqi race. The duo was comprised of a man and a woman, and the latter sighed, "I didn't think this method would be so effective. Who would have thought that that madman would immediately sacrifice the entire spirit-capped city upon his arrival?" Even the Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi being guarding the city had his nascent soul torn out and destroyed. That's not all that surprising. Do you really think he would have failed to see through the fact that we had possessed this pair of Jiaoqi beings? He was simply looking for an excuse to perform a blood sacrifice anyway, so he's going along with our plan for now. With his powers as a true immortal, there's no way an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being would have been able to pose any resistance to him. The male Jiaoqi being replied with a cold smile. That's true. What's most unexpected to me is that you know such a profound possession secret technique that can temporarily shake off that man's surveillance. If we had used this secret technique earlier, we wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state, the female Jiaoqi being said. You don't know anything. This secret technique is different from normal possession techniques as it involves completely planting one's soul into another physical body. It's extremely dangerous to use, and the success rate for me is only around 70%. On top of that, once this secret technique is unleashed, my original body will have to go into hibernation. During that time, it'll be carried by the newly possessed body, and in this new body, my powers will be severely restricted. As such, I wouldn't take such a huge risk by resorting to this technique if I had any other choice. As for why it was able to shake off that man's surveillance, I presume that's because this is also a secret technique from the true immortal realm. This is something that I didn't anticipate. I had prepared another course of action to shake him off, but that won't be necessary now, the male Jiaoqi being explained. These two were none other than the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix, who had possessed a pair of Jiaoqi beings and temporarily shaken Ma Liang off their trail. The ice phoenix was rather taken aback to hear this. How did you come into possession of this immortal secret technique? Back in the primordial world, I stumbled upon the cave abode of a foreign being and found a page of the golden jade tome that contained this secret technique. Unfortunately, the complete secret technique can only be unleashed by a true immortal. This possession technique is actually only a small part of it, and it was the only part one could cultivate. Also, this possession can only last half a day before we're forced to return to our original bodies. Otherwise, there would be a decent chance that we could just get away like this, the six-winged frost centipede replied in a slightly forlorn manner. So be it. It's already a pleasant surprise that you know this immortal secret technique that can temporarily shake that man off our trail. All we have to do is make it to another major city of the Jiaoqi race while this secret technique is still in effect. I'm sure the Grand Ascension stage beings of the Jiaoqi race wouldn't just allow that man to do as he pleases. As long as they can stall that madman for a while longer, we'll be able to find another super teleportation formation and return to the Tianyuan continent. Once that happens, it'll be very difficult for him to track us down again unless he immediately follows us into the formation. If worst comes to worst, we can go and find fellow Taoist Han. Brother Han was able to slay even the Stemborer Queen in the past. Perhaps with his powers, he'll have a way to remove the tracking marks planted in our bodies, the Ice Phoenix said. The six-winged frost centipede immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. There's no way I would turn to Han Li. I would sooner die. Given how much you've enraged that madman, if we get captured, we'll most likely suffer a fate even worse than death, the Ice Phoenix countered in a cold voice. We'll discuss this matter when we need to. Perhaps we'll be able to completely shake off that madman once we return to the Tianyuan continent, the six-winged frost centipede said as he reverted back to a calm expression. Alright, in that case we'll take things one step at a time. Let's focus on getting to the next major city for now. I can already sense that this body of mine won't be able to last much longer. That madman is going to be able to track us down again very soon, the Ice Phoenix replied. Thus, the two of them sped onward as a pair of balls of light. Half a month later, Ma Liang was just preparing to perform a blood sacrifice in another major city of the Jiaoqi race when he was ambushed by 6 Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings. Ma Liang had already slaughtered countless Jiaoqi beings, including 2 Grand Ascension stage elders, so these Grand Ascension stage beings naturally had no intention of trying to settle this peacefully. Instead, as soon as they appeared, they immediately activated an extremely powerful restriction. On this occasion, Ma Liang didn't use that talisman to remove the chains of laws within his body. Instead, he engaged the 6 Grand Ascension stage beings in a fierce battle with his handicapped powers. All 6 of these Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings were far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, and with this restriction to assist them, they could virtually dominate the entire Thunder continent. However, even though Ma Liang's powers were severely restricted, he was able to match them with his immortal secret techniques and treasures from the true immortal realm. Thus, the two sides were evenly matched, and the battle only became more and more intense. In the end, the battle lasted close to a day, and it concluded with the deaths of 4 of the Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings, while the other 2 fled with severe injuries. However, at the final juncture, the Grand Ascension stage Jiaoqi beings had detonated several incomplete profound heavenly treasures, catching Ma Liang by surprise and injuring him in the process. In a fit of fury, Ma Liang sacrificed 3 more major cities of the Jiaoqi race. In this situation, what remained of the higher-ups of the Jiaoqi race were forced to summon 3 true spirits from another space using an ancient contract. These 3 true spirits, namely the Hoof Dragon, the Grand Sparrow, and the Yang Deer, had been worshipped by the Jiaoqi race since ancient times, and they engaged Ma Liang in another epic battle. This battle lasted for 3 days, and the entire region within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was affected. Once the battle concluded, the nearby Jiaoqi beings immediately rushed over, only to find that the 3 true spirits and Ma Liang had all disappeared. The Jiaoqi race attempted to use various secret techniques to contact the 3 true spirits, all to no avail, and thus they were left at a loss for what to do. At this point, Ma Liang's egregious actions on the Blood Sky continent finally reached the ears of the people on the Thunder continent, and everyone was plunged into a state of perpetual fear given that Ma Liang had disappeared and was potentially still out there somewhere. As for the 6-winged frost centipede and the Ice Phoenix, they were naturally ecstatic to hear about Ma Liang's disappearance, and they immediately implemented their plan. Over a month later, the 2 of them entered the territory of another major race, then gained access to their super teleportation formation in exchange for some compensation, thereby allowing them to return to the Tianyuan continent. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had also appeared in a giant teleportation formation in a certain corner of the Tianyuan continent. The formation was situated in a large hall with several tens of guards nearby, and they seemed to have expected the arrival of Han Li and his entourage. The leader of the guards immediately stepped forward in a respectful manner and said, "I've been instructed to come here and meet you, Senior Han. Master Ming Zun has already been waiting for a long time, and he would like to meet you." "I certainly can't refuse an invitation from fellow Taoist Ming Zun. Go ahead and lead the way. Wanner, you can take a rest here for now," Han Li said. "Don't worry about us, we'll look after ourselves," Nangong Wan replied in a reassuring manner. Thus, Nangong Wan and the others exited the teleportation formation and sat down to meditate outside the hall. Meanwhile, Han Li was being led by the guard toward a stone cabin situated in a nearby lush forest. Before Han Li had even arrived at the stone cabin, the door was opened on its own, and Ming Zun's voice rang out from inside. "You're finally here, fellow Taoist Han. Please come in, I've been waiting for you for quite some time now." "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Taoist," Han Li said as he strode into the stone cabin. The interior of the cabin was very sparsely furnished, with only a yellow wooden table and several sandalwood chairs. A red-haired elderly man was seated on one of the chairs, inspecting a white jade slip in his hand. "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han, and do forgive me for telling Bai Ying about you," Ming Zun said with a smile as he cast his gaze toward Han Li. "It's all right. In any case, fellow Taoist Bai Ying has already passed away, so there's no need to discuss something like this," Han Li said with a shake of his head, then sat down across from Ming Zun. "Never did I think that Bai Ying would go to the other side ahead of me. Our trade guild has most likely already withdrawn its force significantly on the Blood Sky continent," Ming Zun sighed. "That is indeed the case, but with several elders managing the trade guild together, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. It was all thanks to those elders that I was able to return to the Tianyuan continent so quickly," Han Li replied. "I certainly hope that's the case. How much do you know about the culprit behind the blood sacrifices, fellow Taoist Han?" Ming Zun asked with a serious expression. "The elders of your trade guild haven't provided me with a lot of information, but what I do know is that he's definitely not inferior in power to the likes of the Stemborer Queen," Han Li replied with a grim expression. Ming Zun nodded in response. "That's true, but have you heard about the latest news regarding that man from the Thunder Continent?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "The Thunder Continent? Could it be that he's done something there as well?" "Indeed he has. In fact, he's created an even bigger stir on the Thunder Continent than on the Blood Sky Continent," Ming Zun said with a dark expression before tossing a jade slip toward Han Li. Han Li drew the jade slip into his own grasp, then immediately pressed it against his own forehead before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Moments later, his expression darkened further as he removed the jade slip from his forehead. "I didn't think that he would target the Jiaoqi race. What's the deal with his disappearance?" "It's very simple. After battling those 3 ancient true spirits, he suddenly vanished from the Thunder Continent, and no one has been able to track him down," Ming Zun replied with a hint of concern in his eyes. Han Li was instantly able to glean something from Ming Zun's expression, and he asked, "Has your trade guild already discovered something? Your wisdom is truly unmatched, fellow Taoist." "Indeed, following the conclusion of the battle, our guild sent out some people to investigate the battlefield, and there they discovered very faint spatial fluctuations, as well as signs suggesting that the nearby space had been recently torn apart. Unfortunately, no further leads were unearthed," Ming Zun replied. "In that case, he's most likely not dead. He's merely gone into hiding using his spatial powers," Han Li mused. "That's most likely the case," Ming Zun replied. "So what is your main concern and why have you invited me here?" Han Li asked. "Surely you already know the answer to those questions, Brother Han. That man has appeared on both the Blood Sky continent and the Thunder continent, so it wouldn't be strange for him to come to our Tianyuan continent next. As one of the most powerful beings in this entire spirit realm, aren't you planning to get involved in this? Aren't you concerned that this disaster could befall your human race someday? Even the Jiaoqi race has been significantly debilitated by that man. If he sets his sights on the smaller races on our Tianyuan continent, then those races will truly be in danger of being wiped out," Ming Zun replied with a smile. There are so many races on the Tianyuan continent. Why would that man just so happen to target a weak race like our human race? I think the larger races will attract his attention far more so than our human race," Han Li chuckled in response. "Through our analysis of the blood sacrifices that man has performed, we've discovered that he doesn't seem to have any clear targets, and any region with a large concentration of living beings could fall prey to him. Your human race isn't all that renowned, but that's only because it had been lacking a top-tier Grand Ascension stage being in the past. In terms of absolute population and population density, your human race ranks quite high on the Tianyuan continent. Are you sure that Madman won't set his sights there?" Ming Zun asked. Han Li's smile completely faded upon hearing this. "Are you threatening me?" "Absolutely not, I'm merely telling you the truth. Come to think of it, that man does seem to have some ties with you, so the probability that he'll target the human race isn't as low as you think," Ming Zun said. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that? Do you recognize the 2 people on these portraits, fellow Taoist Han?" Ming Zun flipped a hand over as he spoke, producing a jade slip that released a burst of light at his behest. Within the light was a pair of portraits depicting a man and a woman. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Ming Zun was completely unsurprised by Han Li's reaction, and he said, "Looks like you really do recognize these two people. Would you be able to tell me who they are?" "I only recognize one of them. That woman is an ice phoenix and she's not a human, but she does share some ties with me." "How has she gotten involved in this matter, and who is that man?" Han Li asked as he appraised the pair of portraits. "I'm not sure who that man is either. All I know is that he's most likely from the Tianyuan continent. Furthermore, according to our trade guild's investigation, his true form is a six-winged frost centipede, and even among Grand Ascension stage beings, he can be considered to be quite powerful. He and the Ice Phoenix seem to have irked that madman somehow, and they've been pursued all the way from the Blood Sky continent to the Thunder continent. I suspect the two of them may have even played a role in that man's decision to target the Jiaoqi race," Ming Zun replied with a serious expression. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "He's a six-winged frost centipede? And he's being pursued by that man? Have you recalled who this man could be, fellow Taoist?" Ming Zun asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this man seems to also be an acquaintance of mine, but I didn't think that he would become like this," Han Li replied in a contemplative manner. "So these two are both acquaintances of yours. In that case, your human race really is in grave peril. Once that madman learns about their ties with you, he'll most likely pay your human race a visit," Ming Zun said. "That's a slight exaggeration, but it does seem that I won't be able to remain uninvolved in this any longer. Where are the two of them right now? Are they still on the Thunder continent?" Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "According to our trade guild's investigation, they seem to have disappeared not long after that pursuer vanished. You're familiar with the two of them. Where do you think they could go?" Ming Zun asked. "That's hard to say. They are acquaintances of mine, but I haven't met them in many years," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "Could they possibly return to the Tianyuan continent to find you?" Ming Zun asked. "That is a possibility, and one that would be quite troublesome if it were to eventuate. By the way, how likely do you think it is that their pursuer is a true immortal?" Han Li suddenly asked. "I think it's virtually set in stone that he's a true immortal," Ming Zun replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "How are you so sure?" Han Li asked as he stroked his own chin. "It's simple. That man has unleashed several types of secret techniques and abilities from the true immortal realm. That is something that I can vouch of, as my ancestors were direct lineal descendants to true immortals. Some of the cultivation arts and secret techniques of the true immortal realm have been passed down to our realm, and there are some very detailed descriptions recorded," Ming Zun replied with a wry smile. "I see. In that case, that man must be a true immortal. That's certainly not a piece of good news. Surely you're not expecting me to face a true immortal on my own," Han Li said. "Of course not, fellow Taoist Han. I only want to unite everyone for the sake of our Tianyuan continent. Our spirit realm has already been out of contact with the true immortal realm for countless years, and we don't know what objective this true immortal has. If he's going to continue this killing spree, then we have to join forces and force him to leave or completely seal him away. Otherwise, we'll be picked off one by one eventually," Ming Zun said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. "The Blood Dao sects of the Blood Sky continent have already tried to join forces, but they were all vanquished anyway," Han Li said. "That's because they underestimated their opponent. Among the 14 Grand Ascension stage beings they gathered, only a few of them can truly be considered to be quite formidable, so their defeat was inevitable. In contrast, I'm recruiting all of the most powerful beings on our Tianyuan continent for this cause, and our trade guild will even summon some powerful true spirits to assist us, so our victory will be assured. Regardless of how powerful that true immortal is, there's no way he can contend with all of us with most of his power sealed away," Ming Zun replied. "Will you really be able to assemble such a formidable lineup? Who else has agreed to join this cause?" Han Li asked. "Aside from yourself, most of the fellow Taoists we've contacted have agreed to participate in this cause if that true immortal sets foot on our Tianyun continent. As for the rest of them, I'm sure they'll eventually also agree after weighing up their options. After all, no one wants to see a true immortal doing as he pleases on this continent," Ming Zun replied. "In that case, I'll agree to your offer for now. However, if you can't find sufficient powerful beings to join this cause, then I'll immediately turn you down," Han Li said after mulling over the proposal. Ming Zun was ecstatic to hear this, and he replied, Ha, rest assured, Brother Han, if I couldn't gather enough people, I wouldn't be willing to risk my own life either. Take this transmission talisman. I'll inform you if I receive any news about that true immortal. He raised a hand as he spoke, releasing a silver talisman out of his sleeve, which was drawn into Han Li's grasp before being stowed away. After that, a few more subjects were discussed before Han Li finally departed. Moments later, a giant black ark flew away into the distance above the stone hall, and Han Li was standing at the front of the ark, looking into the distance with a contemplative expression. The sound of footsteps rang out behind him, and Nan Gongwan made his way over to him before asking in a gentle voice, "Did fellow Taoist Ming have something important to discuss with you?" "That's a long story, let's go back to the cabin and I'll tell you about it there," Han Li replied as he turned around with a wry smile. Several months later, in a certain mysterious space, there were 3 giant beasts, each of which was biting tightly onto a purplish golden chain with uneasy looks on their faces. The other ends of the 3 chains were bound around a black-robed young man, and even though he seemed to have been immobilized by the chains, there was no fear in his eyes at all. Instead, he was appraising the 3 beasts around him with a mocking expression. After a long while, the black-robed young man said in a completely emotionless voice, "If the 3 of you subject to me now, my offer still stands. I'll spare your lives and take you as my spirit servants, then bring you to the true immortal realm with me once I finish what I came here to do. Otherwise, once the chains of laws unleash their backlash, the 3 of you will all perish." "That's impossible. The backlash from these chains of laws should only target a true immortal like you. Why would we be impacted as well? Even if we're going to be affected, you'll still be the one who suffers the brunt of the backlash, and the 3 of us will be able to survive without any issues," a deer-bear hybrid beast roared in an enraged voice. "Hee, which idiot gave you this method to activate the chains of laws? You clearly don't know what you're doing, yet you dare to use this on me. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough and dragged you with me into this spatial treasure, we would have been sitting ducks. Now we can only wait for the backlash from the power of laws. Mere true spirits like you can't even begin to comprehend how fearsome this power is. Even a small portion of it will be enough to instantly reduce the 3 of you to nothingness. You're already beginning to sense your true essence being slowly devoured by the chains of laws, right? My immortal body is far more powerful than yours, and I have several immortal treasures to protect me, so I'll be able to easily survive and recover from this," Ma Liang said with a derisive smile. "Nonsense. This method was bestowed upon us by the Golden Dragon King. How could it be incorrect? Don't think that you can sow dissension among us so easily. If what you're saying really is the truth, then you would just wait in silence. Why would you tell us all of this?" The deer-bear hybrid beast retorted. "If it weren't for the fact that I have something that I need to do, I wouldn't be wasting any time with the 3 of you. So be it, I'll up the stakes. If you're willing to subject to me, not only will I take you to the true immortal realm, I'll grant you a true soul pill so you can attain the soul of a true immortal. However, this offer only stands for half a day. You won't be getting anything out of me once that time limit expires," Ma Liang said as a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes. "A true soul pill?" The other 2 beasts' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and a hint of greed surfaced in their eyes. It was clear that this pill was extremely tempting to them. "You'll either perish here or be granted a true soul pill and be taken to the true immortal realm. The choice is yours. As for your contract with the Jiaoqi race and all of your other ties with this realm, I can help you sever them. I'm not going to say anything else from now on," Ma Liang said with a cold smile before closing his eyes, seemingly to meditate. The 3 giant beasts exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and none of them said anything. As time passed, the rate at which their true essence was being devoured by the chains of laws was steadily accelerating. They had already unleashed countless types of abilities and secret techniques to try and stop this process, but that only made the situation worse, and they were truly beginning to panic now. Once the backlash from the chains of laws truly arrived, their powers would have been whittled down significantly, and there was no chance that they could survive. The expressions of the giant sparrow and the cow-headed beast were gradually becoming more and more hesitant. The deer-headed beast could see the changes in the expressions of its companions, and it tugged violently on the chain in its mouth as it snarled, "You 2 aren't actually tempted by his offer, are you?" "Of course not. True soul pills are indeed extremely precious, but there's no way I'd become anyone's servant. Having said that, the backlash from these chains of laws really isn't something to be ignored. After all, our lives on the line here," the cow-headed beast said in a hesitant manner. "That's right. We forged an ancient contract with the Jiaoqi race using the power of a profound heavenly treasure, but we have no obligation to give our lives here, so we have to think carefully about this," the giant sparrow chimed in. "I understand this is indeed something that we need to discuss carefully. However, before that, I have a suggestion that will be greatly beneficial to all of us." The deer-headed beast sighed in a resigned manner, then suddenly began to transmit its voice toward its two companions while slowly drifting toward the giant sparrow. "Stop. You can tell us what you want to say from over there, there's no need to come closer," the giant sparrow yelled as a cautious look appeared in its eyes. The deer-headed beast's expression immediately darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Do you not trust me, fellow Taoist?" "Hee, of course I do, but at a time like this I think it's best for us to maintain some distance. What do you think, Brother Hoof Dragon?" The sparrow chuckled as it turned toward the cow-headed beast. "Well, we've known one another for a very long time, there's no need to." The cow-headed beast was making an attempt to mediate the situation, but its voice was abruptly cut off as a burst of enormous power surged out of the chain in its mouth, severely injuring its mouth in the process. The cow-headed beast let loose an agonized howl, thereby releasing the purplish-golden chain, and when it hurriedly tried to bite onto the chain again, a mountainous crimson seal suddenly appeared above its head without any warning, then descended from above with countless golden and silver runes surging around it. The cow-headed beast was extremely alarmed by this, and it was too late for it to evade, so it could only let loose a thunderous roar as its body swelled to several times its original size, following which it thrust its inky black front hooves toward the giant crimson seal. In the instant its hooves came into contact with the massive seal, they immediately exploded amid an earth-shattering boom, and its body and soul were all destroyed amid a flash of bright crimson light. Right at this moment, Ma Liang appeared above the giant seal with a cold smile on his face amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. At the same time, the black-robed young man that was being bound by the purplish-golden chains abruptly vanished. "Impossible. How did you break free from the chains of laws?" The giant sparrow screeched in a horrified manner upon seeing this, then hurriedly released the chain caught between its beak before flying back in retreat as a streak of gray light, only to be struck by the giant black-furred palm amid a dull thump. The giant sparrow was caught completely off guard and was sent somersaulting through the air over 10 times before finally just barely managing to steady itself. Meanwhile, the deer-headed beast was slowly withdrawing its palm with a sinister look on its face. The giant sparrow shook its own head vigorously to shake off the dizziness from the unexpected blow before yelling, "Young deer, have you gone insane? Wait, I get it now, you already surrendered to him and tampered with the chains of laws. It's too late for you to make this realization now," the deer-headed beast said with a cold smile. The giant sparrow's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, and it slowly retreated in a panicked manner as it said in a frantic voice, "I'm willing to subject to you and become your spirit servant as long as you spare my life. It's too late, I only have one true soul pill, and I can only take one person back to the true immortal realm with me. Young deer, seeing as you've subjected yourself to me, your first order will be to kill this companion of yours. If you fail to do so and are killed instead, then I'll have to give the true immortal pill to the victor. Don't worry about me changing my mind, I just so happen to be in need of a servant to run my errands for me, and only the most powerful one among the three of you deserves to become my servant," Ma Liang chuckled coldly. Young Deer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, while a flash of hope appeared in the giant sparrow's despairing eyes, and it turned toward its former companion with a bloodthirsty expression. After appraising one another for a short while, both of them let loose fierce roars, and Young Deer swelled to over 100 times its original size, while a suit of earthy yellow armor that was riddled with sharp spikes appeared all over its body. Meanwhile, the giant sparrow flapped its wings, and the gray spirit flames burning all over its body surged toward Young Deer as a storm of fire. Thus, a violent clash ensued, and Ma Liang looked on with a cold smile before vanishing into thin air along with the giant crimson seal beneath him. In the next instant, Ma Liang appeared at a certain area of the Thunder Continent, and he was inspecting his surroundings while holding a trembling dark green vial in his hand. The entire surrounding area was completely deserted, and after ascertaining this, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face as he flew away as a streak of golden light. Close to a day later, he descended onto an ordinary-looking mountain before tossing the small green vial in his hand forward. The vial immediately tipped itself over to release a burst of light, from within which an imposing figure emerged. This figure was none other than Young Deer, but his body was riddled with wounds, and his suit of armor was also severely damaged. As expected, you were the one who survived, Malyang said in an indifferent manner. Young Deer pays his respects to his master. The deer-headed beast immediately knelt down on one knee. You're very courageous and you know what's good for you. If you hadn't assisted me back there, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to escape from that predicament. Rest assured you did everything I asked, so I'll compensate you as promised. I'll give you a true soul pill and take you to the true immortal realm. However, prior to that, you have to offer me part of your soul and sign a spirit servant contract first. I'll also take advantage of this opportunity to sever all of your ties with this realm, Malyang said in an expressionless manner. Yes, master. Young Deer only hesitated for a brief moment before opening its mouth to release a ball of green light, within which was a tiny deer-headed beast. How fortunate for you. Once you sign the contract on this immortal spirit slip, you'll no longer be affected by the power of this realm, and you'll be able to ascend to the true immortal realm without any issues. In contrast, it'll take me countless years to refine this treasure again, Malyang said before opening his mouth to release a radiant golden scroll. Open up your soul and don't resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety, Malyang said as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden scroll. In the next instant, countless golden seal text runes emerged from the scroll amid a burst of golden light, then surged into the ball of light and began to revolve around the miniature deer-headed beast. Young Deer let loose an involuntary low roar as it threw its hands onto its head with a pained expression. It was as if there were countless things burrowing their way into its soul, and it immediately understood the purpose of the golden scroll, as well as the content of the spirit servant contract. Young Deer carefully inspected the contract while enduring the agony, and it was quite pleased with the terms of the contract. As a spirit servant, he would naturally be required to do Malyang's bidding, but in the face of some orders that would pose a threat to its life, it could refuse to follow the order at a certain cost. Furthermore, the contract wasn't permanent, and there were some enclosed conditions that could allow it to discharge the contract. All of those conditions were very rigorous, but they didn't seem to be impossible to fulfill. Thus, after discovering that the terms of the contract were far more favorable than it had imagined, Young Deer immediately opened up its own soul without any hesitation. At the same time, the miniature beast within the ball of light ceased its resistance, allowing the golden seal text runes to surge into its body. After that, Young Deer shuddered before falling onto the ground in an unconscious state. Malyang swept a sleeve through the air in an unhurried manner to withdraw the golden scroll, and the ball of light containing the tiny beast flew back into Young Deer's body. After a long while, Young Deer rose to its feet again in a shaky manner. Its soul didn't appear to be any different from before, but it could sense an indescribable restrictive force intermingled within it. That was the contractual power of the golden scroll. After heaving an internal sigh, Young Deer knelt down and kowtowed to Malyang, who remained still on the spot, as if he hadn't moved this entire time. All right, seeing as the contract has been signed, it's time for me to fulfill my end of the agreement. As soon as his voice trailed off, a shimmering golden egg-sized bead appeared in front of Young Deer amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The bead was radiating bright golden light, and there were wisps of white chi revolving around it. Furthermore, it was releasing a sandalwood-like aroma, and just inhaling this scent immediately struck Young Deer's soul with a sense of indescribable comfort, as if it were drifting into the heavens, and Young Deer's eyes instantly lit up. This is the true soul pill. You can take it now or take it after we return to the true immortal realm. If I were you, I would choose the latter option. This pill will significantly enhance your soul, but it'll also make you rejected by the power of laws in this realm, thereby significantly restricting your powers, Malyang said. Young Deer hesitated momentarily before replying in a respectful manner. In that case, I'll save it for later. That way, I'll be able to better assist you here, master. Immediately thereafter, it opened its mouth to release a reddish-purple wooden box, which it carefully stowed the golden pill into. Malyang nodded with a pleased expression upon seeing this, then instructed, I'm going to be resting in a treasure for now. Keep a lookout until I come out of seclusion. Young Deer faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately giving an affirmative response. Thus, Malyang rose up into the air as a ball of light before disappearing into the small green vial up above in a flash. A burst of light swept over the surface of the small vial, and it suddenly plummeted from the heavens as if it had become impossibly heavy, plunging all the way down deep into the belly of the mountain before finally drawing to a halt. Young Deer immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and yellow light flashed over its body, upon which it also disappeared into the ground below. Upon arriving beside the green vial, It quickly inspected its surroundings before taking a seat with its legs crossed. The space inside the small vial was slightly ravaged from the battle that had just taken place within it, and Ma Liang's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and all of the traces of battle were instantly erased as if they had been nothing more than mere illusions. Immediately thereafter, he raised a hand, and a rainbow cloud instantly came descending from above. The cloud transformed into a shimmering futon that stopped near Ma Liang, and he sat down onto the futon before closing his eyes to inspect his own internal condition. This is definitely not ideal. I was injured by the treasures detonated by those Jiaoqi beings, and those injuries were further exacerbated by the power of laws. It looks like I won't be able to recover without at least a few years of recuperation. It's a good thing that aside from that talisman, Master also bestowed that replica treasure upon me. The replica is nowhere near as effective as the actual treasure, but it'll be able to shorten the required recovery time to less than a tenth of what it otherwise would be, Ma Liang murmured to himself as he slowly reopened his eyes. After that, he made a hand seal before chanting an incantation, and the entire space shuddered slightly as a burst of green light appeared all around him, forming countless projections of spirit flowers and exotic plants that took up virtually every single inch of this entire space. All of a sudden, the entire area was filled with thriving spiritual qi, as if it had sprung to life. At this moment, Ma Liang's hand seals and chanting ceased, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a small green vial projection appeared in his grasp before being tossed upward. "Let there be rain." Ma Liang yelled as he pointed a finger upward while golden light flashed around his body. Dark clouds quickly converged up above, and the vial projection immediately swelled to a diameter of over 1,000 feet before tipping itself over. Green liquid surged out of the massive opening of the vial, then descended from above as a bout of rain. As soon as this rain fell upon the flowers and plants in this space, they began to rapidly grow at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, massive flowers and plants had filled the entire space. Furthermore, these plants had all become far more substantial, and they were giving off a strong medicinal aroma, as if they were actual medicinal plants rather than mere projections. Ma Liang was completely unsurprised to see this, and he switched to a different hand seal, upon which wisps of azure qi that were infused with medicinal aroma surged out of the surrounding plants and toward his body. He inhaled the rich medicinal aroma, then slowly closed his eyes again with azure qi all around him. Only then did the giant vial projection up above fade into nothingness. Half a year later, the Inky Spirit Holy Ark arrived at Deep Heaven City, and the humans and demons in the city immediately erupted into a frenzy. Not only did all of the elders in the city rush out to greet Han Li, they immediately notified Mo Jianli, who just so happened to be cultivating in seclusion near the city. After greeting the elders and allowing the human cultivators on the Ark to choose to stay or leave, he remained on the Ark alongside the cultivators of the small spirit sky who had chosen to stay, awaiting Mo Jianli's arrival. A day later, Han Li was chatting with Nangong Wan in the cabin of the Ark when he suddenly rose to his feet with a smile, and said, "Brother Mo is here. Come and meet him with me, Wanner." Nangong Wan had already heard of Mo Jianli from Han Li, and she smiled as she replied, "I'd be happy to meet fellow Taoist Mo Jianli." Thus, Han Li released a burst of azure light out of sleeve to sweep up both himself and Nangong Wan, then shot out of Ark's cabin as a ball of azure light. Moments later, Han Li and Nangong Wan appeared on the deck before casting their eyes toward the distance, where a streak of white light was approaching them at an incredible speed. After just a few flashes, the streak of light arrived above the Ark, then faded to reveal Mo Jianli, who looked down at Han Li with a smile as he said, "It's been a while since we last met, Brother Han. How have you been?" "Thank you for keeping me on your mind, Brother Mo." Thankfully, I was able to complete the objective of my trip and was reunited with my Tao companion from the human world. "Wanner, come and greet Brother Mo," Han Li replied with a smile. "Oh, is this your Tao companion, Brother Han?" Mo Jianli asked with a smile. Nangong Wan pays her respects to Senior Mo Jianli. "I was trapped in the small spirit sky until recently, but I've heard many things about you from my Tao companion. I truly admire the work you've done as the supporting pillar of the human race," Nangong Wan said as she extended a respectful curtsy. "You're far too kind, Fairy Nangong. Please, there's no need for formalities. Fellow Taoist Han and I are very close friends, so you can refer to me as an equal from now on. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Mo," Mo Jianli said with a wide smile. Nangong Wan was aware that Mo Jianli and Han Li did indeed share a close bond, so she complied with this request to refer to him as Brother Mo. Jianli's smile widened even further upon hearing this, and he pulled out a silver jade box before offering it to Nangong Wan. "This is our first meeting, so I can't just let you go away empty-handed. I just so happen to have a set of 108 maiden needles in my possession. They're quite a rare top-grade treasure, and they'll be a perfect gift for you." Nangong Wan could tell that these maiden needles were indeed a very precious treasure, and she immediately offered her gratitude, then accepted the silver box before opening the lid to reveal 108 thin black needles, each of which was several inches in length. The needles were very thin and frail in appearance, but they were releasing wisps of glacial chi, and one would immediately be struck by a bone-chilling sensation upon appraising the needles with their spiritual sense. Nangong Wan instantly realized that this set of treasures was far more precious than she had anticipated, and she offered Mo Jianli her gratitude again before carefully stowing the jade box away. Meanwhile, Han Li looked on with a smile and didn't ask Nangong Wan to refuse Mo Jianli's present. "Brother Mo, let's talk in the cabin of the Ark. During this trip, I went to the Blood Sky continent and learned many things. On top of that, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad to tell you," Han Li said as a serious look appeared on his face. Mo Jianli's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response. Thus Han Li made an inviting hand gesture, and the trio made their way into the Ark's cabin. As soon as the three of them took a seat, Mo Jianli asked, "Can you disclose the two pieces of news you have for me now, Brother Han?" "Of course. Which one would you like to listen to first?" Han Li asked with a smile. "I'll go with the good news first so my mood isn't soured right away. No matter how terrible the bad news is, at least I can be happy about the good news before hearing the bad news," Mo Jianli replied with a wry smile. "Alright, the good news is that aside from rescuing Wanner from the small spirit sky, the other objective of my trip was to save a human fellow Taoist who had been trapped on the Blood Sky continent for many years. Not only has she been freed, she had also become a Grand Ascension stage being," Han Li said with a smile. Mo Jianli immediately rose to his feet with an ecstatic expression upon hearing this. "What? So that means our human race has another Grand Ascension cultivator? You're not playing a joke on me, are you?" "Hee, I wouldn't lie to you about something like this, Brother Mo. However, due to some reasons including a need to consolidate her cultivation base, she'll be staying on the Blood Sky continent for a few more years before returning to our human race," Han Li replied. "Haha, our human race can certainly afford to wait a few more years for another Grand Ascension stage being. May I ask the name of this fellow Taoist? Is it someone I'm familiar with?" Mo Jianli asked. "Back when this fellow Taoist left our human race, she was already at the body integration stage. Her name is Ice Soul. I'm sure you would have heard of her," Han Li replied. "Ah, Fairy Ice Soul, I do indeed have some recollection of her. I recall that she's also an ascended cultivator, and fellow Taoist Ao and I once discussed her back when she reached the body integration stage. I didn't think that she would have also progressed to the Grand Ascension stage," Mo Jianli said as a reminiscent look flashed through his eyes. "Fellow Taoist Ice Soul shares some ties with me, and I was also quite surprised that she had reached the Grand Ascension stage. In any case, this is fantastic news for our human race," Han Li said with a smile. "Indeed, our human race has never had more than 2 Grand Ascension cultivators among its ranks at once. On top of that, you're one of the most powerful Grand Ascension stage beings in existence, and you can easily take on several other Grand Ascension cultivators on your own. It looks like it's about time our human race expanded its territory," Mo Jianli said with an elated expression. "I'm afraid this isn't a good time for territorial expansion," Han Li said as a grim look appeared on his face. Mo Jianli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Oh? Why is that? With our current power, the nearby foreign races are no match for us. What concerns do you have, Brother Han?" "This ties in with the piece of bad news I have," Han Li replied. Mo Jianli's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this. "Ah, I was too happy about the good news and forgot about the bad news. Is it something very serious?" "Serious is an understatement. This is something that could easily result in our entire human race being erased," Han Li replied with a wry smile. Mo Jianli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? Is that severe? What's going on?" "I didn't witness this myself, but I was informed of everything by the Helian Trade Guild, and back when I was leaving the Blood Sky continent, the entire continent had been in a state of panic and chaos over this matter. Recently, what appears to be a true immortal arrived in our realm. Due to the severity of this matter, Han Li made no effort to conceal any details and gave Mo Jianli a comprehensive recount. After a while, Han Li finally concluded his story. For now, I agreed to Ming Zun's proposal to form an alliance. If there really is a chance that we can defeat that true immortal, then I'll most likely have to get involved. Otherwise, if he seeks out our human race, our entire race will be in grave peril. Do you have any other ideas about this situation, Brother Mo? Mo Jianli was already rooted to his seat, and only after a brief stunned silence did he reply, "It's incredible to think that a true immortal has appeared in our spirit realm. This is an extremely serious matter, so please afford me some time to think before I give you a response, Brother Han." "Of course, take your time, Brother Mo Warner. Get someone to brew some spirit tea for us," Han Li said. "I'll brew some special tea from our small spirit sky myself for Brother Mo," Nangong Wan replied in a gentle voice as she rose to her feet. Han Li nodded in response, and thus, Nangong Wan extended a slight curtsy toward Mo Jianli before departing in an elegant manner. Shortly thereafter, a flagon of elixir-like spirit tea was carried into the hall on a pristine white jade platter. Nangong Wan poured a cup of tea each for Han Li and Mo Jianli, then returned to her seat with a smile. At this moment, a thought finally seemed to have occurred to Mo Jianli and he said, "Brother Han, I've identified an area of ambiguity, and I was wondering if the Helian Trade Guild mentioned this to you." "What is it, Brother Mo?" Han Li prompted. "Do we know why this true immortal has descended into our spirit realm? Our realm has been out of contact with the true immortal realm since ancient times. A true immortal would have to expend an unimaginable price to descend into our realm, and they'll have to be restricted by the power of laws of our realm. As such, there has to be a reason for his arrival," Mo Jianli analyzed. "I'm not too sure about that, and I never received any information on this subject from the Helian Trade Guild. All of the beings of our realm who have come into contact with this true immortal have perished, so there's no way to investigate his objective," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "If I were the one in charge of the Trade Guild, then I would find out this piece of information at all costs," Mo Jianli said. "You're right, Brother Mo. I'll pass on this suggestion to fellow Taoist Ming Zun right away to see if there's any way that this can be accomplished. However, I'm not too optimistic," Han Li replied with a nod. "No matter how slim the chances are, we have to try. If we can find out that true immortal's objective, we'll be able to have far more leverage both in battle or in negotiation, regardless of which option we chose to pursue," Mo Jianli said. "Do you have any suggestions other than that, Brother Mo?" Han Li asked. "Judging from what you just told me, you have two acquaintances who irked this true immortal and were pursued all the way to the Thunder Continent before disappearing, is that true?" Mo Jianli asked. "Fellow Taoist Ming Zun informed me of this in person, so it should be reliable information. Neither of these acquaintances of mine are human, but one of them is a good friend of mine, while for the other, it's hard to say whether he's friend or foe," Han Li replied. "In that case, I'd advise you to try and get into contact with these two. I don't know how they managed to irk this true immortal, but if we can track them down we'll be able to see some initiative," Mo Jianli said. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "You're suggesting we use them as bait? If that true immortal really pursues them onto the Tianyuan continent, there's nowhere they'll be able to hide. As such, even if it's to save their own lives, they'll have no choice but to act as bait. Fellow Taoist Ming Zun of the Helian Trade Guild most likely has the same plan in mind. Otherwise he wouldn't have told you about this," Mo Jianli said. They were already used as bait once on the Blood Sky continent, so I'm not sure if they'll be willing to comply again. However, if they really do come to our human race to seek protection from me, then they should be willing to cooperate with me. Having said that, it won't be a simple task to get into contact with them. I'll get my disciples to try and arrange that," Han Li replied with a nod after a brief moment of contemplation. "It would naturally be best if those two fellow Taoists were willing to cooperate. As for whether that true immortal will fall for the same trap twice, I don't think there's any need to worry. This is a man who's brazen enough to sacrifice hundreds of millions of living beings, so he clearly thinks no one in our spirit realm can pose a threat to him. Even if he knows that it's a trap, he'll step into it without any inhibitions. Though, I still hope that true immortal can complete his objective without having to step onto our Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, even if you can defeat him, he would still most likely bring a major disaster upon our continent," Mo Jianli said with a wry smile. "Considering how unfathomable his powers are, things like plots and traps will most likely be useless anyway. Hopefully we won't have to actually face him in battle," Han Li sighed in response. "You made the right decision to join the alliance gathered by the Trade Guild, Brother Han. Otherwise, no individual race on the Tianyuan continent would be able to face that true immortal. It's a pity that my powers are quite ordinary among Grand Ascension stage beings, so I can't assist you much. I'll disperse the human residents of major cities with high population densities as soon as possible. In that case, even if that true immortal targets our human race, our losses will be kept to a minimum. On top of that, I'll prepare some powerful restrictions within the city as a precautionary measure, Mo Jinli said with a serious expression. That sounds like a good plan, Brother Mo. Now that I've informed you of the situation, I'll be returning to the Azure Origin Palace tomorrow, Hanli replied with a nod. Thus, the two of them chatted with one another for close to 2 more hours before Mo Jinli finally took his leave. Hanli and Nangongwan accompanied him out of the hall before watching as he flew away as a streak of white light. Are you going into seclusion again once we get back? Nangongwan asked after the streak of white light disappeared into the distance. That's what I plan to do. I obtained several profound secret techniques during my trip. It won't be possible to completely master them in a short time, but even an elementary level of mastery could assist me greatly, Hanli replied as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. You're right, I just didn't expect our human race to face such a severe tribulation as soon as we returned. The path of cultivation is truly an arduous one, Nangongwan sighed with a forlorn expression. You're overthinking things, Wanner. Cultivation in itself is an act that defies the heavens, so hardships are only to be expected. Where's the fun in competing with other people? The true fun lies in contending with the heavens, Hanli chuckled before returning to the Ark's cabin. Nangongwan faltered slightly upon seeing this before a faint smile appeared on her face, and she also followed along behind Hanli. The next day the Ink-Spirit Holy Ark departed from Deep Heaven City. 2 months later, the Ark returned to the Azure Origin Palace on the Origin Integration Island of the Boundless Sea. Tens of thousands of human and demonic cultivators were gathered on the massive plaza in the palace, kowtowing to welcome the return of their patriarch. Hanli and Nangongwan emerged from the Ark, followed by Zhu Guer and the others. Welcome back, esteemed patriarch. The welcoming words of tens of thousands of people rang out across the entire plaza. Hanli merely gave them a nod of acknowledgement before making his way toward the gate of the Azure Origin Palace. In contrast, Nangongwan was astonished. She had heard from Hanli that he had established his own forces in the human race, but never did she think that it would be on such a grand scale. After all, he had only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so she had thought that it would take some more time for him to garner such widespread support. Hayuatian was standing in a respectful manner in front of the Azure Origin Palace, and he immediately made his way over to Hanli before extending a deep bow. Hayuatian pays his respects to his master. This is my Dao companion, Nangongwan. Come and greet her as well, Hanli said as he pointed at Nangongwan. Hayuatian was rather taken aback to hear this before extending a respectful bow toward Nangongwan in an ecstatic manner. Hayuatian pays his respects to Mistress Nangongwan. Master has finally been reunited with you. I've heard much about you from your master, Hayuatian. You're certainly very handsome, Nangongwan said with a smile. Thank you for your kind praise, mistress. Hayuatian was even more elated upon hearing this. However, a stern look suddenly appeared on Hanli's face as he interjected, looking pretty is all that he's good for. If he worked even a third as hard as Qi Lingzi in his cultivation base wouldn't be so pitiful. Hayuetian's smile immediately faded upon hearing this, and he mumbled in a barely audible voice, I'm already doing my best. How can I possibly compete with a cultivation freak like Senior Marshal Brother Qi Lingzi? An amused smile appeared on Nangongwan's face upon hearing this, while Hanli aimed a stern glare at Hayuatian before making his way into the Azure Origin Palace. At this point, all of the disciples on the plaza were also departing in an orderly fashion, and Nangongwan naturally became a hot topic of conversation among them. Hanli sat down on the main seat in the hall of the Azure Origin Palace, then instructed some people to organize lodging for the cultivators from the small spirit sky before turning to Hayuatian. Where is Fairy Silvermoon? Not long after your departure, Senior Silvermoon went into seclusion, and she's most likely at a critical juncture of her cultivation, which is why she hasn't come out to see you, Hayuatian said as he stole a wary glance at Nangongwan. That's a real shame. I wanted to have a good chat with Sister Silvermoon, but there's always time for that in the future. Yuatan, make sure to inform me right away as soon as Sister Silvermoon emerges from seclusion, Nangongwan instructed with a faint smile. Yes, mistress. Hayuatian was quite taken aback to hear this, and despite the fact that he was maintaining a serious expression, the look in his eyes clearly betrayed his thoughts. Han Li was both amused and exasperated to see this, and he rolled his eyes as he dismissed Hai Yuetian. After that, Han Li led Nangong Wan on a tour of the entire Azure Origin Palace, then got her to select a side palace to her liking for her to live and cultivate in. After witnessing all of the secret techniques and tomes in the tome library, as well as the countless treasures, pills and materials in the treasure vault, Nangong Wan was struggling to pick her jaw up from the ground. Han Li had encountered several miraculous opportunities during his cultivation journey, and he had slain many grand ascension stage beings, so he was most likely wealthier than almost anyone in the entire spirit realm. Having been trapped in the small spirit sky for so long, never did Nangong Wan think that she would see so many treasures in one place. Han Li urged Nangong Wan to select a few protective treasures and some pills, then gave her 2 restriction badges that would allow her to access these 2 places at any time she pleased. Nangong Wan was naturally ecstatic, and she accepted everything with glee. After that, Han Li met with the people running the Azure Origin Palace and took care of some urgent business, then sent out some people to track down the Ice Phoenix before taking Nangong Wan on a tour of the entire Origin Integration Island and most of the Boundless Sea. During the span of around a month, the 2 of them were like an affectionate mortal couple and thoroughly enjoyed their time in one another's company. However, once they returned to the Azure Origin Palace, both of them went into seclusion, leaving the palace to Hai Yuetian to manage. Currently, Han Li was seated in a secret chamber that was enshrouded within many layers of restrictions, and there were 3 glowing treasures hovering before him. The trio of treasures was comprised of a golden page, and 2 jade slips, 1 silver and 1 red. These items contained the Organ Refinement Origin Arts, Origin Astral Barrier, and that Lightning Refinement Secret Technique, all of which he had obtained during his trip. Han Li took a brief glance at the 3 treasures before pointing a finger at the golden page, which flew up his sleeve as a ball of golden light. The Organ Refinement Origin Arts contained within the golden page could enhance his powers drastically, but it required such an astonishingly long time to cultivate that he had no choice but to leave it for the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li stowed away the silver jade slip as well. The Origin Astral Barrier Secret Technique was recorded in golden seal text, so its contents were extremely difficult to understand. Just deciphering the secret technique would take a huge amount of time, let alone cultivating it, so it wasn't worth pursuing in the short term either. Thus, that only left the Lightning Refinement Secret Technique. On the way back, he had already understood most of the secret technique, and full mastery should be attainable given another month or so. He also possessed Divine Devilbane Lightning, so the refinement process wouldn't require a very long time either. Once combined with the Lightning Wheel technique, this secret technique would be incredibly powerful and would be sure to give his future opponents a massive surprise. With that in mind, Han Li waved a hand toward the jade slip, drawing it into his grasp before pressing it against his own forehead. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and fell as still as a statue. 2 months later, the jade slip on Han Li's forehead had disappeared, and there were bolts of bright golden lightning flashing all around him. The lightning then quickly converged to form a ball of lightning that rapidly swelled to the size of a washbasin. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to release a burst of silver spirit flames, which transformed into a sea of flames to envelop the entire ball of lightning. The ball of lightning rumbled incessantly while revolving rapidly within the sea of flames, and the golden runes on its surface began to flash erratically, seemingly reflecting some type of mysterious change that was taking place. Meanwhile, Yang Deer was still meditating in the belly of that small mountain on the Thunder Continent with the small green vial beside it, and it seemed that it hadn't moved at all in the past few months. All of a sudden, the small green vial shuddered slightly before releasing a burst of green light alongside some faint spatial fluctuations. Yang Deer immediately opened its eyes before rising to its feet and extending a respectful bow toward the small vial. "Welcome back, Master." As soon as its voice trailed off, golden light flashed from the opening of the vial, and Ma Liang emerged into the open. "You did well. I've completely recovered from my injuries, so we can leave this place now," Ma Liang said. "Yes, Master." Yang Deer naturally didn't dare to raise any objections. Ma Liang nodded in response before stowing the small green vial away up his sleeve, then opened his mouth to release a black and white formation plate. The formation plate was octagonal in shape, and it was riddled with black and white runes. Ma Liang tossed the formation plate forward, and it immediately transformed into a burst of black and white qi before shape-shifting incessantly into a mirror, then a scroll, then into some other type of treasure. Ma Liang pointed a finger at the treasure, and in the instant his finger came into contact with the black and white chi, the latter transformed into a fist-sized translucent ball. Immediately thereafter, Ma Liang began to chant an incantation before flicking several red incantation seals through the air, all of which quickly vanished into the translucent ball. A ghostly crimson face appeared on the surface of the ball amid a flash of crimson light, then turned toward a certain direction before letting loose a low roar. In the next instant, the ghostly face self-detonated and disintegrated on the spot. Humph, looks like those two have left this continent. That direction is where the Tianyuan continent is situated, right? Ma Liang asked as he turned toward Yang Deer. The Tianyuan continent does indeed lie in that direction, master, Yang Deer immediately replied. Alright, I've completed all of the blood sacrifices I need, so it's about time I focus on the task assigned to me. My secret technique failed to register anything on the Blood Sky continent and Thunder continent, so it looks like that traitor is situated on the Tianyuan continent, Ma Liang murmured to himself. After that, he opened his mouth to swallow the translucent ball again, then instructed, "Take me to the nearest intercontinental teleportation formation. I want to go to the Tianyuan continent." "Yes, master, please come with me," Yang Deer immediately replied with a respectful bow. Thus, the two of them flew out of the belly of the mountain as two streaks of light, then sped toward a certain direction. In the air above a secluded valley on the Tianyuan continent, the six-winged frost centipede was appraising the four grand ascension stage elderly men before him with a grim expression, while the ice phoenix had a surprised look on her face. After the two of them arrived back on the Tianyuan continent, they had planned to find a secretive place to go into seclusion in order to facilitate recovery, but only less than a year had passed before these unfamiliar Grand Ascension Stage beings had tracked them down. Even though there were only 4 Grand Ascension Stage beings present, the six-winged frost centipede could sense that there were all types of restriction fluctuations in the area, so there was no way that he would be able to escape even with his profound movement techniques. "Who are you? Are you here for me?" the six-winged frost centipede asked with a cold expression. "Hee, there's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoist, we bear no ill will toward you. We would simply like to invite you to come with us as we have something to discuss with you," a round-faced elderly man said with a smile. "I'm not going anywhere," the six-winged frost centipede retorted. "I'm afraid that's not up to you," the elderly man said in an unhurried manner. "Haha, do you really think the 4 of you in this formation will be enough to take me down? It'll be a simple task for me to kill you all and break out of this formation," the six-winged frost centipede chuckled coldly. "Oh? Then what about if I get involved as well?" Another elderly voice rang out up above. "Who's there?" The six-winged frost centipede immediately cast his gaze upward in an alarmed manner. A red-haired elderly man had appeared over 1,000 feet above him, and was appraising him with a hint of a smile on his face. The man was giving off no aura whatsoever, and the six-winged frost centipede's pupils immediately contracted slightly upon sweeping his spiritual sense toward the elderly man. "I am Ming Zun and I would like to invite you to visit our trade guild," Ming Zun said with a smile. Ming Zun. Ming Zun of the Helian Trade Guild? The six-winged frost centipede exclaimed. Given the resounding reputation of the Helian Trade Guild, he had naturally heard of it in the past. I didn't think that you would know of me, fellow Taoist. Rest assured, we're extending this invitation to you so that we can vanquish the true immortal that's wreaking havoc in our spirit realm. We bear no ill will toward you, Ming Zun said with a smile. The six-winged frost centipede's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Has he already arrived on the Tianyuan continent? We have no information indicating that yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. You must also be of the same opinion given your reaction, Ming Zun replied in an unhurried manner. Seeing as even you've gotten involved, it looks like I have no choice but to comply. I'll come with you, but I'm currently at a critical juncture where I need to recover my energy. The six-winged frost centipede finally decided to compromise, but at the same time he took advantage of the situation to state a condition. That's not an issue. If you come with us, our trade guild will cover all of the pills required for your recovery. By the way, this is fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, right? Ming Zun asked as he turned toward the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix faltered slightly upon hearing this, then extended a respectful curtsy toward Ming Zun as she replied, I am. How do you know about me, senior? There's no need for formalities, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. I recently met with fellow Taoist Han of the human race, and he asked me to look after you if I ever encountered you, Ming Zun replied in a benevolent manner. A hint of elation appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face upon hearing this, and she said in a respectful manner, "I understand. I'm also willing to accompany you to your trade guild, Senior." In contrast, the six-winged frost centipede's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Han Li. "Thank you for your cooperation, fellow Taoists. There are some things that I wanted to discuss with you along the way," Ming Zun said with a smile, then made a hand seal, and an azure boat that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged up above amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. At this point, the six-winged frost centipede and the Ice Phoenix naturally weren't going to change their minds, and thus they flew onto the giant boat, which then sped away as a ball of azure light. A month later, Han Li was refining his divine Devilbane lightning in the secret chamber of the Azure Origin Palace when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he released an azure talisman out of his sleeve. The talisman transformed into several lines of azure text that hovered in mid-air, and Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon reading the message. "So those two have already been tracked down. The Helian Trade Guild really is efficient. It looks like a collaboration will be possible, but I can't go to meet them right away, so I'll have to send someone in my stead to ask some questions," Han Li murmured to himself before making a hand seal, then made a voice transmission. At the same time, his voice rang out in the ears of Patriarch Hua Shi, who was cultivating in another secret chamber in the Azure Origin Palace. His eyes immediately sprang open, and after listening to Han Li's instructions, he departed from the secret chamber. Half a day later, Patriarch Hua Shi left the Origin Integration Island. 3 months later. The Armored Boar race was one of the top 10 most powerful races on the Tianyuan continent. In a restricted area of that race, over 100 burly pig-headed armored boar guards were standing outside a massive hall. All of a sudden, faint buzzing rang out within the hall, accompanied by a burst of spatial fluctuations. Several of the most powerful beings among the guards exchanged a bewildered glance upon detecting this, then immediately made their way into the hall. After passing through a few corridors, they arrived at a huge hall that was enshrouded under a white light barrier. Within the light barrier was a giant formation that was around an acre in size, and it seemed to be in the process of being activated. "What's going on? Why is there someone teleporting here from another continent? General Fei, did you receive any orders in advance?" One of the guards asked in a cold voice. "Our teleportation hall hasn't received any orders. Could it be that a senior of our race is teleporting here urgently and hasn't had a chance to inform us in advance?" A guard with a claymore strapped to his back replied with a shake of his head. "That's a possibility. In any case, we'll know who it is soon," the first guard said as his brows furrowed slightly, and he made a hand gesture indicating for everyone to be on their guard. All of the guards immediately interpreted this hand gesture and fanned out to block the exit. Almost as soon as these measures were taken, a burst of light erupted from the center of the formation, and a pair of humanoid figures emerged. The first guard's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he yelled, "You two aren't members of our race. Who granted you access to the intercontinental teleportation formation on the other end?" "Hehe, why would I need permission when I could just kill the people on the other end?" One of the humanoid figures chuckled coldly in response. These two were none other than Ma Liang and Yang Deer, and the latter was appraising the armored boar guards outside the light barrier with a bloodthirsty expression. "These are enemies. Raise the alarm right away." The guard with the claymore on his back immediately yelled while hurriedly drawing his claymore. The other guards instantly sprang into action, and one of them raised a hand to release a red talisman, which shot out of the roof of the hall in a flash. In the next instant, a crimson fireball appeared above the hall before exploding amid a resounding boom. The nearby guards were quite alarmed to see this, and most of them rushed into the hall, while the rest of them hurriedly retreated before pulling out a series of formation treasures, which were hurled up into the air. Wisps of 5-colored light surged out of these formation treasures, forming 36 giant copper pillars that plummeted out of the heavens to surround the entire hall. Each pillar was over 1,000 feet in length and was crimson in color with countless silver spirit runes etched on their surfaces. The retreating armored boar guards' expressions eased slightly upon seeing this, and they cast their eyes out of the hall. All of a sudden, the entire hall exploded like a volcanic eruption amid a resounding boom, sending countless pieces of rubble flying in all directions. However, all of the rubble was stopped in their tracks by a fiery barrier that appeared between the copper pillars, then incinerated into nothingness. At this point, the guards who had rushed into the hall earlier were nowhere to be seen. The remaining armored boar guards were naturally extremely alarmed to see this, and right at this moment Ma Liang and Yang Deer flew out of the wreckage. Young Deer was holding a round object in its hand, which it was chomping on like a snack. "General Fei," one of the guards exclaimed as he identified the round object to be the head of their general. Attack. At this point, it was clear that all of the guards who had rushed into the hall had been killed, and all of the guards immediately activated their formation treasures. 5-colored light flashed once again, and each of the 36 crimson pillars released a pillar of red light directly toward Young Deer. "Hee hee, you think such a pitiful restriction can harm me?" Young Deer chortled as its body expanded drastically like a balloon, and at the same time, it donned a suit of yellow armor. The pillars of red light struck the suit of armor one after another, only to instantly fizzle out, while Young Deer remained completely unscathed. "It would be rude not to return the favor," Young Deer chuckled coldly as a giant black axe appeared in its grasp before being swung viciously through the air. A round black blade projection erupted forth in all directions, and the 36 crimson pillars were sliced in half at once, while the red light barrier also faded. Just as Young Deer was about to slay the rest of the armored boar guards, an impatient look appeared on Ma Liang's face and he said, "Let's go. What's the point in killing these small fry? We have important matters to attend to." "Yes, master," Young Deer hurriedly replied in a respectful manner, and the black axe in its hand disappeared before it instantly reverted back to its original size. After that, the two of them departed as two streaks of light, completely disregarding the remaining guards. In no more than an hour, the two of them had traveled a distance of millions of kilometers. Just as they were about to emerge from a grassland onto a giant mountain range, Ma Liang's expression suddenly changed slightly as he stopped in his tracks. Young Deer immediately followed suit before asking, "What is it, master?" "There's someone with a death wish pursuing us," Ma Liang replied. "Leave them to me, master," Young Deer said in a respectful manner. "The pursuer is quite powerful. You may not be able to defeat them easily," Ma Liang replied with a shake of his head. Young Deer faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought suddenly occurred to it. "They're that powerful? Could it be the most powerful being of the armored boar race? What a coincidence." "You know who our pursuer is?" Ma Liang asked as an intrigued look appeared in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the pursuer should be the #1 Grand Elder of the armored boar race. Apparently his powers aren't inferior to those of us true spirits, and he ranks among the top 5 most powerful beings of the entire spirit realm," Young Deer replied. "Top 5, eh? No wonder he dares to pursue us all on his own. In that case I'll refine his soul into the main spirit of my myriad spirit blood seal," Ma Liang chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter he swept a sleeve through the air to release a small crimson seal, which vanished into thin air as a ball of crimson light. Young Deer's expression changed slightly at the sight of the seal. Back when it had faced Ma Liang in battle with the other 2 true spirits, it had witnessed the power of this treasure firsthand. Even the 3 true spirits combined hadn't been able to contend with this seal, which was why they had been forced to activate the chains of laws as a last resort. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap rang out, and a flying bone carriage appeared in the distance amid countless arcs of silver lightning. The carriage then drew to a halt just over 1,000 feet away from Ma Liang and Young Deer. At the front of the carriage stood a thin elderly man from the armored boar race. The man had a head of long gray hair and a pair of green eyes, and there were around a dozen bone rings of different sizes around his arms. There were also 2 murky gray flags on his shoulders, each of which was several feet tall with countless ghostly shadows on their surfaces, and they were releasing bursts of ghostly howls. "You're a true spirit," the elderly man exclaimed as soon as his gaze settled on Young Deer. Young Deer was quite taken aback to hear this, but it remained expression as it replied, "Oh? I'm surprised you managed to recognize me right away. Why has a true spirit like you slain so many juniors of our race and destroyed our intercontinental teleportation formation?" the elderly man asked. "Those juniors dared to oppose my master, so they had to die to atone for their actions," Young Deer replied in a nonchalant manner. "Your master?" The elderly man was astonished to hear this, and he immediately directed his gaze toward Ma Liang. All of a sudden, he recalled a piece of news that he had recently received, and his heart immediately jolted violently. However, his expression remained unchanged and he put on a calm smile as he replied, "I see, so it was those juniors who overstepped their boundaries first. In that case I apologize in their stead. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." As soon as his voice trailed off, the elderly man flew back on his bone carriage amid a flash of countless arcs of lightning. "Hee hee, you're not going anywhere. A cold smile appeared on Yang Deer's face as it took a step forward while making a grabbing motion, and the giant black axe reappeared in its grasp before being swung viciously through the air. A black blade projection erupted out of the axe, transforming into a black wave that swept directly toward the bone carriage. The elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and one of the bone rings around his arms immediately sprang forth before swelling to around an acre in size. Countless gray runes then appeared on its surface, and it crashed directly toward the gray blade projection. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the black blade projection was vanquished, while the bone ring reverted back to its original size and was sent flying back. However, the bone carriage wasn't slowed down in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 10,000 feet away. Just as the elderly man heaved an internal sigh of relief and was about to focus on getting away, a mountainous crimson seal projection suddenly appeared out of thin air amid a rumbling boom before slowly descending from above. The seal appeared to be moving extremely slowly, but it instantly appeared above the bone carriage, then released a burst of law fluctuations that locked the carriage into place. The elderly man's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly released the 2 flags on his shoulders, which swelled to over 100 feet in length in a flash, then released hundreds of malicious ghosts, all of which were at the body integration stage and were releasing fearsome baleful chi. At the same time, the dozen or so bone rings around the elderly man's arms also shot forth, and all of them displayed different powers as they hurtled directly toward the giant seal projection. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the bone rings struck the seal projection one after another before instantly shattering. As for the hundreds of malicious ghosts, all of them were destroyed after being swept up by the law fluctuations being released by the projection. All the while, the giant seal projection was still descending from above. The elderly man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before injecting his magic power into the flying carriage beneath him in a frenzy. Arcs of silver lightning flashed erratically over the surface of the bone carriage, and it transformed into a 5-clawed bone dragon that let loose a thunderous roar before attempting to teleport away. Ma Liang gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, then pointed a finger at the giant crimson seal projection from afar. The projection immediately shuddered as a series of crimson runes appeared on its surface before vanishing in a flash. At the same time, a string of dull thumps rang out around the bone dragon, and countless crimson tentacles shot out of thin air before binding onto the bone dragon like restrictive chains. The dragon struggled with all its might as lightning flashed all around it, but it was unable to escape from these tentacles. The elderly man's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately opened his mouth to expel several mouthfuls of blood essence, which drifted onto the bone dragon's body as clouds of blood mist. The bone dragon's body immediately swelled drastically in size amid a thunderous roar, instantly reaching over 10,000 feet in length, attempting to break free from the crimson tentacles with its sheer size. However, the tentacles around the bone dragon's body also grew alongside it and refused to let go. Finally, it transformed into a river of blood that completely trapped the bone dragon, and the elderly man's heart sank even further upon seeing this. He swept his spiritual sense up toward the giant seal, and a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes as he detected the enormous power of laws imbued within the seal. It looks like I have no choice but to stay. In that case, let me witness the power of your immortal secret techniques. The elderly man gritted his teeth as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and his nascent soul immediately emerged. In contrast with the elderly man himself, the nascent soul was wearing a suit of shimmering golden armor with a crimson spear in one hand, and a white bone bell in the other. On top of that, it had a sinister ghostly face on the back of its head. As soon as the nascent soul emerged, it immediately summoned around a dozen identical projections. The projections raised their crimson spears in unison, releasing around a dozen streams of crimson flames that surged forth before converging to form a massive fiery python with a dozen heads. The heads all let loose a menacing hissing sound before the python pounced toward the giant seal projection, and at the same time, the small bone bells were also tossed forward before instantly swelling to around 10 feet in size, then began to release strings of crisp chimes. Interesting. It seems that the Helian Trade Guild on the Tianyuan continent is seizing the initiative and recruiting a large number of powerful beings to target me. I recall that one of the powerful beings I killed on the Blood Sky continent was also from that trade guild. Looks like it's about time I paid the guild a visit and razed it to the ground. Ma Liang chuckled coldly as he released the lifeless body of the elderly man, which plummeted straight out of the heavens. Overall, the Helian Trade Guild is no less powerful than the Jiaoqi race, You have to proceed with caution, master, Yang Dir said in a respectful manner. After witnessing Ma Liang slaying someone no less powerful than itself with ease, any thoughts of betrayal that Yang Dir harbored had been completely erased. The more powerful this guild is, the greater the intimidatory effect on everyone else will be when I destroy it. Even though I'm not afraid of the alliance they're forming, I don't want it to delay the completion of my mission. However, prior to that, I have to use the secret technique to examine whether my target is actually on this continent, Ma Liang said in an unhurried manner. Go ahead, master, I'll keep a lookout, Yang Dir immediately offered. Alright, then I'll find a place somewhere up ahead to perform the secret technique, Ma Liang said. Thus, the two of them flew on directly toward the giant mountain range up ahead. Several hours later, Ma Liang was seated with his eyes closed on the peak of a massive mountain, while a black and white crystal ball was hovering before him, revolving incessantly in midair with a crimson ghostly face within it. Ma Liang pointed a finger at the crystal ball, and the ghostly face immediately turned toward a certain direction before opening its mouth to release a ball of crimson light, which vanished into Ma Liang's glabella in a flash. So those two really did escape to this continent. That direction seems to be where the Helian Trade Guild is situated. Could it be that they've sought refuge there? Ma Liang opened his eyes as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The Trade Guild is plotting against you, so there's a chance that it could be providing protection to those two, Yang Dir speculated. That's good news, I'll be able to take care of all of them at once now, Ma Liang chuckled coldly before opening his mouth to swallow the crystal ball as a stream of black and white qi. Immediately thereafter, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a five-colored nascent soul emerged amid a flash of golden light. The nascent soul was completely identical to Ma Liang, except its body had a translucent and glazed appearance. The nascent soul reached out with one hand, and a golden talisman immediately flew out of its body. The nascent soul then made a hand seal before flicking a string of incantation seals toward the talisman, following which a gray projection emerged from it. The projection depicted a handsome young man, but his eyes were completely vacant, and he was hovering still in midair with a black and white band of light and a talisman binding his body. The nascent soul switched to a different hand seal, and the five-colored light glowing from its body surged violently. At the same time, the projection of the handsome young man blurred slightly, and it suddenly flew toward a certain direction, but it only managed to travel just over 1,000 feet before it was viciously wrenched back by the black and white band of light. An ecstatic look appeared on the nascent soul's face upon seeing this. Haha, I've finally found my target. It looks like I'll be able to return to the true immortal realm soon. Immediately thereafter, the nascent soul vanished on the spot alongside the golden talisman and the projection of the young man, following which Ma Liang opened his eyes with a hint of excitement on his face. He hadn't been expecting to track down his target so easily. Yang Dir hurriedly put on a fawning smile and said, "Congratulations on finding your target, master. Are we still going to the Helian Trade Guild first?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ma Liang replied, "I already know the rough location of my target, so I won't have to worry about him getting away. As such, we'll take care of the Helian Trade Guild first. It won't take long anyway, and my myriad spirit blood seal requires a few more grand blood sacrifices for its refinement to be complete." Yang Dir naturally didn't raise any objections, and thus the two of them set off toward a certain direction. Right as Ma Liang was using the golden talisman to detect his target, the golden spirit rune on an unconscious young man's face suddenly flashed once. The young man was bound by a series of rune chains and was trapped beneath a massive ice mountain within a restricted area of the spirit race's territory. Along with the flash of the spirit rune came a flutter of his eyelids, and a white-robed nascent soul immediately appeared before the young man within the ice mountain. The nascent soul inspected its surroundings with a tense expression, then directed its gaze toward the young man's face. A long while later, the nascent soul still hadn't discovered anything amiss, but instead of relieved, it only became more anxious as it made a hand seal before issuing a voice transmission. Shortly thereafter, a streak of white light shot forth from the distance, and the spirit monarch arrived in front of the ice mountain. "What's going on? Why did you summon me?" the spirit monarch asked with a serious expression. "Something seems to have happened just now, but I didn't discover anything after examining the restrictions in here. Have you noticed anything on your end?" the nascent soul asked. "Not at all. I've been standing on guard at the entrance this entire time, so I would have definitely noticed if something were amiss," the spirit monarch replied in a surprised manner. In that case, what was that slight disturbance just now? He's clearly been completely sealed by me, and even his spiritual sense is completely immobilized, the nascent soul said with tightly furrowed brows. That is indeed quite strange, the spirit monarch mused. Have any major events taken place in the outside world recently? The nascent soul suddenly asked. Not that I can think of. Ever since the devilish beings retreated, everything has been normal aside from the fact that the human race is experiencing a resurgence, the spirit monarch replied with a stroke of his beard. The spirit monarch was quite powerful, but he kept an extremely low profile in the spirit realm, so the Helian Trade Guild hadn't invited him to join their alliance. As such, he was naturally completely oblivious to the presence of the true immortal in the spirit realm. I may have been overly sensitive then. I'll examine the restrictions again, and if I still don't find anything, then it should just be a coincidence, the nascent soul said as its expression eased slightly. All right, but as a safety precaution I'll double the number of guards, the spirit monarch said. The nascent soul nodded in response before making a hand seal, upon which its body disintegrated into specks of white light within the ice mountain. As for the spirit monarch, he remained on the spot for a while longer with a contemplative expression, but in the end he could only shake his head and depart as a streak of white light. What? That true immortal is suspected to have arrived on the Tianyuan continent and is only half a month away from reaching our trade guild? Ming Zun's expression changed drastically upon hearing the report delivered by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Not only that, but the number 1 Grand Elder of the armored boar race was also killed by him. After verifying this piece of news and the culprit's appearance, we were able to ascertain that it was the true immortal, the middle-aged man replied. Ming Zun sprang out of his chair and interrogated, the territory of the armored boar race is quite far away from our trade guild. Why is it that you only received this news now? This true immortal is traveling extremely quickly. If it weren't for the fact that he was identified by a member of our trade guild as he was using a certain teleportation formation, we'd most likely still be oblivious to the fact that he's on the Tianyuan continent, the man replied with a wry smile. Has it already been verified that he's heading for our trade guild? Ming Zun asked. There are no other major powers aside from our guild along the path that he's traveling, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Could it be that he's already learned about our plan to forge an alliance to target him? The man speculated. That does appear to be the case, and this information was most likely leaked by that Grand Elder of the armored boar race. I once extended an invitation to him, and seeing as he was killed by that true immortal, his soul must have been searched. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain this, Ming Zun said with tightly furrowed brows. What do we do now? Half a month definitely isn't enough to gather all of the powerful beings we recruited. Who would have thought that he would come straight for our trade guild? The man said in a panicked manner. Calm down. The only thing we can do now is split up our trade guild for now in order to buy some time for the powerful beings we've recruited, Ming Zun said. The middle-aged man faltered slightly upon hearing this, while Ming Zun continued, in contrast with other major sects or races, our trade guild doesn't have a massive population, nor a set territory. All we have to do is scatter our members for now, and that true immortal won't be able to do anything, Ming Zun said in a calm manner. That's a great idea. I'll begin preparing for mass evacuation right away, the man said as an elated look appeared on his face. Hold on, aside from preparing for evacuation, contact the powerful beings we've recruited and gather them to skies beyond at Baleful Cry Point. The baleful chi there is extremely abundant, so it's perfect for summoning the ancient true spirits worshipped by our trade guild, Ming Zun said in a confident manner. That would naturally be the best place to battle the true immortal, but will he be willing to go there? The middle-aged man asked in a hesitant voice. That's where the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix come in, Ming Zun said with a cold smile. I see. An enlightened look appeared on the middle-aged man's face upon hearing this, and he extended a respectful bow before departing from the hall. Following the man's departure, Ming Zun sat back down on his chair as a contemplative look appeared on his face. In the Azure Origin Palace, Hanli was seated on a futon with a ball of purplish-golden lightning hovering above his hand. The ball of lightning was only around the size of a human fist, but it was completely silent, presenting a very peculiar scene to behold. After appraising the ball of lightning for a short while, Hanli suddenly hurled it through the air with a flick of his wrist, and it flew several tens of feet forward before exploding. Bolts of purplish-golden lightning erupted forth in all directions, and a gray hole appeared in the air. Even though the hole was only around the size of an egg, faint spatial fluctuations were emanating from it, and an elated look appeared on Han Li's face as he murmured to himself, "As expected, it's able to directly tear through space. This refined divine Devilbane lightning is far more powerful than I expected." Right at this moment, a faint buzzing sound rang out within his sleeve, and Han Li faltered slightly before sweeping his sleeve through the air to release an azure talisman amid a flash of spiritual light. As soon as it appeared, the talisman began to release a series of azure characters that quickly converged to form a message. Han Li only took a brief look at the message before his expression changed slightly. As expected, that true immortal has arrived on the Tianyuan continent. In that case, I have no choice but to take action. It would be best if we could seal him or force him out of the spirit realm without the human race being harmed in the process. With that in mind, Han Li immediately pointed a finger at the azure message, then quickly swiped his finger through the air a few times. The message immediately blurred before transforming into another message, which quickly vanished into the azure talisman. After that, Han Li stowed the talisman away before rising to his feet and departing from the secret chamber. Around an hour later, Han Li was sitting on the main seat in the hall of the Azure Origin Palace, issuing a series of instructions to everyone. Nangong Wan was seated beside him with a calm expression, but there was clearly a hint of concern in her eyes. As for Hai Yuetian, Lan Yaoer and his other disciples, they were standing on his other side in a respectful manner. Even Silver Moon, who was in seclusion prior to this, was present and sitting beside Nangong Wan. This trip is going to be a perilous one, but I'm fairly confident in my ability to keep myself safe. However, prior to my departure, there are some things that I have to make clear. During my absence, Wanner will be managing the palace with the assistance of Yuetian and my other disciples. Silver Moon, you're currently at a critical juncture in your cultivation, so focus on that for now. If something were to happen to me, then activate this talisman. I left some instructions in the talisman, and all you have to do is do as it says, Han Li said as he flipped a hand over to summon a purplish-golden talisman with arcs of lightning surging over its surface. The talisman was then hurled through the air, and it transformed into a bolt of purplish-golden lightning that hurtled directly toward a pillar in the hall. A resounding boom rang out as the bolt of lightning transformed into a huge purplish-golden rune that embedded itself several inches deep into the pillar. The edges of the indentation were very clean and sharp, as if the rune had been engraved on the pillar all along. Hai Yuetian and the other disciples naturally had no objections, and Nangong Wan and Silver Moon also exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. The next morning, Han Li departed from the Origin Integration Island alone and headed toward Deep Heaven City. Similar scenes were also taking place in some other races on the Tianyuan continent. The Grand Ascension Stage beings that were viewed as the pillars of those races had also been contacted by the Helian Trade Guild, and after some contemplation, most of them decided to travel to skies beyond as invited. There were even some Grand Ascension Stage beings who were very confident in their own abilities and were embarking on this trip with excitement in their hearts. After all, the opportunity to slay an immortal didn't come around every day. If they were lucky, perhaps this would be a massive opportunity for them. Around half a month later, two humanoid figures were hovering in mid-air within the underground world of the Helian Trade Guild headquarters. Among the duo was a black-robed young man, and he was appraising the completely deserted surroundings with a dark expression. He had already inspected this entire underground area several times using his enormous spiritual sense, and not a single living being could be found. It was as if they had all disappeared from the face of this realm. Even the restrictions and formations here had been disassembled, leaving not even a single spirit stone behind. "Master, it looks like the Helian Trade Guild must have been tipped off in advance and evacuated," Yang Dir said in a respectful manner. It was quite surprised that the vastly renowned Helian Trade Guild had retreated without even putting up a fight. "Humph, I have to commend them on making a smart decision to run away from me. So be it, I'll track down those two insects first then. With my soul mark planted in their bodies, there's no way they'll ever be able to truly escape from me. Once I hunt them down, perhaps we'll even be greeted with a pleasant surprise," Malyang harumphed coldly. An enlightened look appeared on Yang Dir's face upon hearing this. "You don't mean..." "That's right. Last time, those people used those two as a lure, and that obviously didn't end well for them, but it seems like someone else is trying to repeat this ploy," Malyang said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. After a brief pause he continued, "Let's go. Those two aren't particularly impressive when it comes to their cultivation, but they possess a special movement technique that makes it rather troublesome to hunt them down. Having said that, they should be on the verge of running out of energy. Even with spirit pills at their disposal, they won't be able to recover much in a short time. This time I'm going to make sure they don't get away. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a rainbow cloud appeared beneath his feet before carrying him up into the air. Young Deer hurriedly followed along as a streak of light. Meanwhile, the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were situated in a branch of the Helian Trade Guild countless kilometers away, listening carefully to what Ming Zun was currently telling them. With this divine wind boat and these talismans, there's no way that true immortal will be able to catch up to you in a short time. Our trade guild's request is very simple. Lead the true immortal on a wild goose chase, then lead him to skies beyond at Baleful Cry Point, and you'll have made a significant contribution to our cause, Ming Zun said with a serious expression. I don't care about your cause, just don't forget what you promised me, the six-winged frost centipede replied in a cold voice. After hearing about the treasures described by Ming Zun, he was confident that he would be able to succeed in this task. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so compliant. Rest assured, I'll speak to fellow Daoist Han to ensure that he doesn't target you within the next 1,000 years. I'm sure fellow Daoist Han would be willing to do me that favor. As for the items requested by fellow Daoist Ice Phoenix, I'm afraid we don't have all of them at the moment, but we'll do our best to gather everything after the event, Ming Zun said with a smile. Just do your best, Senior, the Ice Phoenix replied with a wry smile. If that's all you have to say, then we'll be setting off now. With that true immortal's speed, it'll most likely only take him a day or two to find this place, the six-winged frost centipede said. Go ahead, fellow Daoists, this branch will also be evacuated following your departure, Ming Zun replied with a nod. Thus, around an hour later, an azure flying boat emerged outside the branch amid a dull thump, then flew away as a streak of azure light. Shortly thereafter, around 100 more streaks of light shot out of the branch before splitting up into several groups and flying away in different directions. 2 days later, a rainbow cloud appeared above the branch, and after a short pause, a cold harumph rang out from within the cloud, following which a thick pillar of lightning crashed down from above, instantly incinerating the entire branch into ashes. After that, the cloud quickly departed. Close to a month later, an event that shook the entire continent took place. The Thin Reed race was renowned as the race that was most adept in illusion techniques on the entire Tianyuan continent. Recently, the population of over 10 million Thin Reed beings in the race's main city had been wiped out in a blood sacrifice. The 2 Grand Ascension Stage elders guarding the city were tipped off in advance and immediately fled, thus making them the only 2 survivors. As a result, the nightmare of the bloodthirsty true immortal officially descended upon the Tianyuan continent. Many of the races near the Thin Reed race were horrified by this news, and they all sent out people to verify its authenticity. Meanwhile, close to 20 of the most powerful beings on the Tianyuan continent had arrived at Baleful Cry Point one after another. So this is Baleful Cry Point. The density of baleful Qi is here truly astounding, Hanli murmured to himself as he looked on at the boundless blackish-green landscape up ahead. Even with his vast wealth of experience, such dense baleful Qi still came as quite a surprise to him. The baleful Qi here was virtually visible to the naked eye, and it would be enough to drive the average cultivator insane. Baleful Cry Point was a vastly renowned restricted area in this region, and just as Hanli was about to fly on ahead, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward another direction. Moments later, a burst of rumbling rang out in that direction, and it was steadily becoming louder, as if there were some type of gigantic creature approaching from afar. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he stood still on the spot as he continued to look on into the distance. The soil on the horizon suddenly began to churn and bulge, as if there were some type of giant creature rapidly approaching Han Li from underground. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but before he had a chance to do anything, a silver giant that was several hundred feet tall emerged from the soil. The giant had a head of long green hair, and his upper body was completely bare, while an azure leather kilt covered his lower body. His bulging muscles were of a shimmering silver color, as if they were constructed from silver, and with just a single stride, the giant covered a distance of thousands of feet, causing the nearby ground to tremor violently. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of the silver giant, and right at this moment, the giant sprang up into the air, then let loose a low roar before thrusting his palm viciously toward the ground down below. Two earth-shattering booms rang out as the earth within a radius of several kilometers around the giant completely collapsed, creating a small basin that was over 1,000 feet deep. A sharp cry rang out as a massive yellow beast rushed out of the basin, then fled toward the distance with all its might. However, the silver giant seemed to have anticipated this, and it appeared directly above the huge beast in a flash before stomping down viciously with a massive foot. As soon as the yellow beast and the silver foot came into contact with one another, the former immediately plummeted out of the heavens before being stomped into the ground amid a dull thump. Only then Hanli was able to identify the giant yellow beast as an earthy yellow turtle that was around 600 feet in length, and its shell was over 5 feet thick with sharp yellow spikes all over its surface. There was a single horn on its head, which was locked under the massive silver foot, and it was trying with all its might to withdraw its head back into its shell, but to no avail. In the next instant, the silver giant unleashed a series of silver fist projections that came crashing down in a frenzy. All of the fist projections quickly exploded upon the huge yellow turtle's body, and astonishing shockwaves were surging in all directions. Despite the turtle's incredible defensive prowess, its head was reduced to mincemeat within the span of just a few breaths, and even its shell had been shattered, allowing the silver giant to plunge his hand into its body before pulling out a head-sized yellow bead. The giant was ecstatic to see this bead, and he tossed it into his own mouth before devouring it. A burst of yellow light immediately flashed over his body, only to quickly fade after he made a hand seal. Right at this moment, the giant suddenly turned toward Hanli. His eyes were glowing with piercing silver light and completely devoid of pupils. He then rushed directly toward Hanli, and even before reaching Hanli he yelled, "Are you here to attend the gathering at Skies Beyond? I am Ingangzi of the Sky Dread race." "Greetings, fellow Ingangzi, I am Hanli of the human race," Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a salute. "You must be the fellow Taoist Han who slew the stem-borer queen in the Elder Devil realm. What a coincidence it is meeting you here. I've heard much about you." A hint of surprise flashed through the silver giant's eyes as he spoke, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which his body shrunk down to a size similar to Han Li's. "You're far too kind, Brother Ian. I was very fortunate to have been involved in the slaying of the stem-borer queen. Similarly, I've heard much about your Sky Dread race. That form you displayed just now was the fortune physique of your Sky Dread race, right?" Hanli replied with a polite smile. The Sky Dread race was a vastly renowned race on the Tianyuan continent. It didn't have a huge population, but all Sky Dread beings possessed incredible aptitude and were able to progress far more quickly in cultivation than the average being. Furthermore, once they attained the fortune physique, they would be able to instantly enhance their power by several fold. The Sky Dread race was also one of the 4 most mysterious races of the Tianyuan continent, and high-grade Sky Dread beings very rarely appeared before the public eye, so Hanli was quite surprised to be meeting one here. "Hehe, you're far too kind, fellow Taoist Han. The inner core of that earth turtle beast that I encountered on the way was quite useful to me, which was why I adopted my fortune physique to hunt it down. How about we head to Skies Beyond together?" Ingangzi offered. "I would be honored," Hanli accepted. "Haha, the honor is all mine. Let's continue onward. By the way, I have some questions about the true immortal that we're hunting. Ming Zun only gave me some very vague information, and I was wondering if you knew any further details," Ingangzi said in an elated manner. "I met fellow Taoist Ming Zun once recently, so I do have some information. I'll do my best to answer your questions," Hanli replied with a smile. "I'll have to thank you in advance then. Why don't you accompany me on my green wave carriage, fellow Taoist?" Ingangzi said in an elated manner, then opened his mouth to expel a burst of green light, which transformed into a green flying carriage that was around 300 feet in length. The carriage was triangular in shape and was intricately constructed, giving off a faint pleasant aroma. There were also 4 silver puppets standing at the front and back of the carriage, and Hanli accepted the offer, flying onto the carriage with Ingangzi. Moments later, the carriage shot forth deeper into the blackish-green landscape as a ball of green light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Half a day later, the flying carriage was flying through a sea of black winds at the center of Baleful Cry Point. All of a sudden, the black wind up ahead faded, and a strange world was revealed up ahead. At an altitude of several tens of thousands of feet, the entire region was split into 2 distinct halves, one black and one white. The lower half was still comprised of the sea of black wind, while the upper half was a white light barrier, within which hovered countless giant rocks. The smallest of these giant rocks were only around the size of houses, while the largest ones resembled giant islands, and all of these rocks had buildings constructed upon them. So this is skies beyond. How interesting, Hanli mused with an intrigued expression as he stood at the front of the green flying carriage. This is indeed quite an interesting place. Apparently, this was once a restricted area of a major race in ancient times. However, that race disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and the baleful yin qi pouring out from underground in this region has made this place completely devoid of all living beings, Ingangzi said. During their trip, Han Li and Ingangzi had gotten along quite well, and it was as if they were a pair of old friends. Looks like that race must have invoked some type of insurmountable natural disaster that led to their disappearance. I don't think the actions of people could make an entire race disappear without any news emerging, Han Li speculated. Perhaps so. Oh, that looks like people from the trade guild coming to welcome us, Ingangzu said as he cast his gaze upward, just in time to see a white flying boat descending through the light barrier up above before approaching their flying carriage. Han Li and Ingangzi exchanged a glance before waiting at the front of the carriage, which slowly drew to a halt. Moments later, the white flying boat stopped beside the carriage, and a blue-robed man on the flying boat cast his gaze toward Han Li and Ingangzi before hurriedly extending a respectful bow. Welcome, Senior Han Li of the human race and Senior Ingangzi of the Sky Dread race. I was instructed by Master Ming Zun to welcome you and guide you to skies beyond. You recognize us? Looks like fellow Taoist Ming must have shown you all of our portraits. Lead the way then, Ingangzi instructed in an expressionless manner. Yes, please come with me, seniors, the blue-robed man replied in a respectful manner before turning the flying boat back around and flying on ahead. The green flying carriage followed along at Ingangzi's behest, and around 15 minutes later, the carriage finally descended onto one of the massive levitating rocks in skies beyond. On this giant rock was a massive white hall, at the entrance of which stood 2 rows of armed trade guild guards. Ingangzi stowed the flying carriage away before making his way toward the hall, and none of the guards made any effort to stop them. After entering the hall and passing through a short corridor, Han Li and Ingangzi were greeted by the sight of Ming Zun in a cavernous room. Ming Zun was currently conversing with a few other Grand Ascension stage beings, but he immediately rose to his feet in an elated manner and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, Brother Yin, I didn't think the two of you would arrive together." None of the other people in the room stood up, but all of them directed their attention toward Han Li's duo. Haha, fellow Taoist Han and I had a chance encounter on the edge of Baleful Cry Point, so we came here together. It's been several thousand years since we last met, but you're looking as healthy as ever, Brother Ming, Ingangzi said with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Han Li merely extended an obligatory greeting toward Ming Zun before directing his attention toward the other people in the room. Aside from Ming Zun, there were 3 men and 2 women in the hall. One of the 3 men was an imposing black-armored man with a menacing appearance, while another was a wizened elderly man holding a cane with the grip carved into the shape of an ornate dragon's head. As for the final man, this was a refined and elegant scholar who appeared to be around 20 years of age with a peculiar-looking azure bamboo tube strapped to his back. As for the 2 women, one of them was a yellow-robed Taoist nun who appeared to be around 30 years of age with a round face, while the other woman wore a green palatial dress with a slightly dark complexion and a pair of bright and intelligent eyes. You're late, Ingangzi. If I recall correctly, you're always raring for a good battle, so I thought you'd arrive before everyone else, the black-armored man chortled. Ingangzi seemed to be quite familiar with the black-armored man, and he replied, I encountered some slight trouble on the way here, so I was delayed for a few days. Otherwise, I would have definitely arrived before you, fellow Taoist Huaying. I've heard much about your fortune physique, Brother Yin, but I never got a chance to see it during our previous encounters. Surely you'll be displaying it against a true immortal, the woman in the palatial dress said with a smile. Ingangzi seemed to be rather wary of this woman, and he put on a slightly forced smile as he replied, My fortune physique is nothing compared to your bonded ability, Mistress Wu. As for the other 3 people in the room, none of them said anything, but it was clear from their expressions that they were quite familiar with Ingangzi as well. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all of them were vastly renowned Grand Ascension stage beings who had lived for countless years, so they would have all encountered one another at some point. As such, they were naturally rather intrigued by the unfamiliar face that was Han Li. Who's this fellow Taoist, Brother Ming? I don't think I've ever seen him before, the Taoist nun asked with a smile. This is fellow Taoist Han Li of the human race. He only progressed to the Grand Ascension stage not long ago, but I'm sure you've all heard of him, Ming Zun replied with a smile. A hint of surprise flashed through the Taoist nun's eyes upon hearing this. Hanli? The human Grand Ascension stage being who slew the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil realm? I can't take anywhere near full credit for slaying the Stemborer. The rumors about me are far too exaggerated, Hanli replied with a smile. Everyone else in the room was also rather surprised to hear this. It was clear that all of them were at least somewhat aware of just how fearsome the Stemborer Queen had been. In any case, that Stemborer Queen was something that even true immortals were unable to tame. With your inclusion, our chances of success will be greatly elevated, the black-armored man said. Fellow Taoist Han, you only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so I'm sure you haven't had a chance to meet these fellow Taoists. Allow me to introduce them to you. This is fellow Taoist Hua Ying of the Giant Hand race. He's particularly adept in concealment arts. This is Mistress Wu of the Ancient Dawn race, who's renowned for her bonded Zhu Rong divine flames, which are capable of melting mountains and boiling oceans. Ming Zun took the initiative to introduce everyone to Han Li, and even though none of these people were particularly renowned among normal cultivators, it was clear that they were the ones who stood at the pinnacle of the entire spirit realm. Brother Ming, we're taking on a true immortal here. Surely there are more people than this, Yin Gangzi said as he took a seat with Han Li. Of course. Aside from the fellow Taoists gathered here, fellow Taoist Lung of the Golden Stone race, fellow Taoist Yun Dan and fellow Taoist Yushu of the Heavenly Cicada race, as well as Xian Jiuling, will also be arriving soon, Ming Zun replied. Aside from Han Li, everyone's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was clear that these four were all very formidable beings. I didn't think that Yun Dan and Yushu would agree to join this alliance. How did you manage to convince those two, Brother Ming? The young scholar asked with a wary look on his face. So that Xian Bailing has changed his name to Xian Jiuling. Looks like he must have slain another true spirit. That madman has become an obsessive cultivation freak, but I have to admit, his powers are becoming more and more unfathomable. I'm also very curious about how you were able to convince him to participate, Yin Gangzi said with a dark expression. It's very simple. For Yun Dan and Yushu, I promised them that our trade guild will do 3 things for them after the event, and they just so happen to have an important matter that requires the assistance of our trade guild. As for fellow Taoist Xian Jiuling, I didn't even have to persuade him. He immediately agreed upon hearing that the opponent was a true immortal. For someone like him, the opportunity to face a true immortal is the best possible compensation, Ming Zun explained. Considering how crazy he is, that actually makes a lot of sense, Yin Gangzi chuckled. As for the young scholar, his expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything further in the end. I had invited some other fellow Taoists as well, but they either couldn't make it in time or had other important matters to attend to, so they won't be joining us. Otherwise, our chances of success would have been even higher, Ming Zun said in a slightly forlorn manner. Is that true immortal really that fearsome? Even with all of us participating in this ploy, it sounds like you're still not fully confident that we'll succeed. According to the ancient tomes I reference, all true immortals who had descended into our spirit realm had been severely debilitated by the power of this realm. Surely there's no way he'll be powerful enough to contend with all of us, the elderly man holding the golden cane said. I'm well aware of this myself. If this were a normal immortal, we would naturally be able to crush him with ease. However, this is no ordinary immortal, Ming Zun replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this, and everyone else was also rather befuddled. Judging from the feats of this true immortal on the other continents, I can tell you that he's definitely no ordinary immortal. Instead, the comparison between him and the average immortal would be similar to that between one of us and the average Grand Ascension stage being. On the Blood Sky continent, he slew 16 Grand Ascension stage beings in a single day, including 3 fellow Taoists who were no less powerful than myself, so we definitely can't afford to be complacent, Ming Zun explained in a cautious manner. I heard that fellow Taoist Bai Ying had perished by his hands, and I also heard some rumors about him facing 3 true spirit beings on the Thunder continent. The latest news I received was that he had gotten himself a servant who is also quite powerful. Have you managed to find out who this servant is, fellow Taoist Ming? Mistress Wu Ling asked. You have some impressive sources of information, Mistress Wu. Indeed, the true immortal has recruited a new servant, and according to the results of our trade guild's investigation, we've ascertained this servant to be Yang Deer, one of the 3 true spirits summoned by the Jiaoqi race, Ming Zun replied with slightly furrowed brows. What? Yang Deer was tamed rather than slain by the true immortal? Everyone was astonished to hear this, and a contemplative look also appeared on Han Li's face. That's right, I'm sure you all understand why I'm being so cautious now. Aside from all of the fellow Taoists I've recruited, I'll also be summoning the 4 powerful true spirits worshipped by our trade guild. On top of that, we'll be setting up the bipolar annihilation formation using a pair of profound heavenly treasures to ensure that he won't be able to escape. Your trade guild really is going all in here, Yin Gangzi said as he drew a sharp breath, and everyone else was also stunned to hear this. The duty of our trade guild's existence is to maintain peace in the spirit realm, and we won't allow even a true immortal to place that into jeopardy. Of course, considering the significant contribution our trade guild is making, if we manage to successfully defeat that true immortal, our trade guild will be taking 1/3 of his treasures while the rest will be split among all of you. I'm sure no one will have any objections to that, Ming Zun said. Everyone began to exchange hesitant glances upon hearing this, while Ming Zun merely waited patiently for a response. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this and he said, I have no objection to your trade guild taking 1/3 of the treasures, but I have a condition. If you find any immortal secret techniques or cultivation arts in that true immortal's possession, I hope each of us can receive a replica free of charge. That's a great suggestion from fellow Taoist Han. I fully agree. I also support this proposal. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this, and they all offered their support. Ming Zun's expression changed slightly in response, but after some brief contemplation he decided to agree. Thus, everyone was very pleased and their first impression of Han Li had also improved. After that, they discussed some matters surrounding the plan to target the true immortal, and the meeting concluded several hours later. Everyone settled into some of the buildings and skies beyond, and Han Li flew over to a massive rock that was slightly further away before taking residence in a relatively intact pavilion. 1. In Chinese, BA is 8 while Jiu is 9, so the number in Xian Beiling's name increased to Xian Jiuling. This clearly has something to do with the number of true spirits that he had slain in the past. The next morning, Patriarch Hua Shi appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, then relayed a message he had received during his meeting with the Ice Phoenix. So fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix was abducted by the 6-winged frost centipede, and he's harboring a lot of animosity toward me, is that correct? Han Li confirmed as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. That's what fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix told me. On top of that, the 6-winged frost centipede only agreed to act as lure after Senior Ming Zun promised him that he would convince you to leave the 6-winged frost centipede alone for the next 1,000 years, Patriarch Hua Shi replied. I see. By the way, did you pass on those protective treasures I gave you to fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix? Han Li asked. I did. Good. You can go now. Before the battle begins, get as far away from here as possible, Han Li instructed. Patriarch Hua Shi gave an affirmative response before taking his leave in a respectful manner. In the coming days, Han Li remained in his pavilion, meditating the entire time without leaving even once. During this time, not only did the other Grand Ascension stage beings who were yet to arrive finally show up, the Trade Guild was also setting up the bipolar annihilation formation. As for the 2 profound heavenly treasures acting as the formation core, they were surrounded by a layer of restrictions, and everyone was prohibited from approaching that area aside from Ming Zun and several other Trade Guild elders. Interestingly enough, the true spirits that Ming Zun had mentioned were still nowhere to be seen, and it was unclear whether they had concealed themselves, or were only going to be summoned on the day of the battle. Close to a month later, Han Li was meditating in his pavilion when a crimson fireball suddenly appeared before him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then exploded on the spot, upon which a voice rang out in the room. Fellow Taoist Han, the true immortal is not far away from Baleful Cry Point, and we're about to commence our operation. Please come to the hall where we had our last meeting as soon as possible. A serious look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and he made a hand seal before flying out of the pavilion as a streak of azure light. Around 15 minutes later, everyone was gathered within the hall, and by the time Han Li arrived, there were already over 10 other Grand Ascension stage beings present, among which were several unfamiliar faces. In particular, there was a pair of cultivators who bore strong resemblance with one another that caught Han Li's attention. Both of them appeared to be around 20 years of age, and the man had a set of cold and handsome features, while the woman was very seductive and beautiful. However, both of them had a layer of reddish-purple baleful qi emanating from their bodies, and the space within a radius of several tens of feet around them would occasionally blur and warp, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. Yin Gangzi and the others were also appraising this duo with a hint of wariness in their eyes. Meanwhile, Ming Zun was sitting on the main seat, listening to a report being delivered by a middle-aged man. The six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix have already lured the true immortal to the edge of baleful Aura Point. At their current speed, it would take around 5 more hours at most before they enter the area encompassed within the bipolar annihilation formation. All of our trade guild's disciples and elders have already gone on ahead, and the spirit summoning ceremony is also ready to commence, so we'll be able to summon those true spirits at any time. Good. Begin the spirit summoning ceremony in an hour. As for the bipolar annihilation formation, no one is permitted to activate it without my orders. Everything else can proceed as planned. We'll all travel to the predetermined ambush spot soon. After that, leave everything to us, Ming Zun instructed. The middle-aged man immediately gave an affirmative response before quickly departing. As you've all heard, all of the preparations are complete. We just need to work together to defeat that true immortal now. However, let me make one thing clear. If anyone tries to flee or back out, then don't blame me for turning on you, Ming Zun said with a serious expression. Rest assured, Brother Ming, no one would back down at a time like this. That's right, if anyone tries to do so, we'll kill them together. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings quickly chimed in agreement. Fellow Taoist Ming, why is it that Xian Jiuling still isn't here? Could it be that he changed his mind? The man among the duo suddenly asked in a cold voice. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Yun Dan. Fellow Taoist Xian Jiuling already arrived several days ago, but he's refining a powerful secret technique and has been assigned with another important task, and that's why he's absent, Ming Zun replied in a polite manner. I see. We had heard that Xian Jiuling was able to slay true spirits on his own, and we had always wanted to witness his powers, but haven't had the chance to do so, the woman by the name of Yushu said with a smile. It seemed that this duo harbored some animosity toward Xian Jiuling. Ming Zun had no response to this and could only offer a wry smile. Thankfully, Yun Dan and Yushu didn't ask any further questions, and they began to converse with one another through voice transmission. Ming Zun was quite relieved to see this and he began speaking to everyone else. Right at this moment, Ming Zun's voice transmission rang out in Han Li's ears, and a surprised look appeared on his face upon hearing what Ming Zun had to say. However, he only considered what was being said briefly before nodding in response, and a hint of elation flashed through Ming Zun's eyes upon seeing this. After a while, most of the Grand Ascension stage beings departed from the hall to travel toward the predetermined ambush spot, leaving only Ming Zun, Han Li, Yun Dan, and Yushu in the room. Yun Dan and Yushu appraised Han Li with a hint of a surprise in their eyes before Yun Dan said, Do you really want my sister and I to guard the profound heavenly treasures in the formation, fellow Taoist Ming? This is a very heavy responsibility, one that we may not be able to handle. You're far too modest, fellow Taoist. No one is more suited to this task than you and your sister. The bipolar annihilation formation is the key to success here. As long as the two profound heavenly treasure remain unscathed, the formation will be able to continue to operate, Ming Zun replied. My sister and I have always stayed together, so we'll only be able to guard one formation core. As such, it looks like the other formation core will be guarded by this fellow Taoist. Will he be up to the task? Yun Dan asked in a skeptical voice. Han Li merely offered a slight smile and didn't respond to this rather rude question. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han is extremely powerful in his own right, and I'm confident that he'll be up to the task, Ming Zun replied. In that case, we'll take your word for it and follow your arrangement, Brother Ming, Yushu said with a smile before casting another curious glance toward Han Li. Ming Zun was ecstatic to hear this, and he clapped his hands together as he said, All right, I'll get someone to guide you to the formation core. A guard immediately strode in from outside the hall before respectfully leading the duo out of the hall. Following their departure, Ming Zun turned to Han Li with a serious expression and asked, Fellow Taoist Han, you won't object to guarding the other formation core, right? You really do have a high opinion of me, Brother Ming? In that case, I can only do my best, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Haha, this is an all-important task that I could only assign to you. With the three of you guarding the formation cores, the formation's safety will be assured, Ming Zun chuckled. Han Li didn't say anything in response. Right at this moment, another guard strode into the hall, then extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before leading him out of the room as well. As soon as Han Li left, the smile on Ming Zun's face faded, and his brows furrowed tightly in contemplation. Are you sure this true immortal has a way to disregard the power of laws of this realm and temporarily return to his full power? If that turns out to not be the case, then this plan of yours won't work. An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out, following which a humanoid figure emerged from Ming Zun's shadow. Ming Zun was completely unsurprised by this, and he replied calmly, "Rest assured, the footage of the battle on the Blood Sky continent that I received isn't very clear, but the golden giant in the footage is clearly the true immortal in his ultimate form. Otherwise, Bai Ying and the others wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The true key to this battle will be whether you can successfully land the killing blow. Otherwise, we'll suffer the same fate as Bai Ying and the others. As long as he recovers his true immortal body and gets caught off guard, there's no way he'll be able to withstand my 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts. This is an immortal secret technique passed down by my ancestors, and it specifically targets true immortal bodies. I had to refine the souls of 9 true spirits to attain the power to unleash this strike once, but it'll be more than enough against this descended true immortal," the blurry figure replied in a confident manner. "Indeed, that true immortal may be extremely powerful, but all of the measures we've prepared will force him to expend most of his powers, so there's no way he'll be able to evade your attack. Once you break his true immortal body, he'll only be slightly more powerful than the average true spirit, and that would make him an easy opponent to defeat," Ming Zun said. "None of the others know about your plan, so it's hard to say how many of them will survive. Even those 4 true spirits are destined to act as cannon fodder, right?" The blurry figure said in a cold voice. "We have no choice. In the face of such a powerful true immortal, how can we hope to defeat him without making sacrifices? I've already cautioned everyone on multiple occasions about how formidable this true immortal is going to be. I can only hope that they've taken my advice to heart," Ming Zun replied. "What are you planning by getting those 3 to guard the profound heavenly treasures in the formation? The bipolar annihilation formation was also passed down by my ancestors, and as far as I know, the formation cores don't require any protection. If the true immortal really does manage to make it to the formation core, the formation will have already crumbled," the figure said in a curious manner. "Hee, I have my reasons for doing this. Perhaps they'll survive by staying in the formation cores," Ming Zun chuckled in response. "As the shadow of our trade guild, I have no interest in whatever sneaky plans you have, but if we obtain true soul pills from that true immortal, then one must be given to me. With that pill, I'll be able to truly master the 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts, thereby giving me a chance to ascend to the true immortal realm. Even if this plan succeeds, your trade guild would be expending a massive price," the figure said. "If we manage to obtain true soul pills, then you'll definitely be given one. As for the sacrifices our trade guild is making, those are necessary for success. Besides, I'm sure the treasures of such a powerful true immortal would be enough to make up for those losses," Ming Zun replied. "I certainly hope so. Now that everyone else has set off, I'll be going as well. Make sure you withstand at least the first wave of attacks from that true immortal. Otherwise, I'm not going to be saving you," the figure chuckled before vanishing into thin air again. Throughout this entire process, the figure's appearance had remained completely hidden. Following the figure's departure, Ming Zun murmured to himself, "The same applies to you. If you fail in your surprise attack, you most likely won't be able to get away, and I won't save you either." At this point, Han Li had already been led into the bipolar annihilation formation by the guard from the trade guild. According to Ming Zun's introduction, this formation was comprised of over 36,000 formation treasures, and was being powered by tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. The formation spanned most of Baleful Cry Point, and the 2 formation cores were situated very far away, with one located in the north, while the other was in the south. After flying along behind the guard for a while longer, Han Li finally arrived at the formation core he had been assigned to. This formation was comprised of a giant altar surrounded by 8 massive golden pillars. Layers of restriction fluctuations were emanating from the golden pillars, and the pillars were each surrounded by a group of armored guards. The altar itself was triangular in shape and extremely smooth. Its top half was enshrouded within a rainbow light barrier, and at the very top, there was something flashing incessantly. "This is the formation core, and all of these people are for you to use as you see fit, Senior Han," the guard said in a respectful manner as he offered a silver badge to Han Li with both hands. "Of course. I'm quite interested in the profound heavenly treasure in the formation core, but I wouldn't jeopardize this entire plan just to satisfy my own curiosity," Han Li replied. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now." The guard extended a parting salute before flying back the way he had come. Only then did Han Li look down at the badge in his hand to find that it was glowing with silver light, and there were countless tiny runes engraved on its surface. The runes were arranged in an extremely profound pattern, striking the beholder with a sense of dizziness. After inspecting the badge for a short while, Han Li stowed it away before making his way toward the altar. We pay our respects to Senior Han. All of the guards present, of which there were close to 1,000, immediately extended respectful greetings toward Han Li. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward these guards to find that most of them were at the deity transformation stage or spatial tempering stage, and there was a body integration cultivator leading each of the 8 groups. No need for formalities. Seeing as I'm in charge here, I'll establish one rule. Anyone who doesn't follow my orders will be killed, understood? Yes. The guards immediately answered in unison, then continued to stand on guard around the golden pillars. Meanwhile, Han Li vanished on the spot before appearing at the center of the white altar. After taking a glance at the altar beneath his feet, he sat down onto it with his legs crossed. All of a sudden, Dao Xie's surprised voice rang out within his spiritual sense. This seems to the bipolar destruction formation of the true immortal realm. Bipolar destruction formation? Shouldn't it be the bipolar annihilation formation? Han Li asked. No, the bipolar annihilation formation is also a type of immortal formation, but it's quite simple in design and mainly used to kill enemies. It's far less intricate and profound than the bipolar destruction formation, Dao Xie replied. What additional abilities does this bipolar destruction formation have? Han Li asked. The bipolar destruction formations has 3 abilities: trapping, debilitation, and self-detonation, and all of those abilities are extremely troublesome to deal with even for a true immortal. In particular, self-detonation can be activated as long as a sufficiently powerful treasure or being is sacrificed within the formation cores, and the resulting explosion will be so powerful that it could even kill a high-grade true immortal, Dao Xie explained. Han Li's heart immediately jolted upon hearing this. Self-detonation can be activated by sacrificing living beings? That's right. Both precious treasures or powerful living beings could be used as sacrifices. Once the sacrifice begins, everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around the formation core will be destroyed and reduced to energy to power the formation, Dao Xie replied. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but internally he was furious to hear this. So that's why Ming Zun asked the 3 of us not to leave the formation cores we're guarding. Dao Xie continued, theoretically speaking, even the bipolar annihilation formation would be extremely difficult to set up in a lower realm, let alone the bipolar destruction formation, which is far more complex and profound. Judging from this formation core, this formation is still different from the bipolar destruction formation that I'm familiar with. The materials in the spirit realm naturally can't compare with those that can be found in the true immortal realm. Many substitutes were most likely used. As a result, the effects and power of this formation should also be impacted. Can you identify the specific differences? Han Li asked in a contemplative manner. I'm only a faux immortal puppet used in battle, not a formation setting puppet. I can only see that this formation is different from its immortal counterpart, but I'm unable to identify the exact differences, Dao Xie replied. That's quite troublesome. I want to take down that true immortal, but I certainly don't want to be destroyed with him as a sacrifice, Han Li said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. After a brief pause, Dao Xie said, I have a method that you can use to save yourself. What is it? Han Li hurriedly asked. I can alter this formation core slightly so that the area you're currently situated in will be exempt from the destructive effect of the sacrifice, Dao Xie replied in a calm manner. Han Li hesitated momentarily before arriving at a decision. All right, we'll do as you say. I require the help of your gold-devouring beetle monarch in order to be able to do this in a completely stealthy manner, Dao Xie said. That's not an issue. Jin Tong, make sure to follow all of Brother Xie's instructions to a fault, Han Li replied before issuing an instruction to the gold-devouring beetle monarch in his spirit beast bracelet. After that, Han Li remained seated in a completely still manner, but a speck of golden light shot out of one of his fingertips, which was concealed up his sleeve, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of faint spatial fluctuations undetectable even to body integration cultivators emerged near one of the golden pillars, following which a golden beetle around the size of a grain of rice appeared. The beetle landed on the pillar before crawling surreptitiously over its surface, leaving a trail of spirit patterns in its way that were almost too small to see with the naked eye. At the same time, Daoist Ye's instructions were ringing out within the golden beetle's spiritual sense, and a series of formation diagrams were also appearing in the beetle's mind. The guards around the golden pillar were naturally completely oblivious to this. After that, the other 7 pillars were also subsequently tampered with by Jin Tong in secret. High up in the sky in another area of Baleful Cry Point, Yin Gongzi and the other Grand Ascension stage beings were concealed within a certain area of space, and all of them were waiting for something in silence. All of a sudden, Ming Zun appeared beside them amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "Brother Ming, why are you on your own? Where are the other 3 fellow Taoists?" Mistress Wu Ling asked as her brows furrowed slightly. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Wu Ling, those 3 have been assigned with the task of guarding the 2 formation cores. As long as this formation doesn't crumble, we'll be able to face that true immortal with no concerns for our safety," Ming Zun replied. "But without those 3 fellow Taoists, our overall power will be severely reduced. Won't that be an issue? Also, where is fellow Taoist Shen Jiuling? Is he not going to be joining us?" Yin Gongzi asked as his brows also furrowed slightly. "There's no helping it. Those 3 must be assigned to guard the formation cores so we don't have to worry about the formation being destroyed. After all, this is an immortal formation that will be an absolutely necessary trump card for us to overcome this true immortal, so the compromise had to be made. As for fellow Taoist Shen Jiuling, he has already arrived," Ming Zun replied in an unhurried manner. As soon as his voice trailed off, another male voice rang out, seemingly out of thin air. "Were you concerned that I would back out at the last minute? Rest assured, even if all of you had changed your minds, I would still face the true immortal on my own. After all, the opportunity to slay a true immortal doesn't come around every day. As expected of fellow Taoist Shen, but seeing as you're already here, why aren't you coming out to meet us?" Mistress Wu Ling asked. Everyone else's expressions also eased slightly upon hearing this. "I've always preferred to be alone, so I won't come out to meet you. All you need to know is that I'll definitely strike when the time is right," Shen Jiuling replied in an expressionless voice. The Grand Ascension stage beings present could only exchange speechless glances upon hearing this. At the same time, they were quite surprised that they were still unable to pinpoint Shen Jiuling's exact location. On the edge of Baleful Cry Point, a streak of azure light appeared before flying straight into the region. All of a sudden, the azure light faded to reveal a flying boat that was over 100 feet in length. At the front of the boat stood the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix, both of whom had unnaturally pale complexions. A hint of fear flashed through the 6-winged frost centipede's eyes, and he said, "That was a close call. Not only does that madman not seem to be slowing down, it appears his stamina is only improving as this chase drags on. However, we should be safe for now. All we need to do is wait for a while so he can close down the distance between us a little, then lead him into the formation. Not only have we used up almost all of the pills and talismans given to us by the Helian Trade Guild, even the essential power that you and I had only just recovered were expended. If the Trade Guild can't bring down that madman here, then we won't even have a chance to escape anymore," the Ice Phoenix said with a dark expression. Ming Zun proclaimed that he had recruited the most powerful beings on the entire continent, didn't he? That should include my former master. I hate to admit it, but that former master of mine really is quite formidable. With his inclusion, this plan will most likely be a success, the 6-winged frost centipede said in an expressionless manner. The Ice Phoenix was rather surprised to hear this. "I didn't think that you would be so confident in Brother Han. If I weren't so wary of him, I wouldn't have raised that condition to Ming Zun to persuade him not to come after me for the next 1,000 years. With those 1,000 years, I'll be able to reach a pinnacle in my cultivation, and I won't have to fear anyone in the spirit realm then," the 6-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. "Is that so? If you ask me, with Brother Han's incredible aptitude, he'll be even more unfathomably powerful in 1,000 years. I dare say there's a possibility that he could ascend to the true immortal realm within the next 10,000 years, the Ice Phoenix said with a hint of mockery in her eyes. "We have to go," the Ice Phoenix hurriedly urged. The 6-winged frost centipede immediately summoned a crimson pill that he tossed into his own mouth, following which the flying boat shot forth as a streak of azure light once again, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Within the span of around a dozen breaths, a burst of crimson light appeared in the distance, following which a river of blood gushed forth at an incredible speed. Within the river of blood, there were 8 five-clawed blood dragons thrashing around with golden light surging out of their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the river of blood flowed into baleful Cry Point, directly pursuing the flying boat up ahead. Both the flying boat and the river of blood were traveling at an incredible speed, but the gap between them was quickly shrinking. After only about 15 minutes, the river of blood had become clearly visible to the 6-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix. "Do we still have more of the wind evasion talismans given to us by Ming Zun?" the 6-winged frost centipede asked. "There's only one left," the ice phoenix replied after a brief hesitation. "Then what are you waiting for? Use it right now," the 6-winged frost centipede yelled. The ice phoenix immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a shimmering silver talisman that vanished into the flying boat in a flash. In the next instant, countless silver runes appeared all over the surface of the flying boat, then instantly disappeared. A sharp screeching sound rang out from the flying boat, and it abruptly blurred before speeding up by around twofold, making it slightly faster than even the pursuing river of blood. "Humph, they're using the same trick again. I'm quite surprised that the wind evasion talismans of our true immortal realm can be found in a realm like this," Ma Liang harumphed coldly as he stood on the head of one of the blood dragons in the river of blood. "Those talismans were most likely left behind in this world by immortals of ancient times. Otherwise, there's no way anyone in this realm would have been able to refine these immortal talismans," Yang Deer replied in a respectful manner. "Even so, these talismans are quite annoying to deal with. Without their interference, I would have already captured those 2 a month ago," Ma Liang said as a hint of impatience flashed through his eyes. "Rest assured, Master, there definitely wouldn't be too many of these immortal talismans in this realm. Perhaps this is already their last one." Unbeknownst to Yang Deer, his optimistic statement had struck the nail on the head. "Yang Deer, do you think this would be a good place to ambush me?" Ma Liang suddenly asked as he swept his enormous spiritual sense through the surrounding area. Yan Deer's heart jolted upon hearing this and he hurriedly asked, "Have you discovered something, Master?" "No, but the baleful Qi here is extremely abundant, to the extent that even my spiritual sense is significantly restricted. This would be a perfect place to set a trap for me," Ma Liang said with a cold smile. "He has to withstand the power of formation while unleashing that river of blood to oppose us, and he definitely won't be able to keep this up for long. I'll also summon the 4 true spirits to assist us," Ming Zun yelled as he made a grabbing motion to summon a reddish-purple badge, which he immediately tossed forward. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the badge transformed into a huge reddish-purple rune. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted at 4 locations around the river of blood, and 4 black platforms emerged, atop each of which was a fearsome-looking black beasts. The 4 beasts were identical in appearance. All of them were over 100 feet in length with lion bodies and dragon heads. As soon as the platforms appeared, the 4 beasts opened their eyes and stood up in unison before letting loose ferocious roars. "You had 4 mythical black beasts up your sleeve? Ah, you sure are good at keeping secrets, Brother Ming. With their assistance, our victory is all but guaranteed," Yin Gongzi said in an elated manner, and the others were also ecstatic to see these 4 beasts. Mythical black beasts were top-tier true spirits that ranked near the likes of heavenly dragons and true phoenixes. They weren't inferior even to the Qilins of all elements. As such, the sudden appearance of 4 of these beasts naturally instilled everyone with immense confidence. The mythical black beasts sprang up into the air before pouncing toward the river of blood as gusts of black wind, and they were immediately followed by the Grand Ascension stage beings, who unleashed various abilities and treasures to attack the 8 blood dragons down below. Lights of all different colors flashed in the sky, clashing with the river of blood to create a string of devastating explosions. As soon as the mythical black beasts drew close to the river of blood, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face as he made a hand seal, and gusts of Yin winds surged out of the river of blood, following which 4 massive crimson giants were manifested. The 4 giants were over 1,000 feet tall and completely bald, wearing suits of armor that were of the same color as their bodies. They raised their fists before launching them toward the mythical black beasts, and even before their fists had even struck their targets, a nauseating odor of blood and gore was already sweeping through the air. The 4 mythical black beasts were able to evade the attacks before instantly appearing behind the crimson giants, then gently swept their front limbs through the air to release long black blade projections, and the four giants were immediately decapitated. As for the mythical black beasts, they continued onward without pause, preparing to plunge straight into the river of blood. Right at this moment, Maoyang uttered the word restrict, and the four mythical black beasts felt as if explosions had rung out in their heads, causing them to falter involuntarily. Immediately thereafter, around a dozen crimson tentacles swept toward them from behind before striking them like lightning. Most of the black chi around the four beasts was scattered, and they were sent flying for hundreds of feet amid cries of surprise while scorching crimson flames were ignited on their bodies. In the next instant, a string of furious roars rang out, and 8 tornadoes erupted into the heavens, sweeping all of the crimson flames away to reveal the black beasts again, which had swelled to several times their original size. Not far behind the massive beasts, the 4 crimson giants had regenerated their lost heads, and they were appraising the 4 huge black beasts with expressionless eyes, while violently flailing crimson tentacles had emerged from their backs. The 4 beasts exchanged a glance before opening their mouths in unison, releasing countless black wind blades that swept toward the crimson giants like a torrential storm. In contrast with normal wind blades, these ones seemed to be phasing in and out of existence as they surged through the air, and upon striking the crimson giants, large chunks of their bodies would instantly vanish amid flashes of black light. The 4 beasts themselves also sprang forward behind the wind blades, then swept their front limbs through the air to unleash lethal black blade projections. However, the crimson giants were completely fearless as they reached out with their massive hands, releasing a burst of fierce blood chi. At the same time, the tentacles on their backs also transformed into a blood barrier before them. Countless wounds were instantly inflicted upon the giants, indicating that they were clearly no match for the mythical black beasts, but with their immortal bodies, they were able to instantly regenerate regardless of how grievous their injuries were. Even though the mythical black beasts held a clear upper hand, they were rather fearful of the giants' crimson tentacles, and thus an impasse ensued. "Master, I'll go and face those mythical black beasts. They're quite troublesome to deal with, but I just so happen to know some of their weaknesses," Yang Deer said in a respectful manner. "There's no need for that. Those 4 blood spirits were only recently refined, so it wouldn't hurt for them to face powerful opponents." "I have another task for you," Maoyang replied. "What is it, Master?" Yang Deer asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this formation should have a pair of formation cores. Go and destroy one of them for me. As soon as the formation cores are destroyed, I'll no longer have to use most of my magic power to resist the formation's restrictions, and I'll be able to take care of all of these opponents with ease," Maoyang said. "As you wish, Master. May I ask how you plan to deal with the other formation core?" Yang Deer asked in a hesitant manner. "Humph, just do what I tell you to do. There's no need for you to worry about the other formation core," Maoyang harumphed coldly as his expression darkened slightly. A chill ran down Yang Deer's spine and it hurriedly said, "Forgive me for asking unnecessary questions, Master. I'll set off to destroy a formation core right away." "Hold on, I have some things to give you." Maoyang raised a hand as he spoke, and a ball of azure light emerged from the giant umbrella above the river of blood, forming another miniature umbrella that was several inches in size. He then pointed a finger at his own glabella, upon which a translucent bead emerged. "Take these with you. This sensory bead contains the location of the formation core I just detected. Take it with you and I'll be able to monitor your situation from here as well. As for this Azure Chaos Umbrella clone, it can nullify the restrictive effect that the formation has on you, but there's a time limit, so make sure to act quickly," Maoyang instructed as he tossed the 2 items toward Yang Deer. "Rest assured, Master, I won't disappoint you," Yang Deer promised as it accepted the 2 items. It then tossed the small umbrella forward, and the umbrella transformed into an azure light barrier that enshrouded its entire body. After that, it inspected the location recorded within the bead, then transformed into its deer-bear hybrid form before rushing out of the river of blood toward a certain direction. Following Yang Deer's departure, Maoyang released a crimson jade box out of his sleeve before pointing a finger at it. The lid of the box was removed, revealing a tiny crimson figure with several golden talismans plastered to its surface. The miniature figure was only around half a foot tall with long crimson hair and a ghostly mask on its face. Its eyes were tightly shut, and there were crimson spirit patterns all over its body, all of which were emanating faint red light. A serious look appeared on Maoyang's face at the sight of the miniature figure, and he made a hand seal before releasing a streak of silver light toward it. The silver light vanished into the miniature figure's body in a flash, following which the golden talismans were stripped away, and the eyelids on the ghostly mask slowly peeled back to reveal a pair of wooden and emotionless eyes. Ma Liang injected his magic power into his own glabella, and another sensory bead appeared before flying into the miniature figure's body. Go and destroy the other formation core, and kill anyone who dares to oppose you, Ma Liang instructed. A burst of faint red light flashed through the miniature figure's eyes, and it rose up into the air before flying away as a streak of crimson light, seemingly completely unaffected by the power of laws within the formation. Ming Zun's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and after a brief moment of contemplation he turned to the six-winged frost centipede and said, "It looks like that true immortal has already discovered the locations of the formation cores. Even though the formation cores are being guarded by fellow Taoist Han and the others, as a safety precaution, I would like you to stall this true immortal's minions as much as possible." "Do you think I'd be capable of stalling them in my current state?" the six-winged frost centipede asked with a roll of his eyes. "Rest assured, I'm not asking you to face them head-on. I have a formation plate here that was refined from an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, and you'll be able to trap the enemy for some time using the formation plate. If they somehow manage to break out of the treasure, then you can simply flee the scene," Ming Zun replied. Only after some contemplation did the six-winged frost centipede give a slightly reluctant nod in response. "In that case I can agree to do this." A faint smile appeared on Ming Zun's face, and he flipped a hand over to summon a white formation plate, which he tossed through the air. The six-winged frost centipede drew the formation plate into his own grasp, and his expression eased slightly after a brief inspection of the treasure. "Fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, please go and assist him as well," Ming Zun said to the Ice Phoenix. "Of course. All of our lives on the line, so it's only right that I do my part," the Ice Phoenix willingly agreed. A pleased look appeared on Ming Zun's face upon hearing this, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a small black flag, which he pointed at the six-winged frost centipede and the Ice Phoenix. A burst of spatial fluctuations emerged beneath them, and a dazzling light formation appeared before instantly teleporting them away. Right at this moment, Xian Jiuling suddenly transmitted his voice toward Ming Zun. "Ming Zun, do you need me to go to the other formation core? I don't think I'll have to do anything here anytime soon. Can you take on that red thing? If you perish to it, our entire plan will fail," Ming Zun replied in a hesitant manner. "Rest assured, that thing's aura is rather strange, but at the very most, it's just a manifestation of some type of spirit beast. My cultivation arts will directly suppress it, so I'll be able to kill it and return here with time to spare. Besides, who else can go in my stead? You have to stay here to monitor the situation using the power of the formation," Xian Jiuling communicated in an unhurried manner. "Alright, in that case go on ahead. I'll teleport you there directly, but don't make any unnecessary delays. Kill that thing as quickly as you can, then get back here right away," Ming Zun agreed after a brief pause. "Don't you have confidence in my abilities?" "I'll be back before you know it," Xian Jiuling replied in a confident manner. Immediately thereafter, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a set of gray robes appeared in front of Ming Zun amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Ming Zun raised his small black flag before pointing it at Xian Jiuling, and another five-colored light formation appeared, instantly teleporting Xian Jiuling away. In the river of blood down below, Ma Liang had golden light flashing within his eyes, and he was able to see what Ming Zun was doing. However, he didn't do anything aside from look on with a cold smile as a series of fierce battles raged on around him. Ming Zun was naturally quite happy to see this as well, and he also sat still on the azure moon without making any additional moves. Han Li was still seated on the altar, meditating calmly with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes before casting a surprised gaze toward a certain direction. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of energy fluctuations surged forth from the distance amid a rumbling boom, but due to how far away it was unable to pose any threat to the formation core. However, the trade guild guards responsible for protecting the formation immediately tensed up upon sensing this disturbance. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to instantly see everything thousands of kilometers away. All of a sudden, a giant white light formation appeared in the distance, and a massive figure that was several hundred feet tall was doing everything in its power to break out of the formation, but to no avail. Above the formation was a man and a woman. The woman wore a set of silver robes and had a cold expression, while the man wore a set of white robes and had golden and silver spirit patterns etched all over his face. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he murmured to himself, "Oh? It's her. Then that person accompanying her has to be the six-winged frost centipede." After a brief moment of contemplation, his lips suddenly tremored a few times. His voice instantly rang out in the ears of the Ice Phoenix, who was situated thousands of kilometers away, and even though it was only a brief voice transmission, an ecstatic look immediately appeared on her face. The six-winged frost centipede immediately sensed what was going on and asked, "What's going on? Who's that communicating with you?" "Fellow Taoist Han is calling me from the formation core just up ahead. Would you like to come with me to see him?" The Ice Phoenix asked with a smile. The six-winged frost centipede's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? He's the one guarding this formation core? So? Are you going to come with me or not?" The Ice Phoenix asked. "If I were to go with you, who would look after this formation plate?" "If you want to see him, then go on your own," the six-winged frost centipede replied in a cold voice. "Brother Han asked me to relay a message to you. If you want to die, then stay here, but if you want to live, then come with me to see him. As for this true spirit, he'll deal with it if it manages to break out of this formation," the Ice Phoenix said. A cold look appeared on the six-winged frost centipede's face upon hearing this. What does he mean by that? Is that supposed to be a threat? "I've already delivered the message. It's up to you whether you believe it or not," the Ice Phoenix said before flying away as a streak of light. The six-winged frost centipede made no effort to stop her, but he looked on with a hesitant expression, and after a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, seeing as you've already seen me, I'll go and meet you. In any case, I've progressed to the Grand Ascension stage as well, so there's no need for me to fear you." As soon as his voice trailed off, 3 pairs of transparent wings appeared on his back, and he flew away as a ball of translucent light, leaving the white light formation down below unattended. Without the six-winged frost centipede manning the formation, it immediately dimmed slightly and seemed to have lost around 30% of its power. The giant figure within the formation instantly detected this and began to struggle even more violently, causing the entire formation to tremor and quake. "Brother Han, it's so good to see you here," the Ice Phoenix said in an ecstatic manner as she appeared above the altar. Due to Han Li's instructions, the guards surrounding the altar made no effort to stop her and continued to stand still on the spot. At this point, Han Li had already risen to his feet, and he smiled as he said, "Long time no see, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Your cultivation base has improved significantly. As expected, your Ice Phoenix physique is truly remarkable." "Surely you jest, Brother Han. My improvement is nothing compared to yours. Even during my journey, I had heard much about your spectacular feats," the Ice Phoenix said with a smile as she slowly descended from above, landing in front of Han Li. "I would rather not have earned this reputation. Otherwise, no one would seek me out to do something so dangerous. Oh, the six-winged frost centipede is coming over as well. Hold on a moment while I speak with him," Han Li said as he cast his gaze into the distance with blue light flashing within his eyes. The Ice Phoenix had no objection to this, but a wary look appeared on her face as she cautioned, "Be careful, Brother Han. The six-winged frost centipede has become quite powerful after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. In particular, he possesses a certain movement technique that allowed us to even outrun that true immortal for quite some time." An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "Oh, a movement technique that could outrun even a true immortal? I'd like to see that for myself if possible." Right at this moment, a ball of translucent light shot forth from afar, and the guards around the altar immediately began preparing for battle, only to be reassured by Han Li that this was an ally rather than an enemy. Thus, the six-winged frost centipede also appeared above the altar with a dark expression, then said, "If you wanted to see me, why didn't you come to me? Do you really think I would believe your baseless threat? If you didn't believe me, then why did you follow fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix here?" Han Li countered. You said you were willing to take care of that true spirit, so why would I continue to stall it for you? I want to see if you're truly as powerful as all of the rumors proclaim," the six-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly in response. "Is that so? You seem to be very confident that I won't be able to do anything to you. Have you forgotten the blood contract power that I planted in your body?" Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I would be wary of that blood contract power had I not reached the Grand Ascension stage yet, but now that our cultivation bases are comparable with one another, "There's no way that power will be able to affect me," the six-winged frost centipede said. "You really have become very confident after becoming a Grand Ascension stage being. However, I'm afraid you've misjudged the situation," Hanli said. "How so?" the six-winged frost centipede asked with a completely unconvinced expression. "I can still easily subdue you using the blood contract power." As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, he immediately made a hand seal, and bright blue light flashed within his eyes, as if his pupils had transformed into a pair of miniature blue suns. At the same time, a burst of enormous spiritual sense surged toward the six-winged frost centipede, who was quite alarmed by this turn of events. He immediately shot back in retreat while preparing to unleash a secret technique in retaliation, but right at this moment Han Li gave a cold harumph. The sound wasn't very loud, but the six-winged frost centipede felt as if a thunderclap had exploded right within his mind, causing him to falter slightly during his retreat, and this split-second delay was enough for Han Li's spiritual sense to completely inundate him. At the same time Han Li uttered the word restrict, and the six-winged frost centipede felt as if a certain point in his mind had exploded, instantly sending peculiar energy fluctuations surging throughout his entire body. As a result, his body was completely numbed and immobilized. The six-winged frost centipede didn't even get a chance to say anything before his mouth and tongue were also completely numbed, and he could only look on helplessly with a horrified expression. Only then did Han Li undo his hand seal in an unhurried manner, and at this point, the ice phoenix was already thoroughly stunned. She knew that the six-winged frost centipede was definitely no match for Han Li, but never did she think that Han Li would be able to restrict him without even having to battle him. "How did you do that, Brother Han?" she couldn't help but exclaim. He made a grave error in underestimating the restrictive power of the blood contract, and he thought that it wouldn't be able to affect him now that he's also at the Grand Ascension stage. Generally speaking, this would be correct, but he couldn't be more wrong if he thinks this general rule applies to me, Han Li replied with a faint smile, intentionally refraining from mentioning that this was a result of his spiritual sense being several times more powerful than that of the six-winged frost centipede. The ice phoenix could tell that Han Li was withholding some details, but she knew that it would be unwise to ask further questions. All of a sudden, Han Li asked, "I heard that you two had been pursued by that true immortal this entire time. How did you end up in that situation?" "That's a long story that began back when the six-winged frost centipede abducted me in the primordial world." The ice phoenix delivered a recount to answer Han Li's question. Thus, the six-winged frost centipede and I were confronted by Ming Zun and the others and forced to act as lures again. So that true immortal wanted to take you and the six-winged frost centipede as its spirit servants, and it pursued you too because it had been provoked by the six-winged frost centipede. On top of that, he planted some type of mark in your bodies that allows him to track you down regardless of how far away you are. Is that correct?" Han Li confirmed. "That's right. The six-winged frost centipede and I have examined our own bodies on multiple occasions, but were unable to find any marks, so we speculated that the marks had most likely been planted on our souls, completely escaping our detection," the ice phoenix replied with a wry smile. "In that case, perhaps I could help you out," Han Li suddenly said with a smile. An ecstatic look intermingled with a hint of incredulity appeared on the ice phoenix's face upon hearing this. "Really? We had consulted Ming Zun about this earlier, and even he was unable to do anything. The mark had to have been planted in a hurry, so even if this is an immortal technique, it wouldn't be some type of profound secret technique. He was most likely only able to do this by relying on his powerful spiritual sense. As such, I should be able to erase the mark as long as my spiritual sense isn't inferior to his by too much. If you trust me, I can give it a try right now," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I'd be more than willing to accept your help, Brother Han. Please go ahead," the ice phoenix said without any hesitation. "All right, open up your mind to me and don't reject my spiritual sense," Han Li said as he pointed a finger at the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix immediately agreed, then closed her eyes and entered a tranquil state, opening her mind up to Han Li. A thin translucent thread shot out of Han Li's outstretched fingertip, and the translucent thread immediately shot forward, burying its front half into the ice phoenix's glabella. The ice phoenix's expression remained calm, displaying no reaction to this. Meanwhile, blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes yet again, and his finger began to move around slightly, causing the translucent thread to also tremor incessantly. All of a sudden, his brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, and the translucent thread suddenly began to glow with white light that was quickly becoming brighter and brighter, and it was also beginning to tremor more violently. Around 15 minutes later, a slightly pained look had appeared on the ice phoenix, and she seemed to be struggling with something. Right at this moment, she let loose an involuntary cry as her eyes sprang open, and the translucent thread embedded into her glabella instantly shattered. At this point, she was completely drenched in sweat, as if she had just been plunged into a body of water. Her eyes were rather lacking in focus, and she didn't seem to be fully conscious yet. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. As soon as the azure light came into contact with the ice phoenix's body, she immediately shuddered, and her eyes quickly regained their focus. "Examine your soul and see if there's any difference from before," Han Li instructed in an unhurried manner. The ice phoenix hurriedly did as she was told, and an ecstatic look quickly appeared on her face. "Thank you for your help, Brother Han. I can't point out anything concrete, but I can sense that a superfluous part of my soul that had previously escaped my detection seems to have been erased. Your powers are truly incredible, Brother Han." "It's nothing much. It's just that my spiritual sense is a bit more powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. In addition, that true immortal's spiritual sense has most likely been severely restricted in this realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this either," Han Li replied. Meanwhile, the six-winged frost centipede was still completely immobilized, and his numb face wasn't capable of displaying any expressions, but a hint of astonishment had appeared in his eyes. Han Li turned toward the six-winged frost centipede and said, "I have some things that I want you to do for me. If you can do it, I can promise to remove the blood contract and grant you freedom. Otherwise, given the disparity in our spiritual sense, you'll be destined to be completely powerless against me unless you ascend to become an immortal." As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and a burst of spiritual sense instantly entered the six-winged frost centipede's body. At the same time, a soundproof light barrier enshrouded the two of them, and the six-winged frost centipede felt something stir in his mind, upon which he was able to regain control over his own body, but his expression darkened even further. "What do you want me to do for you?" he asked in a cold voice. "There are some materials I've been unable to track down. I want you to search for them for me in the nearby realms. If you can collect everything within the next 1,000 years, I'll discharge the blood contract. Of course, as a deposit, I can erase the soul mark planted on you by that true immortal right away. On top of that, you must swear a vow to assist the human race on 3 occasions in the case that it encounters any severe tribulations," Han Li said in a calm manner. "That's it." The six-winged frost centipede was rather taken aback to hear this. "You're already a Grand Ascension stage being, so it would be impossible to expect you to become my spirit beast again. I can kill you with ease using the power of the blood contract, but that doesn't benefit me in any way," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. "Let me see the list of materials you want. As for assisting your human race, I'll consider it after I complete this task," the six-winged frost centipede said. "That's not an issue. However, I'll only discharge the blood contract once you swear that vow," Han Li said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a white jade slip. The six-winged frost centipede drew the jade slip into his own grasp before pressing it against his own forehead and injecting his spiritual sense into it. There were only around a dozen materials recorded in the jade slip, but even as a Grand Ascension stage being, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing the names of these materials. These materials weren't ones that were rumored to have gone extinct, but all of them were extremely difficult to find and would definitely take a very long time to track down. After a brief calculation, he realized that it would take roughly the full 1,000 years to track everything down under normal circumstances. If I were to agree to this, I wouldn't even have any time to cultivate. I'll have to spend the entire 1,000 years searching for these materials," the six-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. "Does that mean you refuse? Don't forget that if it weren't for all those spirit medicines I fed you to allow you to successfully evolve on several occasions, there's no way you would have attained intelligence and reached your current level," Han Li said in a calm voice, but a menacing aura was beginning to emanate from his body. A chill immediately ran down the six-winged frost centipede's spine and he said, "Who says I refuse? 1,000 years is nothing for spirit beasts like myself. It's well worth the price if I can recover my freedom." "Good. In that case we have a win-win situation. I'll remove the soul mark in your body and you can leave right away. If you delay too much, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive," Han Li said. The six-winged frost centipede's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he replied, "All right, I'll come to see you again once I collect all of the required materials." A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and he extended a finger to release another spiritual sense thread. Around 15 minutes later, the six-winged frost centipede rose up into the air before flapping his six wings, flying away into the distance as a ball of translucent light. "Brother Han, were you serious when you said that delaying our departure could result in death?" the Ice Phoenix asked in a hesitant voice as she looked on at the departing six-winged frost centipede. "Of course. Everything that remains in this formation will be destroyed alongside it," Han Li said with a mocking smile as glanced at the trade guild guards nearby. Could it be that the trade guild is planning to? "You should leave right away and return to the human race, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. I can see that you've benefited greatly during your journey, so stay in the human race for now, and don't go anywhere unless it's necessary before you reach the Grand Ascension stage," Han Li said, cutting the Ice Phoenix off mid-sentence. The Ice Phoenix took a deep breath and replied, "I understand. You've clearly prepared countermeasures, but do look after yourself, Brother Han." After that, she made a hand seal and transformed into an Ice Phoenix that was over 100 feet in length, then flapped her wings before flying away toward another direction. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out several thousand kilometers away, and the white light formation exploded into countless specks of white light, following which Yang Deer emerged. It was wearing its suit of yellow armor, and after letting loose a furious roar, it sped directly toward the formation core where Han Li was situated with yellow winds surging all around it. Han Li was able to see what was happening in the distance using his Spirit Eye ability, and he made a hand seal to withdraw the soundproof light barrier, then instructed, "Stay here and guard the formation core. I'll be back soon." After that, he rose up into the air as a streak of azure light, flying directly toward Yang Deer. At their incredible speeds, the distance between them was covered in the blink of an eye, and Yang Deer faltered slightly at the sight of the oncoming streak of azure light before a cold look appeared on its face. It abruptly swept a giant hand forward, and a mountainous furry palm emerged out of thin air amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before swooping down like lightning and catching the streak of azure light. Yang Deer was ecstatic to see this, and it immediately tightened its grip to try and crush the streak of azure light. However, right at this moment, the streak of azure light transformed into an extremely lifelike azure WRM, and countless streaks of azure sword chi erupted out of the WRM's body in unison. The giant yellow hand was instantly inundated by this storm of sword chi and quickly sliced into countless pieces. The azure WRM then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, and Han Li appeared in its place. Han Li's gaze pierced directly through the yellow winds using his Spirit Eye ability, and he said, "I'm assuming you're fellow Taoist Yang Deer. Who are you and why are you standing in my way despite knowing who I am? Do you have a death wish?" Yang Deer yelled in a fierce voice. "I am Han Li of the human race and I'm responsible for guarding this formation core. I have no interest in battling anyone, but I'm obligated to keep you here," Han Li replied with a calm smile. "Han Li? Humph, how dare a mere Grand Ascension stage being like you display such insolence in my presence?" Yang Deer was enraged to hear this, and it took a deep breath to inhale all of the yellow wind around it, causing its stomach to bulge drastically into a giant sphere. It then opened its mouth to release countless grains of yellow sand that swept toward Han Li in a violent sandstorm. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he flipped a hand over to summon a small yellow gourd, which he immediately tossed forward. The gourd tipped itself over, and the translucent runes on its surface flashed, following which it instantly swelled to around the size of a house. Han Li pointed a finger at the giant gourd, and a burst of loud rumbling rang out within it as countless grains of Pazai's translucent sand gushed out of its opening. This was none other than the baleful golden astral sand that Han Li had obtained in the Elder Devil realm. The sand surged through the air before multiplying at a rapid rate, quickly forming a sea of sand. Immediately thereafter, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the sea of translucent sand surged directly toward Yang Deer. The two massive waves of sand clashed violently, and an ear-splitting grating sound rang out as yellow and translucent light intertwined. The yellow sand was constantly shape-shifting into different types of demon beasts as it tore viciously at the opposing sea of sand, but there seemed to be no end to the wave of translucent sand, and regardless of what form the sea of yellow sand adopted, it was able to pulverize every grain of yellow sand it came into contact with. Thus, the sea of yellow sand began to shrink at a rapid rate, and after the span of just a few breaths, it had been reduced to less than half its original size. Young Deer was rather surprised to see this, but it then immediately gave a cold harumph before making a big forward stride. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations erupted as Young Deer covered a distance of several thousand feet, appearing right above Han Li. It then laid one hand over the other before thrusting them down violently like a pair of small mountains. Even before they had reached Han Li, two semi-transparent layers of white light appeared over the two palms, enshrouding Han Li within a burst of viscous asphyxiating power. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword that was several feet in length, then slashed it through the air. A streak of azure light that was over 100 feet in length erupted into the heavens, then struck the white light with devastating might. A dull thump rang out, and the streak of azure light was repelled. Instead of being alarmed to see this, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as one of his arms suddenly thickened significantly, while a layer of purplish-golden scales appeared all over it. He then launched a devastating punch upward, and a cold smile appeared on Young Deer's face upon seeing this, following which two bursts of enormous power surged into its giant palms. As a result, the white light radiating from its hands became even more dazzling, and the viscous power around Han Li also became more suffocating. It seemed that Young Deer was planning to crush Han Li into mincemeat in one fell swoop. As soon as Han Li's frail-looking fist came into contact with the white light, a formation comprised of countless silver patterns appeared all over the fist, following which a burst of incredibly fearsome power erupted forth. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the white light was instantly shattered, while the two mountainous palms were also forced apart. Young Deer's entire body shuddered violently from the tremendous force of the impact, and it stumbled over 10 steps backward involuntarily before steadying itself again, upon which it cast its gaze toward Han Li with shock and fury in its eyes. It then let loose a low roar before opening its mouth to release a ball of white wind that was around 10 feet in diameter, and the ball of wind reached Han Li in the blink of an eye. The enormous wind pressure being released by the ball of wind was causing the surrounding space to screech violently. However, Han Li was able to swat it away with ease using his purplish-golden arm, and the ball of wind was sent flying into the distance before exploding into a scintillating white sun, releasing such powerful shock waves that everything within a radius of around half a kilometer was razed to the ground. Young Deer's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. Right at this moment, Han Li made a hand seal, and bright purplish-golden light radiated from his entire body. Once the purplish-golden light faded, a fiend celestial-like being with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in Han Li's place. The creature's entire body was covered in purplish-golden scales, and there was a horn on each of its 3 heads. The fearsome being cast a cold gaze toward Young Deer before striding toward it, and with each step it took, its body would swell drastically in size. After only around a dozen steps, it had expanded to be no lesser in size than Young Deer. "This is my most powerful form, and this is where the true battle begins. I wonder how many attacks you'll be able to take from me," Han Li said as green light flashed from one of his arms, and a dark green wooden sword appeared. With just a slight slash, the sword sent a burst of law fluctuations surging forth in all directions, and Young Deer's heart immediately sank as it identified Han Li's true devil physique and profound heavenly treasure. Elsewhere, within a crimson fiery cloud that encompassed an area with a radius of close to 10 kilometers, streaks of silver sword chi were surging through the air amid rumbling thunderclaps. All of a sudden, all of the sword chi converged to form a massive silver sword that was over 10,000 feet in length above the fiery cloud before slashing downward. At the same time, a WRM with crimson feelers all over its body flew out of the fiery cloud amid a thunderous roar before blasting balls of lightning out of its mouth toward the giant silver sword. The sword instantly transformed into a silver sword barrier that appeared beneath the WRM before slicing the entire fiery cloud in half. Immediately thereafter, the giant sword vanished, and an ordinary-looking gray-robed man appeared in its place. The man was drenched in sweat, and close to half of his body had gone missing. The cross-section of the wound was completely charred black without any blood flowing out of it, and he was looking up at the completely stationary WRM up above with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. "This is a fire whisker beast, a sacred being among fire attribute beasts. It must have been brought into this realm by that true immortal. It's a pity that it's just a puppet without any intelligence. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to defeat it unless I used my 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts." Even so. The gray-robed man looked down at his own body, which wasn't showing any signs of recovering despite the regenerative secret technique he was using, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Right at this moment, the giant WRM up above shuddered before exploding into countless pieces, sending waves of crimson flames sweeping through the area in all directions. The gray-robed man was very alarmed to see this, and he immediately transformed into the massive silver sword again before tearing his way out of the sea of flames. Only after a full 15 minutes had passed did the crimson sea of flames gradually subside before finally being snuffed out. At this moment, the gray-robed man reappeared at the spot where the WRM had once been situated, and his expression darkened significantly as he looked around to find that there was nothing left. After pausing momentarily, he heaved a forlorn sigh before flying away as a streak of light. Horseshoes failed? That's very unexpected, Maoyang murmured to himself with a surprised expression. Humph, you're unwilling to undo the soul restriction on my body, so I'm unable to unleash even a tenth of my power. Otherwise, how could someone from this lower realm possibly defeat me? A sharp voice suddenly rang out in response from the nearby space. Immediately thereafter, several egg-sized crimson fireballs appeared around 10 feet in front of Maoyang, then converged to form a small crimson humanoid figure, who appraised Maoyang in an expressionless manner. Humph, there's no way I would undo the restriction in this realm. I wouldn't take such a risk until at least after I return to the true immortal realm. You should be glad that you were able to temporarily regain consciousness. However, I'm going to put your soul to sleep again right away. With your power, just this immortal body of yours will be enough to support me. Maoyang harumphed coldly, then opened his mouth to release a burst of golden light. As soon as the golden light came into contact with the crimson figure, the cold look in its eyes faded and was replaced by a completely wooden expression. Maoyang then swept a sleeve through the air to release several golden talismans, all of which adhered themselves to the crimson figure's body. Immediately thereafter he pulled out a blue jade box, and after the lid was removed, a burst of white chi surged out of the box before drawing the crimson figure into it. After that, Maoyang stowed the jade box away before looking up into the sky, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. Several battles were still raging around him, and at this point the 8 five-clawed blood dragons and 4 blood giants had been completely forced onto the back foot. Furthermore, they had been forced to retreat back to the river of blood by the opposing Grand Ascension stage beings, and they were only just barely able to hold their ground by relying upon the endless supply of energy flowing into their bodies from the river of blood. However, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Maoyang quickly inspected all of the battles taking place around the river of blood, then turned toward a palm-sized light screen right beside him. A giant devilish creature with 3 heads and 6 arms was depicted on the screen, holding a huge dark green sword in one hand, and half of a massive beast carcass in the other. That's a profound heavenly treasure being wielded by someone with a true devil physique. I didn't think that the guardians of the formation cores would be so troublesome to deal with. It looks like I have no choice but to undo the seal on myself again. Seeing as I've already found my target, there's no need for me to hold back any longer, Maoyang murmured to himself before flipping a hand over to summon a shimmering golden talisman. There were countless tiny golden runes flashing on the surface of the golden talisman, which was squirming and writhing incessantly as if it were a living creature. Maoyang hesitated for a long while with tightly furrowed brows before gently waving the golden talisman with a decisive look on his face. The golden talisman flashed before flying up as a long streak of golden light before revolving around Maoyang. At the same time, Maoyang made a rapid string of hand seals while chanting an incantation. Black and white chi flashed from his body in unison, and he began to release an extremely fearsome aura that was only becoming more and more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the aura had become so powerful that even the surrounding space was trembling violently. It was as if an aura of this caliber shouldn't appear in the spirit realm. Outside the river of blood, Yin Gangzi had just destroyed the blood WRM that he was facing once again using hundreds of silver spear-like treasures, and a triumphant look appeared on his face. However, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the river of blood. The other Grand Ascension stage beings had also sensed the fearsome aura within the river of blood, and their attacks faltered as they also turned their attention toward the river of blood with alarmed expressions. As for Ming Zun, who was overseeing the entire battlefield, he wasn't too surprised or alarmed to sense this aura. On the contrary, his eyes narrowed slightly as an expectant look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, a light formation appeared nearby, following which Xian Jiuling appeared with an unnaturally pale complexion. Ming Zun turned toward Xian Jiuling to discover that close to half of his body was missing, and a surprised look appeared on his face as he asked, "What happened? It looks like the battle didn't go according to plan for you. Did you manage to kill that thing?" That thing was a legendary sacred being among fire attribute beasts. Thankfully, it was only an insentient puppet, so I was able to make it back alive. Rest assured, it's already been killed and the formation core is fine, so your plan won't be affected, Xian Jiuling replied. I see. As expected of a true immortal to have such a powerful spirit beast by his side. Wait, you didn't use your 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts, did you? Ming Zun hurriedly asked in a concerned manner. Of course not, that's our only chance to kill that true immortal. If I had used it, I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state, Xian Jiuling replied with a wry smile. That's good to hear. That true immortal seems to have begun undoing his seal, so you'll have to strike soon. Take this origin water pill right away. It should be somewhat effective for healing your injuries, Ming Zun said as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a blue pill. Thanks, this origin water pill will indeed be beneficial for my recovery, Xian Jiuling said as he caught the pill before swallowing it at once. After that, he sat down on the spot with his legs crossed and began to meditate. In the next instant, a layer of faint blue light appeared over his wound, slowly cleansing away the charred flesh before countless crimson threads appeared before rapidly intertwining to form new flesh. Ming Zun was quite pleased to see this, and he turned his gaze back toward the river of blood in the distance. All of a sudden, the entire river of blood began to surge violently, following which one giant wave after another was swept up. Under the influence of the river of blood, the 8 blood dragons and 4 blood giants also became a lot more powerful, thereby allowing them to hold their own against the 4 mythical black beasts and the opposing Grand Ascension stage beings. At this point, the fearsome aura within the river of blood had reached an extremely alarming level. Meanwhile, the woman in the palatial dress made a hand seal, and the decorative beads in her hair shot forth as dozens of protective treasures, forming a series of protective restrictions above her. At the same time, azure runes surfaced on her palatial dress amid flashes of spiritual light, forming additional protective formations around her. In the face of this blood storm, both of them had adopted their most effective defensive measures. In the next instant, close to 100 drops of blood rain fell upon the two of them. As soon as this blood rain came into contact with the protective light barriers formed by the opposing defensive treasures, they were able to instantly pierce through before reaching the pair of Grand Ascension stage beings. 2 agonized cries immediately rang out, and both of them flew out of the blood storm as streaks of light. However, once they stumbled out into the open, everyone else immediately drew a sharp breath upon catching sight of them. Half of the black-armored man's face had disappeared, revealing an eerie skull that was glowing with faint gray light, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. As for the woman in the palatial dress, her face remained unscathed, but one of her arms had entirely disappeared. What kind of attack is this blood rain? How is it this fearsome? Mistress Wu Ling exclaimed. Everyone else was also quite alarmed to see this. Ming Zun emerged above everyone amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then said in a grim manner, "This seems to be origin blood power that only those who cultivate blood Dao arts to the extreme can attain, and it said that just a drop of this blood can pierce through entire mountains and oceans. Looking at it now, those legends certainly weren't exaggerating. Origin blood power? Hehe, this blood is nowhere near that level. This is merely some spirit blood that I've collected and refined, and it's far from becoming true origin blood power." A cold voice rang out from within the river of blood, following which the river parted to reveal Ma Liang with a cold smile on his face. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately cast their eyes toward Ma Liang, and Ming Zun's pupils contracted slightly, but his expression remained calm as he asked, "Did you really descend from the true immortal realm?" "That's right. I had already attained a true immortal body countless years ago, and if it weren't for the task I've been assigned, there's no way I would visit an insignificant realm like this one," Ma Liang replied. Ming Zun's mind was racing, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Would you be able to disclose what this task is, fellow Taoist?" "There's no need for that. I'm already on the cusp of completing the task. All I need to do now is to kill all of you and clear the way for myself." "Now then, let me send you all on your way," Ma Liang said in a cold voice, and before any of the Grand Ascension stage beings could reply, he suddenly made a strange-looking hand seal. Golden and blue runes immediately surged out of his body in a frenzy, following which bright golden light erupted forth before a layer of blue flames appeared, from within which specks of golden light then emerged. Thus, the golden light and blue flames transitioned between one another over and over again, instantly forming countless layers over Ma Liang's body. The transitions were taking place so quickly that even all of the Grand Ascension stage beings were struggling to keep up with their eyes. Wary looks immediately appeared on everyone's faces, and a cold look also flashed through Ming Zun's eyes. Right at this moment, the light around Ma Liang's body settled on a shimmering golden color, and he took a step forward, upon which his body swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a golden giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. At the same time he made a hand seal, and golden spirit patterns appeared all over his skin, while countless specks of golden light appeared in the surrounding area. All of a sudden, another burst of power of laws filled the entire sky, and it clashed with the power of laws of the bipolar destruction formation. As a result, the formation was thrown into complete disarray, and not only was most of its power nullified, it was only just barely able to hold itself together. This is a spirit domain. How is he able to unleash a spirit domain in this realm? This is impossible. How can he do this in the face of the restrictive power of this realm? Mistress Wu Ling exclaimed with an incredulous expression. Yin Gangzi and the others had naturally also identified this spirit domain, and fearful looks had appeared on all of their faces. The fact that Ma Liang was able to unleash this ability indicated that he had already returned to the height of his powers and was no longer being restricted by the power of this realm. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were quite proud, but they knew in their hearts that there was no way they could contend with an unrestricted true immortal. This is not a true spirit domain. Having said that, you'll be able to witness my spirit domain soon. If you have any trump cards left, then use them now. Otherwise, you won't get any further chances, the golden giant said in a rumbling voice. Immediately thereafter, it pointed a finger up at the sky, and a golden pillar of light erupted from its fingertip before vanishing into the heavens in a flash. In the next instant, the entire space tremored violently, and the specks of golden light exploded to illuminate the entire sky with scintillating golden light. The earth down below also tremored violently as a series of golden rifts opened up, and one golden volcano after another quickly emerged from the rifts. Golden lava came gushing out in a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world seemed to have been transformed into a golden sea. Everyone's hearts immediately sank even further upon seeing this. Ming Zun's expression also darkened significantly, but he immediately yelled, "There's no need to fear, fellow Taoists. I don't know how he's able to unleash this spirit domain, but there's no way he can maintain it for too long. Otherwise he would have unleashed it right away rather than wasting all this time." Everyone else felt this to be quite a reasonable analysis, but they were still quite hesitant as they exchanged glances with one another. Meanwhile, the golden giant stood still on the spot with his eyes shut, seemingly drawing upon its magic power. At the same time, the golden domain was expanding in all directions at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye, forcing everyone to rush back and retreat in fear of being swept up in the spirit domain. Yin Gangzi steadied himself before transmitting his voice toward Ming Zun. With his current power, we could easily perish at any moment if we were to engage him in battle. Isn't it about time you brought out some other trump cards, Brother Ming? Don't tell me that this bipolar annihilation formation is the only trump card you prepared. Rest assured, fellow Taoistine, I won't just stand by idly and watch while he does as he pleases. I've prepared 2 countermeasures against spirit domains. I wouldn't ask you to give your lives for nothing, Ming Zun replied. As soon as his voice trailed off, he took a deep breath before making a hand seal, and a total of 81 black crystal balls flew out of his sleeves before revolving through the air and blooming like a cluster of giant black flowers. These black flowers then formed a massive black light formation that expanded in a frenzy to encompass all of the Grand Ascension stage beings, and it kept the golden light radiating from the spirit domain at bay, preventing it from expanding any further. At the same time, black runes surged incessantly within the black light formation alongside bursts of Buddhist chants that struck the listener with a sense of indescribable comfort and entrancement. The woman in the palatial dress was both stunned and ecstatic to see this. This is the Buddhist river paradise domain. Isn't this a paramount Buddhist protective treasure? How did it end up in your hands? Our trade guild obtained this treasure by chance. It can't compare with that true immortal spirit domain, but it'll be enough to protect all of us for now. If this isn't enough, I have another measure up my sleeve, Ming Zun replied. After a brief moment of contemplation, A determined look appeared on the black-armored man's mangled face and he said, "In that case I'll stay and take a risk. It'll be worth making a gamble for the chance to kill this true immortal. I'll stay as well, but if it turns out that we're no match for this opponent, then I'm not going to remain here and throw away my life for nothing," Mistress Wu Ling said in a cold voice. Yin Gongzi and the others remained silent, but it was clear that they were also planning to test out the power of this spirit domain before making their decision. Ming Zun was naturally aware of what all of them were thinking, and he transmitted his voice to everyone. "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, if it turns out that we're no match for this true immortal, then I won't force any of you to stay here. However, don't forget about fellow Taoist Xian Jioling. All we need to do is create a good opportunity for Brother Xian to strike, and there's a very good chance that he'll be able to kill this true immortal." Everyone's hearts stirred slightly upon hearing this. Xian Jioling was an extremely renowned powerful being who had slain 9 true spirits, and the fact that he was constantly lurking in the shadows instilled everyone with some confidence. Right at this moment, the golden giant opened its eyes. Its magic power had finally been converted into immortal spiritual power, allowing it to unleash some true immortal secret techniques. Unbeknownst to his opponents, he wasn't intending to attack them with his spirit domain. For an immortal, a spirit domain could be used in battle as something similar to a bonded ability, but its main purpose was to assist one in their cultivation. As such, he wasn't planning to use it to directly attack at all. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face, and he made a grabbing motion toward the river of blood down below. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the river of blood converged to form a massive angular seal. The seal had crimson flames burning all around it, and there were countless images of different creatures etched onto its surface. All of these images were extremely lifelike, as if they were living beings, and they presented a very unsettling sight to behold. This was none other than the myriad spirit blood seal, which had finally been successfully refined after countless living beings had been sacrificed. With his immortal spiritual power, Ma Ling was now able to unleash most of the treasure's power, and even if he had to kill an ordinary true immortal, it would be a simple task for him. As such, it was complete overkill to be using this seal on opponents of such a lowly caliber, and he was expending a lot of essential power, but he had no choice if he wanted to end this battle immediately and ensure that none of his opponents escaped. With that in mind, Ma Liang injected most of his immortal spiritual power into the giant seal in a frenzy before hurling it through the air. All of a sudden, the crimson seal vanished amid a rumbling boom, and in the next instant, a cloud of blood mist emerged above the black light formation amid a burst of violent spatial fluctuations. A gargantuan crimson seal then appeared within the mist, and all of the images on its surface were manifested as projections. The massive seal began to slowly descend from above, and the space down below began to tremor and warp violently. The black light formation was also twisted by the seal's power, and the 81 black crystal balls within it exploded one after another. As a result, the black light formation instantly vanished, much to the astonishment of Ming Zun and the others, who were preparing to attack. "Run!" someone yelled, and everyone immediately fled as streaks of light in different directions, but they only made it several hundred feet before an earth-shattering boom rang out up above. A burst of tremendous power suddenly descended upon the space within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, forcing the streaks of light to plummet out of the heavens and revert back to their original forms. Thus, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings were forced to reappear, and all of them wore horrified expressions. At this moment, the nauseating odor of blood and gore swept down from the giant crimson seal, striking everyone with a sense of dizziness and discomfort. The fleeing Grand Ascension stage beings were very alarmed by this, and they immediately released defensive treasures to keep this odor at bay. Ming Zun's expression had darkened significantly following the destruction of the Buddhist River Paradise domain, but he managed to remain calm as he urged, "What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? If you have any trump cards left, now would be the time to use them. If we split up and try to escape, we'll just be hunted down one by one." As soon as his voice trailed off, he opened his mouth to release a pristine white scroll within a burst of 5-colored light. He then flicked a string of incantation seals toward the scroll, and it slowly unfurled to release countless silver runes that formed a giant silver net before rising up toward the giant seal in the sky. The two clashed amid a rumbling boom, and the frail-looking silver net wasn't immediately destroyed. Instead, it managed to slow down the giant seal's descent. That's the profound heavenly treasure, the great silver heavenly tome. Ingangzi exclaimed upon seeing this. A hesitant look then appeared on his face before he gritted his teeth and arrived at a decision. All of a sudden, a loud boom rang out within his body, and wisps of silver light surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a silver giant with long green hair that was several hundred feet tall. As soon as the giant appeared, it unleashed countless fist projections toward the crimson seal. With each punch that was unleashed, a thunderclap would ring out, as if every attack possessed the power of divine lightning. Meanwhile, Mistress Wu Ling began to chant an incantation, and a monstrous black projection with a pig's head and an ape's body appeared behind her amid a flash of black light. As soon as the projection appeared, it let loose a long roar before opening its mouth, and the entire sky suddenly dimmed as an unfathomably massive mouth emerged above the crimson seal before biting downward, threatening to swallow the entire seal whole. The woman in the green palatial dress gritted her teeth before also springing into action, and the attacks unleashed by her were no less fearsome than the others. She raised a hand to summon a giant rainbow axe projection that was over 10,000 feet in length, and the projection slashed directly toward the massive seal without any reservation. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were also unleashing attacks of their own, and it seemed that their attacks were very uncoordinated, but they all reached the crimson seal in the blink of an eye. Ma Liang gave a cold harumph upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the giant seal, upon which the blood mist around the seal abruptly shuddered, releasing a series of invisible shockwaves that proliferated outward in all directions. All of the oncoming attacks were swept up in the shockwaves, and as a result, the silver net, fist projections, rainbow axe projection and gargantuan mouth all faltered in midair, while the other attacks were reduced to nothingness. Even Ming Zun couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the sight of such a formidable display of power, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence toward the white scroll before him. Around a dozen giant silver runes flew out of the scroll, then transformed into a series of silver light formations of different sizes. The light formations overlapped with one another to form a silver pagoda that instantly swelled to around 8,000 feet tall, and the top of the pagoda struck the bottom of the giant seal, upon which the seal was forced upward. However, the blood mist around the giant seal immediately surged, and the tip of the light pagoda was crushed, while the pagoda itself was instantly forced down by about 10 feet. The tip of the silver pagoda would then instantly regenerate before being shattered again, and the process continued to repeat itself. The silver pagoda was clearly no match for the crimson seal, but its interference was causing the seal to slow down drastically in its descent. Meanwhile, Mistress Wu Ling suddenly exchanged a glance with Yin Gangzi, then made a hand seal, and the black projection appeared behind her again before vanishing into her body in a flash. In the next instant, black light surged out of her body, and she swelled to several hundred feet tall, transforming into a pig-ape hybrid beast that was identical to the black projection. However, what was different from the projection was that her body had been encased within a suit of gray bone armor, and she was holding a giant yellow sword in each of her two furry hands. Mistress Wu Ling let loose a thunderous roar before slashing her giant swords through the air, unleash a pair of massive crescent sword projections that hurtled through the air. At the same time, arcs of silver lightning appeared over Yin Gangzi's body before erupting forth at his behest. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar rang out, and a five-clawed golden dragon that was over 100 feet in length appeared out of nowhere before pouncing directly toward the golden giant. It turned out that the cane-wielding elderly man had hurled his cane through the air, upon which it had transformed into this golden dragon. A gargantuan axe projection, countless azure threads, and around a dozen massive ghostly heads were then unleashed by the other Grand Ascension stage beings in rapid succession, culminating in an extremely fearsome barrage of attacks. Ma Liang let loose a thunderous roar upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before violently exhaling to release a wave of countless golden runes. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as a golden tornado took shape in front of him, forming a golden wind barrier that stretched all the way up into the heavens. The yellow sword projections, silver lightning and golden dragon were all instantly destroyed as soon as they entered the wind barrier. As for the rest of the attacks, they weren't even able to make it to the golden wind barrier as they had been kept at bay by a burst of invisible force and could only revolve incessantly on the spot. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings were struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Ming Zun turned toward a certain direction with a cold expression and asked, "Fellow Taoists, why have you remained inactive this entire time? Are you planning to break your contract?" Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and four black-armored young men who bore a strong resemblance with one another emerged, following which one of them replied, "You never told us that we had to face a true immortal, Brother Ming." Judging from their auras, these 4 young men were the human forms of the 4 mythical black beasts, who had concealed themselves into space right after Mao Liang completed his transformation. None of the terms of your contract state that you can back down just because the enemy is a true immortal. Otherwise, our trade guild wouldn't have expended such a heavy price for this contract. Aren't you afraid that you'll suffer backlash from breaking the contract and have your cultivation bases severely debilitated? Ming Zun asked in a cold voice. At least that would be better than ending up dead. The leader of the black-armored young men retorted. Ming Zun suddenly switched to voice transmission here and said, "I never said that you had to give your lives for this cause. How about this? All I need is for the 4 of you to unleash an all-out attack with your bonded true flames. After you do that, you'll have completed your contract and I'll let you leave this realm." The black-armored young man faltered slightly upon hearing this before a hint of skepticism appeared in his eyes. "Is that true? I wouldn't lie about something like this. I'm willing to swear an inner demon vow," Ming Zun replied. The black-armored young man exchanged a few glances with his companions before nodding in response. "In that case, we can assist you one more time, and there's no need for you to swear a vow. However, regardless of the outcome, we'll immediately leave after unleashing one final attack." Ming Zun's expression eased slightly upon hearing this and he said, "All right, please pay attention and strike when I tell you to do so." During their conversation, Ma Liang had begun chanting another incantation, and crimson light flashed from his glabella, upon which a drop of golden blood essence emerged before flying into the crimson seal as a streak of golden light. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as the crimson mist around the giant seal parted, and countless crimson light threads numbering in the millions instantly tore through space and shot forth in all directions. Ming Zun was very alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly pointed a finger at his silver scroll, which immediately transformed into a silver light barrier around himself, as well as Mistress Wu Ling Yin Gangzi, and the woman in the palatial dress. The other Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and it was too late for them to fly into Ming Zun's light barrier, so they could only inject their magic power into their own protective treasures with all their might. The crimson threads flew through the air like lightning, and several agonized wails rang out in unison. The silver pagoda was also instantly riddled with holes, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Furthermore, the crimson threads were able to pierce through everyone's defensive treasures and protective spiritual light with ease, punching countless small holes into their bodies. Bursts of crimson flames then abruptly erupted out of those holes, instantly incinerating them into nothingness, and even their nascent souls had been unable to escape. Thus, several of the most renowned powerful beings on the entire Tianyuan continent perished before they could utter even a single sound. As for Ming Zun and the others, they managed to survive under the protection of the Great Silver Heavenly Tome. Countless crimson threads struck the light barrier formed by the treasure, causing it to flash erratically before dimming significantly, but it remained resolute. However, Yin Gangzi had the others had all turned extremely pale, and Ming Zun immediately cast his gaze toward the mythical black beasts with a dark expression. As a result, they discovered that the 4 black-armored young men were hiding behind a black fire barrier and had also survived that attack. Ma Liang was rather surprised to see that so many people had survived that attack, but a cold look then immediately appeared on his face as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the giant crimson seal from afar. A burst of loud rumbling out as the giant seal continued to descend, easily pulverizing the light pagoda beneath it, which was already riddled with holes. Thus, the seal came crashing down toward Ming Zun and the others, and the nearby space was enshrouded by that burst of fearsome power again, while the nauseating odor of blood and gore also reappeared. "What do we do, Brother Ming?" Yin Gangzi yelled. "What else can we do aside from fight for our lives? Rest assured, fellow Taoists, he must have expended a vast amount of true essence to unleash that attack, so there's no way he'll be able to use it a second time. Fellow Taoist Wu Ling, Brother Yin, do your best to oppose this treasure for now, and I'll unleash a secret technique to try and seal him in his current depleted state. Fellow Taoists, please unleash an all-out attack with your bonded true flames to assist me." Ming Zun communicated through voice transmission to the other Grand Ascension stage beings, as well as the 4 mythical black beasts. "How confident are you that you'll be able to seal him, Brother Ming?" Mistress Wu Ling asked in a slightly hesitant manner. The deaths of the other Grand Ascension stage beings had already struck fear deep into her heart. I'm unleashing an immortal secret technique that requires me to sacrifice a part of my soul and severely deplete my essential power, so there's at least a 50% chance that it'll succeed, Mingzun replied. Mistress Wu Ling knew that there was no way she could successfully escape on her own, so she could only grit her teeth before replying, "All right, then I'll trust you one more time. Fellow Taoist Yin, let's strike together." Yin Gongzi nodded in response before immediately letting loose a thunderous roar, upon which his body swelled drastically once again, and thick silver patterns appeared all over his skin. His arms also thickened significantly, and he clenched his hands into tight fists before lashing out with devastating might. As for Mistress Wu Ling, she brought the pair of giant yellow swords in her hands together, and the two combined into one to form a yellow mace that she swung gently through the air, unleashing a gust of yellow wind. The woman in the palatial dress hadn't said anything this entire time, but after witnessing Yin Gongzi and Mistress Wu Ling's attacks, she immediately pulled a jade hairpin with 3 blue beads embedded onto it out of her hair before tossing it up into the sky. The jade hairpin exploded into a ball of spiritual light, while the 3 blue beads flew higher up into the air, then transformed into 3 head-sized balls of blue light that were completely unremarkable in appearance. A cold smile appeared on Ma Liang's face upon seeing this, and the blood mist around the crimson seal surged at his behest before a series of thick crimson feelers emerged. These feelers then transformed into crimson spears that rained down from above like a lethal storm. Specks of golden flames immediately appeared around the seal, then pounced onto the blue glacial ice, and a string of loud cracks and pops immediately rang out. At the same time, the giant itself also began to release a layer of crimson flames. Thus, the blue ice was sandwiched between 2 types of flames, and it was rapidly melting away. The woman in the palatial dress had already sat down and was injecting her magic power into the 3 ice flowers up above with all her might. "Brother Ming, what are you waiting for? I can't keep this up for long." "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I've already made my move," Mingzun replied in a calm manner. Yin Gongzi and the others naturally faltered slightly upon hearing this. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above Ma Liang, and a miniature azure figure that was roughly a foot tall appeared. The figure's facial features were completely concealed behind a layer of azure light, but it was holding a rusty black lamp. Ma Liang immediately raised his head and released a burst of golden flames out of his mouth, which instantly swelled to become a sea of fire that swept toward the miniature figure. The space in the wake of the golden flames twisted and warped violently, as if it were about to be melted. However, the miniature azure figure merely raised the lamp it was holding in an unhurried manner before swinging it toward the sea of flames down below. Faint black light flashed over the surface of the lamp, and a series of gray runes drifted out before, upon which the golden flames surged into the lamp in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of golden flames had been drawn into the lamp, and even Ma Liang couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the miniature figure tossed the lamp downward, then transformed into a ball of azure light that sprang into the lamp to ignite the charred black wick within it. Thus, a small gray flame immediately appeared within the lamp, and at the same time Mingzun's face paled slightly as his body slumped forward involuntarily. A burst of buzzing rang out from the lamp, and a layer of gray flames flashed over its surface, upon which it swelled to countless times its original size, encompassing virtually the entire sky. In the instant that Ma Liang was enveloped by the silver flames, his immortal spiritual power abruptly congealed. On top of that, the protective golden light around him faded, and he was unable to unleash any further secret techniques. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted around him, and the 4 mythical black beasts emerged in unison before opening their mouths to release black fireballs the size of wagon wheels, all of which crashed directly toward Ma Liang at once. Ma Liang was quite alarmed by this turn of events, but he immediately clenched his hands up into tight fists before lashing out toward the 4 black fireballs. 3 resounding booms rang out as 3 of the fireballs were instantly destroyed by Ma Liang's fists, but the final one suddenly warped before transforming into a black shadow that reached Ma Liang in a flash before revealing itself to be a gray-robed man. The gray-robed man raised a hand and laid his palm onto Ma Liang's waist, then said in a bone-chilling voice, "9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts." All of a sudden, a layer of black chi erupted out of the gray-robed man's body, and his outstretched arm immediately completely shriveled up. However, at the same time, 9 different types of law fluctuations erupted out of the arm before fusing as one. His shriveled arm pierced into the golden giant's waist, and once most of the arm had been plunged into Ma Liang's body, it abruptly exploded. A burst of 9 colored flames erupted forth, instantly inundating the golden giant's entire body and setting it alight. The golden giant roared with agony, and its blood and flesh were quickly stripped away by the 9 colored flames. The colors of the flames were very distinctly separated, but were also somehow in perfect harmony, and it contained 9 different types of powers of laws. After successfully landing the surprise attack, Xian Jiuling vanished on the spot before appearing beside Ming Zun with a cold smile on his face. In the face of my 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts, even a true immortal is no match. Even though he had detonated one of his own arms, he was extremely pleased to have slain a true immortal. At this moment, the layer of black flames around the golden giant finally faded, and the rusty black lamp up above exploded into specks of spiritual light. It turned out that this was a disposable treasure that could only be used once. Yin Gangzi and the others were naturally ecstatic to see this, and all felt as if they had just survived a massive ordeal. A faint smile also appeared on Ming Zun's face as he appraised the golden giant, which had been completely set alight. The most fearsome part of the 9 tribulation spirit vanquishing arts were these 9 tribulation true flames. The flames contained the bonded flames of 9 types of fire attribute true spirits, as 9 different types of powers of laws were absorbed through other means. Just a tiny speck of this fire would be capable of evaporating oceans and melting entire mountains. Even if the most formidable beings in the true immortal realm were to come into contact with these flames, they wouldn't be able to escape without at least suffering severe injuries, let alone this true immortal. It seemed that there would be no need to unleash the other trump card that had been prepared. As these thoughts flashed through Ming Zun's mind, the golden giant had fallen completely silent, and its flesh had been completely stripped away, leaving only a massive golden skeleton in its place. Everyone heaved a collective internal sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, the woman in the palatial dress suddenly yelled in a panicked manner, "Hold on, he's not actually dead. The power of this myriad spirit blood seal hasn't faded in the slightest." Yin Gangzi and the others were very alarmed to hear this, and they immediately directed their attention upward. High up in the sky, the blue ice on the surface of the giant seal was still being quickly melted away by the 2 types of flames, and there was only a very thin layer of ice left. "Quick! Attack him again!" Ming Zun yelled as his expression darkened significantly, and he made a hand seal before opening his mouth to release a blue flying dagger that was several inches in length. The dagger then transformed into a streak of light that was over 100 long before hurtling directly toward the golden skeleton. Meanwhile, a hint of incredulity flashed through Xian Jiuling's eyes, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing hundreds of streaks of silver light that pierced through space and reached the golden skeleton in a flash before plunging toward it as hundreds of silver flying swords. All of a sudden, a suit of beautiful crystalline armor appeared over the golden skeleton's body, and countless purplish golden runes emerged on the suit of armor. All of the oncoming attacks struck the crystalline armor, only to immediately be sent flying without being able to damage the runes at all. Yin Gangzi and Mistress Wu Ling's hearts completely sank upon seeing this, and they naturally fled for their lives as well. The giant silver hands and huge yellow mace in the sky vanished, and Yin Gangzi crashed heavily down onto the ground like a shooting star before plunging into the earth and fleeing using an earth movement technique. Meanwhile, a pair of gray bat wings appeared on Mistress Wu Ling's back amid a flash of black light, and she flapped her wings vigorously, flying away as a gust of wind. The woman in the palatial dress hurriedly attempted to unleash an evasion technique as well, but it was already too late. A burst of rumbling rang out from the crimson seal in the sky, and what remained of the layer of blue ice immediately shattered, following which the seal descended from above like lightning. The space around the woman tightened once again, and she was completely immobilized. She desperately released all of her treasures in a frenzy, forming layer upon layer of protective spiritual light, but all of those treasures were instantly destroyed by a burst of crimson light released by the giant seal, and in the next instant, the woman was completely erased out of existence. In the face of the myriad spirit blood seal's almighty power, not only had she been reduced to nothingness, all of her treasures had been destroyed as well. "None of you are going anywhere," the golden giant harumphed coldly as purplish golden light flashed from his arm, and he pointed a finger toward a certain direction. The golden light around the giant's body immediately reared up as a gargantuan golden wave before crashing down to sweep up the fleeing Ming Zun, Xian Jiuling, and Mistress Wu Ling into the spirit domain. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted near the edge of the spirit domain, and the 4 mythical black beasts stumbled out of thin air with alarmed expressions. Before the 7 of them had a chance to react, 7 gigantic hands that were riddled with purplish golden patterns appeared beneath them before locking tightly around their bodies. A burst of power of laws then descended upon them, and not only were they completely immobilized, their magic power had also completely congealed. The 7 of them were naturally petrified by this development, and right at this moment, 7 identical crimson seal projections appeared above them before descending from the heavens. After nothing more than a brief flash of crimson light, the 3 grand ascension stage beings and 4 mythical black beasts were all reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, Yin Gangzi was tens of thousands of feet underground, but he was surrounded by 8 golden underground volcanoes and completely immobilized. The 8 volcanoes erupted in unison amid a burst of loud rumbling, and Yin Gangzi was instantly inundated by scorching golden lava. An anguished howl rang out from within the golden lava, and that was followed by complete silence. A pleased look appeared on the golden giant's face upon witnessing the demise of its enemies, but its expression then suddenly darkened as it turned toward a certain direction. "Who's there? Come out right now." As soon as its voice trailed off, another giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in that direction before swooping down from above, forcibly wrenching a miniature purplish golden figure out of thin air. The miniature figure had no facial features aside from a pair of glowing eyes, and even though it had been caught by the giant golden hand, it wasn't panicked in the slightest as it appraised the golden giant in an emotionless manner. "That's a gold-devouring immortal," the golden giant exclaimed as a stunned look appeared on its face. "You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.